Morning, Wednesday, August the 10th. I've only got 5 days to go. And I might get some money in my bank account. I don't want to go into it. It's such a long, boring story. Half the UK's population now facing a hosepipe ban. And they're thinking about it for Thames Water, for 15 million of us. I hope next week we get drowned in all this stuff. You know, just as much water as you want to chuck it as God, chuck it down, and we'll try and save as much as we can. I'll be glad to get back to the normal sort of things that we get, you know, snow, ice, winds, all the rest of it. Forget the curse of Strictly. They've dragged up Helen Skelton from a career that was going nowhere. And you know the reason why? Her husband ditched her for somebody else, and so consequently they went, oh, let's give it to her. She can't dance. She can't dance. She's got no evidence of that. But, of course, they all need the work, so they'll all take it. They picked a few other people as well. But then they always pick people who sort of either tick boxes or they're just so stupid. So they've booked Nancy Delusional for the Come Dine With Me programme. And you think, Celebrity MasterChef, you think, but she's already freely admitted she can't cook. What on earth are you putting that old baggage on there for? Claim to fame, goes out with old men. That's her claim to fame. She has no other claim to fame. Nancy, she did a one-woman show. God, it was pitiful. God, it was pitiful. I can't begin to tell you how bad it was. Poor old soul. So she doesn't cook at home, so what's she going to be doing there? You've got Chris Eubank, who's telling everybody he's going to be doing his signature dish and all. Like, anybody gives us stuff. Who cares? All these people are on their downers. Matt Goss was in all the papers today because he's been out having pictures taken wearing another one of those, describe them as less than butch suits that he seems to have. And he also wants to start filming all of this to make another one of those documentaries, whereas he doesn't realise that everybody last time, when the screaming stopped, was watching it and laughing at him because he was such a drama queen. Oh, he was having tantrums all over the place. Swearing, effing and Jesse. Oh, it was awful. Absolutely dreadful. Picking on his brother, really throwing his toys out with the bathwater. A deeply, deeply childish person. And so he wants to film this one so he can make another load of money. Well, I'm telling you, you can't just go round when you're paid by another company like the BBC or whoever makes the Strictly programme and start filming people and making money out of them. If I was whoever they're going to pair him up with, who knows, I'd be saying, I don't want to be filmed. And also, would he be wearing his big silly hats, or will he not? Because he's going to look a bit ridiculous, isn't he? Tracksuit bottoms and a big silly hat, mainly to cover up the embarrassing hair. I mean, I hope to God he doesn't sweat. It's going to look ridiculous on television, it really is. And they've picked another few people. So Helen Skelton, you know, she was never somebody who sort of raised the hackles of anybody. In fact, she was just sort of another presenter, and that was about it. The carer who stole from an OAP, we got that story today. She was filmed stealing, and have they sent her to prison? No, not sent her to prison. She should have gone to prison. 15 years I had her down for, but, you know, can't have everything, can you? The BBC boss is under pressure to reinstate the football scores. Listen, there's no chance. Who are these stupid people who want the football scores? Listen, there's more chance of them axing EastEnders, and they're not going to be axing EastEnders. Even though it's got, I mean, to be honest with you, there's less audience for that than there are working on the blooming programme. And Paul O'Grady quits Radio 2. I think we've all worked out why. The BBC are keen to say it was his own decision. Yes, you know why. Because the BBC told whoever the boss of Radio 2 is, you're losing him left, right and centre, aren't you? You can't hang on to anybody. 14 years he's been there. 14 years. And they split his show. So he did for 13 weeks. And Rob Beckett was doing 13 weeks as well. And you think, that's like an insult. And Paul O'Grady, listen, having known him for a long time, it's not that he doesn't need the money. Believe you me, he does not need the money. So he can afford to turn around and go, stick your job. If that was Lily Savage, he'd be going, on your bike, love, on your bike, I'm not doing it. Not doing it. And so he sort of quit there, which is, you know, that's his prerogative. But fancy saying, oh, we're actually going to split your show, 13 weeks of you and 13 weeks of somebody else. What sort of bozo makes decisions like that? Very insulting, very insulting. But now they haven't got anybody, so they've got to put Rob Beckett on, like he's going to get a radio audience. I think not. Noreen says, beautiful show yesterday with all the tributes to Olivia. Wasn't it nice? Do you know the nicest one was the one I read in the papers this morning, Noreen, which is the cast of Grease. Somebody comes on and makes an announcement, the person who plays Sandy, and says, listen, we were so pleased to have met her. She came and she saw the show, and we're dedicating all the shows to the memory of her. And I think that's lovely. Really nice. Now, I mentioned the Cavern yesterday, and Noreen says, you mentioned how we'd love to go. Well, guess where we're off to early September? Yes, the Cavern. We're seeing the Mersey Beats there with good friends. We're also off to a local gig on Saturday seeing 2 swinging blue jeans. One of them wrote a picture of you for Joe Brown, a kink and a blues musician. It's really good fun. We meet up with many friends there. She loves these shows. She seriously does. She's absolutely crackers for them. She goes to all the places and she loves it. Janet in Manchester points out, and I was gonna talk about it, another sad loss in the music world yesterday, the third in the last few days, Lamont Dozier, who wrote the majority of the Motown hits. It was Holland, Dozier, Holland, and was really, very, very successful. They shared several #1 records. They got Grammy Awards. Lamont wrote songs for the Supremes, the Four Tops, the Isley Brothers, Marvin Gaye, Martha Reeves and the Vandellas. Hits include Baby Love, My Baby Love, Nowhere to Run To, How Sweet It Is to Be, and You Can Hurry Love, No, You Just Have To. Literally, there's a catalogue of stuff on Tamla Motown written by them. They were key in shaping the Motown sound in the 60s, as well as the sound for the Detroit-based label Motown Records between 62 and 67. Hits, the hits there. His son shared a picture of the two of them together with the caption, "Rest in heavenly peace, Dad." And amazing. I mean, I've always said I'd love to have been there at those recordings. I spoke to Gladys Knight. Sorry, wait a minute. Another name I've dropped. I spoke to Gladys Knight and I said, what was it like? She said, I used to take sandwiches in for Michael Jackson. She said, I used to make sandwiches in the morning, take him in a little Tupperware box and feed him, because he was only a little lad. He was 10 years old. And she said the room, because we were doing it in one of our opposite studios. I think we were using Capitol Studio for the interview. And she said, about the same size as this. She said, and they packed all the musicians in. And you had all the horns for Junior Walker and the All-Stars. I don't know. They just didn't have the room. So they all crammed in, and then they did the vocals. And she said the place would be full of, everybody. Everybody. Junior Walker and the All-Stars. There was Marvin Gaye. You would get, just everybody. Everybody. Smokey Robinson was there. You think, my God, that must have been... I wish they'd filmed it. And Ron says, not too keen on the chap that's taken on the presenting role that Dawn Neeson recently had. She was better. Yes, I saw him the other day. I don't want to be rude, but I thought she was way better. Way, way better. Got a column today. We'll be checking out how she fits it all in, I don't know. My friend Ian says the best thing about Paul O'Grady's Radio 2 show was he played the theme from Box of Delights every Christmas. But fancy somebody saying, Ian, you'll know this, fancy somebody saying to somebody, you're very good, Paul, but we're splitting your show. There's going to be you and Rob Beckett doing it. What sort of idiot does that? Somebody who's really not very experienced in radio terms. Because Paul O'Grady's appeal to people is massive. His biographies sell in huge volumes. His programmes on the television do particularly well. And then they go, we're going to share it. So I can well imagine him turning around and going, stick your job, love. Not interested. They don't care about older listeners. They really don't. Yet 5 Live have just hemorrhaged nearly $1 million. $1 million. Even though they pay the licence fee. They don't really care, actually. So, 84850steve@lbc.co.uk. Gloria Hunniford suffering nightmares. And at the moment, she's not fully recovered. She will be. And Jessica Ennis-Hill's coach has been banned for life for the abuse of rising sports stars. Couldn't make it up, could you really? The prison's head chaplain, who doesn't believe in God, the voice of Pingu, has died at the age of 85. But I mean, I wouldn't know whether they were current Pingus or old Pingus. I've got no idea. Sorry? Yeah, I think they just change every so often, but it doesn't matter, does it? And the diver swallowed by a live whale. He was fishing for lobsters. He was down swimming for lobsters. You have to lift up the rocks, and there's the lobster, and you pick it up, pop it in your bag, take it upstairs, and then sell it for a huge amount of money. And this whale banged into him and swallowed him whole. Literally. And, of course, whales, all they are is a mouth. You go straight into the stomach, and then they sort of digest it. He said, and obviously the whale then realised that he wasn't food, so it spat him out again. He was only in there for about 35, 40 seconds. They're huge whales, these humpbacks. And you've got these other ways as well, which literally just open their mouths and hoover up everything. Krill, mainly. Krill. Phenomenal. Splitting the show, says my friend Ian, is just stupid. The kind of garbage that would only happen at the BBC. Another example of the BBC living on another planet. Yeah, completely. What a stupid thing to do. So now they've lost Paul O'Grady. They moved Steve Wright. They who else have they done? They've got Vanessa Feltz and a couple of other people. They really can't get it right, can they? How embarrassing for them to lose Paul O'Grady after 14 years. I mean, it doesn't make any difference to me. But I just think that's sort of shoddy way of treating somebody. But luckily, Paul's strong enough to turn around and go, "Stick your job, love. I don't need it. Somebody will take him up. Somebody will take him up, and he'll take the audience with him, and it'll do the same as. I mean, he doesn't need to do it. I think he just likes doing it, doesn't he? Shane says, Steve, the Sydney Opera House will be lit up pink for Olivia Newton-John's cancer charity tonight. That's nice. She's been offered, I hear, a state funeral, but she lives in California, so I don't know if they're going to take her back to Australia for a state funeral. I don't know how that really works. I'm hoping to get a state funeral myself, but I think unlikely. Yeah, you think so? Faye Winter is doing Celebrity MasterChef. Who's Faye Winter? I don't know who that is. You wrote this down, but I don't remember reading the story. Oh, from Love Island. Oh, she's another Love Island person. You know, there is one who's doing Celebrity Dating or something, you know, with the very camp boy who sits in behind a desk there, speaks like that. They've used her on a couple of programmes, but it sort of just doesn't kind of work. And this girl, in an effort to be on television, she's a former Love Island has-been, she ditched the boyfriend she was going out with, and then the following day she signed for this programme, and you think to yourself, my God, you're as shallow as we thought you were, dear. Also, the John Lewis boss in a jobs call to the over 50s. Oh, they finally realise over 50s are okay, aren't they? A little bit better than all the young people. Every morning I go into the Marks and Spencer's by Twickenham Station, and every morning there's 3 of them lined up behind the counter like a shooting gallery. You know, hear no evil, speak no evil, do no evil. And they stand there, and there's no customers in there. You know, you get one customer about every 15 minutes. And I pop in for the sort of same, and they're just standing there sort of staring into the distance in that kind of sort of vacant void. One of them's very young. One of them's not so young, and they just basically, I mean, to move, I assumed they were super glued yesterday. When you go in there, you'll notice them. You can't miss them because they're just leaning at the back. Nobody's bothered cleaning the surfaces down or doing anything. They're just standing there staring into the distance like, you know, my world has ended. I have a job in Marks and Spencer's serving people coffee. I mean, really, it's pitiful to watch. It really is. You think she's perhaps as a manager, but if there is, I've never seen them. No, never seen them at all. The comic Bill Bailey has raised more. You know, he's doing a walk in memory of Sean Locke, his friend. He's raised more than 100,000 quid. Well done to you. Well done, Bill Bailey. But who is this bloke who took over the presenting role that Dawn Neeson recently had? We're going to find out after the break. It's so exciting. We're trying to work out who the bloke is on the Jeremy Vine programme. One of them is his former producer, who's now a guest on the programme. I always think that's sort of a bit naff, isn't it, really? But we don't know who this the bloke is on the far right of the picture I'm looking at. But I'm sure he was the one who was doing it the other day. But what his name is, so you might have to help me out on that one, because I've got no idea. Not a clue. What was the other one I quite like? Dieters. If you want to lose weight, stop eating at 3 p.m., which is okay because I'm sometimes in bed. Not too long after 3:30. I quite like it, actually. I quite like going to bed early. It was lovely. I charge my fan up, clip it onto the headboard, and I get this lovely sort of cool air blowing all over me, which is very nice. Dale in Birmingham says the BBC did the same to get rid of Simon Mayo, giving him a co-host for his drive time show. Kaz Imagine says Ken Bruce better watch his back. Do you know, I'm surprised these people are still alive. I can't believe it, honestly. But it is one of those things, isn't it? That, you know, if you upset people like Paul O'Grady, he just doesn't really, he doesn't need the work. He certainly doesn't need the money. He doesn't need anything at all. But he liked doing it. And then they go, oh, we're going to split your programme. So you do it for 13 weeks, then somebody else will do it for 13 weeks. And you go, right, what sort of job's that then, dear? What do you call it? Job sharing or something? I mean, honestly, what complete and utter idiot thought of that idea? Job sharing on a radio presenter. You can't do that. And the reason you can't do it is that you've got to build up audience figures. So you get people who listen for 13 weeks who are like Paul O'Grady, and then for the next 13 weeks, because they can't stand Rob Beckett, they turn off. And then they forget in 13 weeks' time, unless they mark it on their advent calendar, to actually listen back into the programme again. So it doesn't work. Cutting off your nose to spite your face. So it's obviously a rank amateur who's doing this. I mean, why would you make a decision like that? How embarrassing. Dreadful. Oh, the fashion designer Issey Miyake has died at the age of 84. The reason I know Issey Miyake is because I've got a load of Issey Miyake clothes, which Dale had. And also, Dale one year bought me, I don't think he bought it, I think he gifted it. It was Issey Miyake perfume, aftershave for men, in Atomizer. And I put it on one time, and Dale went, "What's that?" I went, "It's what you bought for me. It's Issey Miyake." He went, "Don't wear it again. It's horrible." He didn't like it at all. It was a bit strong, actually. A little bit too strong. The burglar in all the papers today who stole from the neighbour dodges jail because... What do you think the reason is? Is he going to be a good boy and turn the corner? No, it's because he's transitioning, male to female. And apparently it might be bad for his emotions if he's sent to prison. And I thought, that's a bit of an odd thing, isn't it? I mean, is this how it works nowadays? You know, because he's a burglar and because he's transitioning, they don't send him to prison. Because he's transitioning, it might upset the little soul. Well, can't really work that one out at all. I'm sure we'll get round to it a little bit later on. The chance of solo tunes for any of the Little Mix members this year is slim, although Jonathan Shalit was dropping a hint the other day that I think he signed some music person up, and he sort of dropped this sort of hint, and I remember thinking, because he's done it before with sort of artists that he then gets behind, because he's very clever, this boy. Don't ever underestimate him. He's very clever. And I was thinking, who has he signed up? He signed up some major artist, and I'm thinking, wait a minute, major artist who is obviously available. Yes, can't be Matt Goss, can it? No. I mean, and then I thought maybe it was... which was the one who just got dropped by her record label, who was in Little Mix? And I can't remember who it was. Jessie Nelson. And they were saying people are sort of sniffing round and people are very interested. And I'm thinking, oh, that's the first one I thought of. I thought, I wonder actually if it's her. But he's not giving anything away at the moment, and I don't think he will, actually. And Steve, locked into the spike. It's so hot I can't sleep, says Waj. Can't wait till next week. Oh, you and me together. You and me. Seriously, I mean, it's sort of... It's got to that stage where I'll be quite grateful to not water the plants anymore, because it takes half an hour to water the plants that I've got. I'll take some, more pictures today, and sorry? Farewell pictures to the plants, and then I'm just going to let them slowly pass away. And then they'll be sort of thrown away and everything else. Then we just get ready for next year. Or, I don't know, I might put in winter flowering pansies. I haven't quite decided, actually. Or just leave it. Because it's just one of those sort of nice things. They last, but for such a short period of time. But my God, I've put some effort in. It's lovely. So I'll do those pictures today, actually, because it's going to be another hot day, isn't it? Ghastly. Kevin the Milkman says, I saw some radar figures for the BBC on a social media site. Falling is not the word. They're plummeting so fast, they're defying the laws of gravity. No wonder LBC are gaining listeners. They listen to what their audience want to hear. So I've given up on the BBC. I'm way too old at 58 for their demographics. They don't want... And yet all the management are all ancient. They're all ancient. They don't want to sort of... And they've obviously got no idea of how to sort of prepare things. I mean, 5 Live, I think, lost 700... I mean, I shouldn't gloat. Losing 750,000 listeners, that's nearly 1 million, is quite something. Quite something. We still have the spike at 4 a.m. in the morning. Oh, right. The guy is Alex Conran. He won MasterChef too, says Kathy. Alex Conran. Oh, God, another one who's desperate. And, sorry? That's him, Alexis Conran, a British actor, writer and presenter on TV and radio, hosts the weekend afternoon show on something. He's perhaps best known for hosting the BBC Three show The Real Hustle. Whatever that is. Moved to Greece, born in South Paris. South Paris. What in God's name is that? Is that him? He wasn't very good, whatever it was. But, bring back the one we like. Bring back... So he's a celebrity MasterChef champion. Honestly, all these people. Of course, if they were so bloody clever, they'd open restaurants. But, dreadful. Janet says, I'm gutted The news that you just told us, Paul O'Grady has quit, as I listen to his show every Sunday between 5 and 7 and his great banter with his producer, Malcolm Prince. On Sunday, he just said, this is the last show of this series and see you soon. A lot of people will be upset. Yeah, he's quit. He's quit. And they shouldn't do that because he's got a he's like me. We've both got a very loyal fan base. You know, if you move Paul O'Grady to 1 o'clock in the morning, people would follow him. They'd want to listen because, you know, he's that interesting. But they don't care. The BBC couldn't care less. They'll happily waste £86 million propping up a soap opera that gets, you know, practically zero audience. Steve, says Kim, not only have the BBC lost Paul O'Grady, but us lot. The audience have lost a very fine show, Steve, and I hope you're right, and he's snapped up pronto. No harm to Rob Beckett, but Paul has a unique style. Yeah, I mean, that's why he's popular. Every time he did another book, it sold immediately. It was just phenomenal. You know, and it's just saying we don't care about the audience. You know, out of all the people, I mean, as I say, I remember Dale telling me that when Paul was recording a show, I think it was Blankety Blank, he said you could hear the screaming through the walls when he was doing Supermarket Sweep. He said it was amazing. Nobody messed with Paul. Nobody messed with Paul because he'd been in the business too long. He'd worked really hard. If anybody worked hard, it would be Paul O'Grady. Seriously, he would do gigs. When I first met him, he was doing 4 gigs a night. 4 shows a night, sometimes 5. And he would go out there and he'd be doing it as Lily. And he'd come on stage, and I mean, I can't use the language, but it was quite fruity. And it was very good. And he worked really hard. And I remember once we both compared something up at a big place in the Camden Palace. And it was like a dating show kind of programme. And we'd both been booked. But unfortunately, on that night, the Hippodrome decided to retaliate. And I think they made it free for everybody to go in. So consequently, we weren't that busy for this dating show, and the Hippodrome was very busy. And at the 3/4 of the way through the night, I remember going up to Paul and saying, I don't think we're going to get paid. And he said, we'll get bloody paid, Steve. And he went up to the bloke who was running it. He said, we want our money. He said, and we want it now. And he didn't mess with Paul O'Grady at all, and we got our money. True to his word. And every time I've seen him, is exactly the same. You don't get any airs and graces. He loves doing his job. He loves working. He'll do it and he'll put his heart and soul into it. But you mess with him and you've messed with the wrong person. And Radio 2, not that I hold any great torch for Radio 2, but it's a case of fancy upsetting somebody like that. Fancy upsetting somebody like that. It's just really, it's shoddy. Shoddy. Winchester Tim says, I listen to LBC all the time. Starting with you every morning and listening throughout the day. The only BBC radio I ever listened to was Paul on Sunday. You're right, the BBC don't have any idea who the audience is. Well, they might do, but they can't keep them. They think they're being innovative, but it's not. It's not helping. It's basically alienating your audience and basically saying, we don't care. We don't care about you. Even though they used to do, I don't think they do it anymore, do they? Do they do that programme that Barry Took used to do, Points of View? You know, where somebody said, does Jeremy Vine do it? Good God, that's not still done, is it? But anyway, and it was a case of, you get people who are permanently on the BBC. They've never done anything else. They don't know anything else. They are protected. You know, programmes on there, radio programmes, way too many staff. Way too many staff. You know, you might get, on a programme like this on the BBC, there might be at least 6 to 8 people. Easily. 6 to 8 people. By the time you get to breakfast, you're looking at practically an army of people. Excuse me. And it's vastly overstaffed because that's the way they've done it. They've done it like that for years and years and years. It doesn't sort of change. The only thing it changes is when they bring in young people to produce programmes who can add a little bit of extra input. But the actual management there, you know, I mean, to lose Paul O'Grady, you're going to lose a huge chunk of audience because he's been in the business a lot longer than Rob Beckett. A lot longer. He knows his craft. Rob Beckett's just a little stand-up boy with lots of teeth in his mouth and blonde hair, and that's about it. You know, he hasn't got enough experience of life. And you've got to have enough experience of life to do a programme such as Paul O'Grady's or mine or anybody else's. I remember we had a woman, I told you years ago, and she'd written a book, an American, about radio and what makes good radio. because, surprisingly, there is a formula. The formula is find the presenter to fit the slot. And once you found the presenter who can talk about anything, and she came in, she was brought over from America, and she chatted to all the presenters, called them all in for different meetings and everything else. I ran her back to a hotel because she was staying in a hotel at Shepherd's Bush. And I said, I haven't actually been booked in for a little chat. She said, you don't need to be. She said, I've heard your programme. She said, you've got what I preach, which is life experience. Birth, marriage, death, and everything in between. She said, so you can talk about 99% of things. Even if you didn't know about it, you could still talk about it. I said, well, that's how it works. I said, I like talking, and I've always been quite happy doing the chatting bit. She said, and that's what appeals to the audience. She said, because they look on you as somebody they can trust. If you don't trust somebody who you listen to on the radio, you find something else to listen to. It's as simple as that. There's no, I can't persuade people to listen. I can't sort of go out there and stand on the roof of Global Towers here in Leicester Square and go, listen to my programme. I can't do that. Well, I probably could, actually, but I'd look a bit silly and I'd probably fall off because I'm really bad on sort of balance, as you know. But, when it comes to Paul O'Grady, I mean, even Vanessa Feltz, she didn't want to get up at the crack of dawn, and I bet she said to them, got anything a bit later? And they went, no. And then they got rid of Steve Wright. Really bad move. Really, really bad move. But there you go. Not my decision.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. You're not happy about Paul O'Grady, are you? You're not happy about it. I sense that. You'd be amazed how many texts and emails we've actually got in from people saying, well, that's it. They don't care about us. They really don't care. And that's the one thing that stations have to do now. But, of course, it doesn't matter to the BBC. They don't rely on advertising or anything else because you give them the money to keep this garbage going. It's as simple as that. At the moment, it's sort of started where they sort of say, we thought we'd have a little change. If it's not broken, why would you ever want to sort of do anything with it? If it's still ticking along, Steve Wright was very good. Very, very good. I told you the other week I got a bit panic-stricken when I turned on the television and no Charlie State appeared. And I got a little bit, I thought, wait, don't tell me they've got rid of him as well. And then luckily he turned up the other day, so I was feeling a bit happier about life. We like stability. Everybody wants stability in their life. You don't want change all the time. Change for the sake of change is just ridiculous. It doesn't work. Anne, who's sleepless in Poole, says, I don't understand what's going on with Radio 2. They moved Gary Davis, Sounds of the 80s, which I love, from a Friday night to a Saturday. Tony Blackburn, I don't know who any of these people are. Sounds of the 60s on 6 till 8 a.m. on a Saturday morning. Dermot O'Dreary, yawn, has the main slot after Tony on a Saturday morning. Tony Blackburn has an hour slot, which goes so fast as you can imagine. You're right. They don't care. And don't get me started on Strictly. Well, I mean, that's just, it's quite true. They have run out of celebrities. If they've scraped the barrel with an ex-Blue Peter presenter whose only claim to fame is that she had her boobs hanging out on some programme and they started focusing on that when she was commenting on, might have been diving or something like that. I think she might have done Country File or something. And then her husband takes off with somebody else. And so all of a sudden she's got nothing else to do. So they put her on it. Matt Goss, for goodness sake. I mean, and then you've got, even as the producer said, the standard of so-called celebrities is pretty low in terms of, they get paid for this. And then you've got to have all the costumes made and the professional dancers. And then you've got to find somebody to dance with the gay travel reporter because they might not have anybody to dance with him, so they'll have to find somebody. The whole thing just becomes a little bit mamby-pamby and a little bit ticking the boxes, which we used to joke about years ago. We got BBC ticking boxes. They never used to. They just picked people because they were celebrities. But now they seem to think everybody's a celebrity. I mean, Kim Marsh, a celebrity. She's just an ex-Coronation Street actress who was in a failed group called Hearsay. And then she went on to present a little bit of things, which she was very average at. But if you notice, if they're doing Strictly, it's mainly people who've sort of been on BBC News. I mean, there is a 2-page spread today on Kay Adams from Loose Women talking about how she never told her daughter she was over 60 and looking forward to dancing in Strictly. And I'm thinking, you were the boring one. Sorry, Matty. You know, out of all the people on the panel, Kay Adams is the least interesting person on there. You know, you could have given it to Colleen. I mean, at least she'd have sort of fallen over a few times and made it more entertaining. Or Janet Street Porter. But, I mean, Kay Adams. I should imagine most of the Loose Women are going, Kay, what they put her on for? I mean, she really is dull. It's not her fault. She's what they call a bog-standard presenter. She can do it. You give her religion, she'll do religion. Give her politics, she can do it sort of to a certain standard. You know, and then they all have to start developing personalities. The producer's gone gaga for Alison Hammond at the moment. I don't know why. Mind you, we haven't seen much of her. We had to put up with, hello, my darlings, how are you? Josie Gibson. God knows where she's come from. I know where she's going back to, though. And Craig Doyle, who seems to think he's the funniest thing ever on the television, whereas, of course, he was the most boring thing. I remember Graham Norton put him on years ago, thinking, because he was a good-looking young boy, they put him on, he was in the Disney Club and everything else, and he was so dull. He was so dull. People were falling asleep during the interview. It was so boring. So they've now sort of dragged him back from wherever it was he sort of came from. And Vernon Kay, who's got to get his hair cut. It looks ridiculous. Old man of his age with long hair. Goodness sake. Steve, says Mike in Boreham Wood. Yet another own goal by the BBC. Paul O'Grady with Malcolm as producer. One of the funniest 2 hours of radio you'll ever hear. Excuse me, I got 3 hours. You'll listen to what we want you to listen to, not what you like to hear, says the BBC hierarchy. It's interesting, isn't it? I think it's very, very interesting that they've sort of done this, thinking that because, you know, that they're in such danger of dragging behind and being seen as that old dinosaur who just likes wasting your money. I can't wait for them to axe the licence fee and we won't have to pay for it, and perhaps they can sort of do it another way. Steve, your morning shows bring positive energy to the start of my days here in Zurich, says David, a fundamental prerequisite to a great show. Well, I mean, you know, you've got to have some sort of positive energy. But the trouble is, it's all we're saying on this programme, same as anything else, is things we like, things we don't like. And if something's wrong, and if we think, you know, somewhere, I don't think for an instant that the BBC would take a blind bit of notice what a commercial radio presenter would ever say about them. But having done it for a long, long time, I'm in a better position to actually tell them what works, because we know what works. Because we've been doing it a long time. In fact, when you look at the BBC, when 5 Live started, it was staffed by LBC exes. The presenters all came. In the same way that when LBC first started all those years ago, it was staffed by journalists from Fleet Street who didn't have the faintest idea. The BBC is so wishy-washy at the moment with their news and with their programmes, with their comedy, with their new programmes, with their sport. I mean, blimey. You know, you actually can't, if you actually, they're obviously appealing to the wrong audience, because if you get people going, we want the football results back, I mean, what are they going to have? Pensioners' picket lines down there? Give us back our thing. We want to know what's going on. It's not right. You can't take this away from us. But the trouble is, they always go, oh, yes, we hear what you say, but we're not doing anything about it. I used to love Points of View. They used to find the most obscure people. All of a sudden, you'd find head of outside toilets or something who would appear on the programme to talk about something. And you think, you're basically not putting anybody up at all. You're just sort of fobbing us off with stuff. And yet we were constantly told it was our BBC. Well, if it is, close it. Because to be honest with you, nobody would miss it. You wouldn't miss it in the slightest. And they go, oh, it's the BBC. And you go, yeah. With the amount of people who are leaving, rats leaving a sinking ship. It really is, because it's archaic. You can't have an opinion. Points of View was fantastic with Barry Took, you know. And then, but somebody complained about the studio. Viewers used to write in. They were really sad, lonely people. We used to get it on Fives Company. We got it on Fives Company. Somebody complained about the set. It's too bright. I remember hearing something from LBC about 15 years ago, and somebody said, I'm sorry, the adverts are very loud. And you think to yourself, I think you need to go back to the doctors, you know. Yes, I mean, it's the same as everything else. We're doing it loud, specifically, just to make sure that you're all wide awake. That's the way it works. But no, people complained about the set. It's too bright. On Points of View, somebody complained about it. You think to yourself, what are you, sort of upset of Pinner or something like that? These people complain about everything at the drop of a hat. Oh, I don't think you could say that, Steve. That's not very nice, is it? Oh, why don't you mind your own business? Why don't you bog off? Go and do everybody a favour. Go and paddle in a pool. You know, make yourself happy. And Mark says Vanessa Feltz has packed up. It never ends. Yeah. I mean, she's saying that she doesn't want to get up at that time of the morning to do things, which I can understand. Some people it doesn't suit. I mean, she's in a relationship with Benafida, isn't it? Benafida? Yeah. And so, you know, you've got to have some... I mean, luckily I have a producer who's single. Sorry. And likely to remain so, I suspect. Well, you know, but if you were in a relationship, trying to keep, you know, relationship going if you're doing peculiar hours is really difficult. I don't think people have ever... the amount of people I've spoken to, people who've gone on to television, they say, oh, Steve, I've just got this job on Channel 4, whatever it is. And I've gone, yeah, great. I said, but you know that your life will be turned around. You have to turn your life around. You cannot just carry on as per normal, going out drinking and then expect to come into work. It doesn't. The amount of people I've spoken to, producers mainly, and they've said, you're so right, Steve. And I said, well, apart from, yes, I agree with you, but what was I right about? And they said, I went out drinking the other night. You can't do it and then come into work. It's not right. I've got a friend of mine, I won't tell you who he is, because he'll be listening at the moment. And he was sort of saying, oh, I went out for a drink the other night. And I said, how did that go? He went, I really don't feel up to it at the moment. It was just one of those things. You have to adjust yourself. It's a job that pays great rewards. Believe you me, it pays great rewards. But at the same time, they're expecting commitment. And what they got from Paul O'Grady was commitment. In fact, most people that work on radio are committed to it. You have to be. You can't kind of bluff it. Although Dermot O'Dreary tries his hand quite well, but you can't bluff things like this. It isn't a case. You're not doing it for the glory. You're not doing it for the money necessarily, although the money's nice. You know, you're doing it because you like doing it, and because I wouldn't be doing anything else at this time apart from eating a cooked breakfast with some toast. So that's why. That's why it works. It's very interesting. I mean, it's fairly specific, that, isn't it? I think so. But when you've been doing it for sort of long enough. But I can't remember it. Strangely enough, when I first started in radio, I thought I'll do 6 months and I'll join Radio 1. I seriously did. I mean, I was that naive. And I thought I'll have a white Rolls Royce. Why I wanted a white Rolls Royce, I can't imagine. But that was the dream. The dream was Radio 1 and a white Rolls Royce. And I can remember... No, there was no DJ I wanted to be like. I can remember coming for an audition, I think I've told you this before, at Capital. They were looking, Capital Radio, before we owned it, were looking for producers for an overnight programme. And I thought, I could get into Capital Radio that way. I could go in as a producer and then pretend to be a presenter. And I remember sitting there at the interview, they invited me in. And it was down at Capital Towers, which was on the Euston Road. I used to think it was the whole building. It was just the first little bit. I was a bit disappointed. But anyway, and I can remember sort of there, and we sort of would go through this interview about, you know, what could you bring to the programme, blah, 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 blah. And then at the end, and I always remember her saying it to me, she leant forward, she said, are you just doing this to get an intro into Capital? And I thought about it for about half a millisecond, and I thought, I've got to be honest, no point in lying. You can't lie in this business. So I said, yes, absolutely. She went, thank you, Steve. That was the last I heard. I never heard anything else. But it didn't matter. It didn't matter, because now they're literally next door to me. There's still time. I can still get that gig. I can still get it. But actually, it was one person who worked in the management here who actually got the DJs standing up. At one time, all the DJs used to sit down, and he was the one who came around and went, stand up. You'll feel the music better. And so that's how, and I can't imagine doing a programme like mine standing up. I can barely stand up for 10 minutes, let alone stand up for 3 hours. But that would be a little bit of a struggle for me. Morning, nice to be company. My goodness, it's like an education in radio this morning, isn't it, really? It's 12 minutes to 5. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast. So Love Split, that's what they call her now. Love Split telehost Helen Skelton has signed up to Strictly, hoping to bounce back from her shock marriage breakup. I would have thought that would be the last thing you'd be doing, darling. I mean, is this how they hinge it to people? You know, they sort of go, oh, because she's now single, she's obviously looking for love, and this is going to help. Why don't you just sort of get your, some phone cards done and stick them in phone boxes? Be an awful lot easier, wouldn't it? Well, there's no point going on the blooming television, because she's 40, and so it's a shock marriage breakup. Well, it certainly was, because her husband disappeared off with somebody else. So that was a shock marriage. But apparently everyone on the inside thinks she could end up going a long way. Well, has anybody ever seen her dance? Who are the people who come up with this garbage? Who writes this stuff? Honestly, it took 2 people to write this. Insiders. She's a great signing for the show and enormously popular with viewers. She's not. Nobody knows who she is. She did a bit of Country Fun and a bit of Blue Peter, and that was it. Nobody knows who she is at all. Ted Lasso actress Ellie Taylor is the latest one to sign up. The comedian. See, what's the point of telling me it's a comedian? What's she do? Telling jokes halfway through? Oh, so here I am dancing. I say. You know, I'm sorry. It's like telling us that, you know, new Strictly signing Matt Goss is shooting a sequel to cash in on his dance floor stint. That'll be over and done with pretty quickly. 2 Left Feet Matt captivated millions of viewers on Netflix. Yeah, people couldn't stop laughing at him. Sorry. I knew it was going to happen today. And it captivated millions because Matt was such a pain in the rear end, having his little tantrums. Even when they came to do This Morning, he stormed off out the dressing room because he didn't like something. He was having tantrums all over the place. You think to yourself, oh, dear, honestly. But anyway, he sees the BBC return as another chance to boost his profile. He was seen out after filming at BBC Breakfast in a bright pink suit. Doesn't get any camper, does it, really? We had lime green Kermit the other day. And so Matt lives in the USA, and his team asked fans to be at Heathrow last night to meet his flight. What? Can't he get through by himself, poor little love, honestly? What a shame. He's going to be a pain in the rear end, you can tell. We're going to be having tantrums and everything else because he's suddenly going to realise that he can't do it. Can't do it. Seriously, I'm not being rude. I'm just telling you, he can't dance. He never danced in his Vegas show. He didn't do anything like that at all. Helen Skelton... sorry? He'll have to bloody surprise us, I tell you. Very much so. I mean, all of them. You know, they'll all have to surprise us. Because if you look at these people, these are not celebrities. They're just either bog-standard, not-working presenters or has-beens and relics from the 80s. I mean, I don't want to be rude about it, but by God in heaven, surely they could have found somebody a little bit better. Gemma Rowan's Love Island fella, well, I mean, this, you know, the fake bit, because he's a fish boy, isn't he? Little Luca Bish. I love that name, Luca Bish. I'm sure it must rhyme with fish. And he apparently is been accused of bullying by a fellow islander. And Remy Lambert said ITV should have removed him and Jacques O'Neill over their behaviour, saying it drove him to the brink of doing something stupid. Are they perhaps watching something different from the rest of us? So watching something different. Remy received messages of support from other contestants. Luca and Gemma were coupled up on the show and say there's still an item. Yeah, it's not, okay? It's absolutely not. It's a case of, you know, we're an item so we can make some money, because otherwise, you know, it's not happening. He works in a fish shop, for God's sake. Where does he think he's going after this? You can't ask him to do anything because he's a bit dim. You know, most of the people on the programme, they can barely string 2 words together. It's very embarrassing. Brian says, do you rate Lisa Tarbuck? So. She doesn't really sort of, I mean, I don't know. Is she, what's she doing at the moment? Is she on Radio 2? Oh, right. Well, you say. See, I didn't even know that. I didn't even know. Her profile is not high enough. The NHS in Wales has come under fire for removing the words girls and women in health guidance. Oh, right. So they don't like people called women and girls. Well, I mean, I'm losing track of what we're allowed to say at the moment. It's a little bit difficult, actually. NHS Wales, says the columnist in The Sun today, Mercy Muroki, says seem to have lost their bleeding minds. Gets worse, doesn't it, really? It really does get worse. And here we've got a little picture of Brooklyn Beckham doing nothing because he doesn't have a job and he can't cook. He can't make a cup of coffee. In fact, he can't really do anything, barely string 2 words together. He was struggled to exit Dad Dave's low-slung supercar. He was driving this McLaren in L.A., but lacked the coordination of his father. Oh, poor old Brooklyn, honestly. Fancy being the dimmest member of the family. Do you know how many people it took him to make a sandwich? 69. 69 people were working on his programme so they could try and pretend that Brooklyn can cook. Can't cook at all. Can't cook at all, he's got no idea. But he was juggling his phone and a smoothie. Hope you weren't driving, Brooklyn. Wouldn't like to imagine that you'd be arrested by the police and locked up. Brooklyn, who lives in America with his actress wife, Nicola Peltz, name me something she's ever been in, had to end up crawling out of the car. He couldn't manage it all at the same time, holding the smoothie and holding the telephone. They're such a naff family. They really are. They're getting worse and worse. I like the idea that somebody turned up in this country from Thailand, opened up the suitcase, and what was in it? A frog. They'd brought a frog in. It had this globe-trotting amphibian jumped out the suitcase after this flight, which went for 35 hours, and it done 6,000 miles. She said, I didn't even know if it was venomous. And it was adopted by an expert. It's a harmless common Asian toad. So now, well, I wouldn't know. You do get some toads, don't you? That don't they exude some sort of poison on their skin? I seem to remember reading something about that years ago. I remember thinking, I don't like them. And yet, when I was little, I used to go collecting tadpoles, and then we'd put rocks into their little bit of water, so we'd watch them turn into frogs. Little miniature frogs. Then we go and release them back in the ponds again. When they were little, they were just, everything was in miniature. They were so cute. They were so cute. I thought they were really, really nice, actually. But you see people touching them. In fact, if you go to Florida, all you will hear is frogs at night time, because it's all reclaimed land, and all the frogs are there. It's quite. Oh, I don't like the look of that. Not very nice. Mary in Oxford says, your show works so well because you say what lots of ordinary people think. You share your thoughts and experience in a way loads of scared conformists simply don't dare. Also, you make us laugh. Exactly. I was always told, tell the truth. Tell the truth. I don't need to lie. What's the point about lying? That would be ridiculous, wouldn't it, really? Awful accident, says Ian, on the M40 northbound between junction 10 and 11 towards Banbury. Looked terrible from the southbound side. I can't imagine how people have accidents this time of the morning when the motorways are basically, deserted of people. It must be people exceeding the speed limit, because I can't think of anything else. I mean, I told you I saw, not last week, about 3 weeks ago, I was going down, and on the right-hand side, I couldn't quite work out what it was, and it was an accident involving a coach and something else, and the person died in the accident. But the traffic tailback went for more than 20 miles. It doesn't take long on a motorway, but at this time of the morning, there's hardly any traffic, and most of the traffic would be lorries, wouldn't it? It would be lorries, definitely. So that's the thing. So I hope everybody's all right on that one. Very, very bad. The M40 northbound between junction 10 and 11. Here we go. What have got pictures of here? Jade taking a break before solo bid. This is Little Mix's Jade Thirlwell, planning to take it easy for the rest of the year before launching herself as an artist in her own right. Please don't bother. I don't want to be rude, but listen, all these people are good because they're in groups, so that the fans have got a load of people to look at and you pick out your favourite. If it's only got one person on the stage, it doesn't work as well. It just leaves Leanne Pinnock as the only viable hope for a release this year, as Perry Edwards and Jessie Nelson are yet to secure record deals. I still want to know who Jonathan Shalit signed. He's obviously got something up his sleeve, but he obviously can't tell me. It's got to happen at the right moment. But, if people are in groups, very rarely do they make it as solo artists. Very rare. It's a tough old business, actually. Oh, apparently Skepta has shown his vulnerable side. Anybody on Skepta? I don't think so. Oh, he's a rapper, of course. Of course he is. He's opened up about his health woes. He once dated Naomi Campbell. Oh, God, who hasn't? That's like old news, isn't it, really? He suffered with stomach issues since his early 20s. Oh, I've never had stomach issues at all. Isn't it funny? Out of all of those sort of bizarre things to have, I've heard that they had somebody, it was one of these border control programs, and it was a woman, and she'd just flown in from Thailand or something like that, and she was having problems with her stomach. And of course they have to ask the question, have you swallowed anything? Because they think that people are swallowing drugs. And if you've got drugs in your stomach, and some of them can swallow up to 60 condoms with cocaine in, if one of them bursts, game over. And she was suffering with these pains, and they went, do you want some water? And she went, no. And they went, what sort of pain is it on a scale of 1 to 10? She went, 10. And so they had to arrange to get her into hospital. And then I can't remember what happened after that, because I went out to get something to eat. Oh, dear. 84850. And Joanne says, throughout your morning on air, can you see more and more listeners tuning in? Is there some kind of indicator? Yes, there's a graph at the side of the studio, and as more and more people wake up, it's a listenerometer. listener-ometer. So I can see people log in. I can't see where they are. I can just see that the numbers increase. That's all I can see. And so my peak on this programme, it starts off good at 4. I mean, really good. Mainly because there's no competition out there. Nobody's doing what I'm doing at 4 a.m. in the morning. And then between 6 and 7, that's like, you know, we are cooking with gas. Really is. Very, very busy. Very, very busy. So, what else we got? A student. Oh, somebody else who's disappeared near the pier in Clacton and has drowned. What is it with people going into the water when A, they can't swim, and B, it's dangerous. You don't know what's under the water. It really is bad, isn't it? Very bad indeed. Also in the paper, the voice behind the beloved children's TV character Pingu has died. His name was Carlo Bonomi. He invented the animated Penguin's famous "Newt Newt" catchphrase. Whack whack, is that what it is? No, right. Oh right. See, what do I know? That's the theme tune that goes dun, 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 dun. Isn't it, Pingu? Yes, it is so. Obviously, my singing didn't kind of get you. And here she is. Her fiery temper made her one of Love Island's most notorious characters. I've never even heard of her. Faye Winter. Another one who'll disappear into obscurity.
Shopping online this festive season? It's not just you looking for a steal. Help protect yourself with an email password that's easy to remember and harder to hack. Just look around you right now and choose 3 random words. For me, it's chocolate, keyboard, ooh, snorkel. What a bargain. Go on, make your password even stronger with 3 random words and take your email security to another level. Search CyberAware from the National Cyber Security Centre.
Do you know, I've never heard that much of the intro before. I quite like it. I think if we're paid for the orchestra, might as well make them work for it. You want to come and sit in here? Dreadful. Nice to be company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's August the 10th, and it's another hot day. But the good news is, and I don't really sort of, you know, want to sort of give you false hope on this strange and anyway. And they think Monday could see some torrential rain, which I quite fancy the idea of. So if we all do double prayers tonight, with a bit of luck, it might rain on Monday and we'll all go home happy, which is good. As here we go, feisty runner-up on Best Behaviour in MasterChef. I'm much calmer after Love Island. I've never even heard of her. Never even heard of her. Faye Winter, one of Love Island's most notorious characters. I'm so sorry, dear. Never heard of you. No idea who you are, no idea what you do. But viewers were so appalled by her furious rants that Ofcom got 25,000 complaints. And that's your claim to fame, is it, dear? God, how tragic. She said, listen to this. I mean, this is absolutely classic Love Island bimbo type speak. My mum's always cooked, but we're an humble working-class family. We've never been to a Michelin-starred restaurant. My dad would judge food in pubs on how much grub was on the plate. You don't really believe she writes that garbage, do you? Never been to Michelin-starred, have you, love? Well, that's a bit of a shame, isn't it? Perhaps you could spend some of... Oh, of course, you didn't earn any money, did you? So, what, to a Michelin-starred restaurant? No. No, I'm working class, mate, me. I'm working class. I've never been to a Michelin-starred restaurant. She said, I'm much calmer. I mean, as I say, if only we knew who she was, it would be a little bit interesting. But she realised now that she's happier with life after Love Island, and she's sort of seen the light. But as I say, as nobody knows who she is, it doesn't really help, does it? Who are the other ones? Lisa Snowdon. We like Lisa Snowdon. She's quite nice. Whether she can cook, I don't know. Paul Chuckle. Real name Paul Elliott, because he was part of the Chuckle Brothers. Ryan Thomas. He was Jason Grimshaw on Corrie. Kitty Scott Claus. Anybody? Sorry? Fanta? Santa's daughter. Oh, right. Kitty Scott Claus is a drag queen. What? A drag queen on a cooking programme? God in heaven. Most known for competing on the third series, been described as one of London's best-known drag queens. By herself, presumably, because certainly not in my books. Katia Jones, Chris Eubank, Jimmy Bullard. Go on. Footballer. Joking former footballer. Kadina Cox. No, thank you. Paralympian sprinter and cyclist. Adam Pearson. No, sorry. And this is the celebrity version. Adam Pearson is the actor, presenter and anti-bullying campaigner. Gareth Malone, you know who Gareth Malone is. Clark Peters. Cliff Parisi. He was Minty. Kay Kurd, British Kurdish stand-up comic and writer. Anybody? Please. Kirsty Gallagher. Nancy Delusional. We know her, don't we? But unfortunately we don't know her for anything in particular, I'm afraid. Leslie Joseph. Mel Blatt. Anybody? All Saints, that's right. She was in the 90s girl group All Saints. The least well-known one out of All Saints. Mojo. Anybody? No, sorry, not no. Telly favourite of reality show Peckham's Finest and Celebrity Karaoke Club. Have you seen Celebrity Karaoke Club? What a pitiful example of shameful people appearing on the television because they're so desperate to get on it. It was the biggest part of dross I'd ever seen in my life. I assume they were all drunk. You can't have done it sober. And Richard Blackwood. Rose to fame on... Come on, goodness sake, honestly. No, EastEnders. Well, he also played Felix. Well, he is now playing Felix on Hollyoaks. Bit of a come down, innit? 1 minute EastEnders, the next minute Hollyoaks. I saw somebody on the television the other day. I didn't know who they were. They turned up on Mastermind, a Celebrity Mastermind. And I looked at them, I remember thinking, who are they? He didn't even know the answer to the first question for £100, which was getting a little bit desperate, but there you go. Oh, I see that poor old Pete Wicks. Oh, my God. He was the one who had the secret affair with Chloe Sims in Towie for 2 years. He's about yo-big, and he's hoping it's third time lucky on Celebs Go Dating. He's signed up again. They can't find anybody. They've got to drag up the same old has-beens. So, It's interesting, actually. Wait a minute. It says here, he signed up for the show in a bid to find some long-lasting love. What lies these people tell, don't they? I mean, seriously. We've seen you on the programme, matey. If you can't find somebody and you've been on Towie, there's something the matter with you. You can't be normal, can you? 3 times on the same programme. Peter's enjoyed a series of short-lived romances. Yeah, why? He's boring. He's seriously boring. He did a podcast-type programme with some bloke from Made in Chelsea. It was seriously boring. So dull. A source said Pete thinks this time he could be luckier. Why, has he developed a personality? I don't think so. But they're going to pull out all the stops. The agency have got their work cut out with finding somebody for him. Yep, I would think that would be pretty accurate. They've really got their work cut out. So Anna Williamson and Paul C. Brunson will certainly have their hands full. Another live wire, Geordie Shore's Bethan Kershaw. It's who? Who's she? Good Lord. With Sunita, Gary Lucy and Laura Anderson also in the celebrity lineup. The agency might need a bigger office. No, it won't, believe you me. A filing cabinet will do it. Honestly. Poor old Pete Wicks. Honestly. And then sort of told us, oh, I've had an affair with her. And I remember looking at him and thinking, this is the one with tattoos all the way up his neck. Must be limited appeal for him, I should imagine. You know, they've got to come up with something a bit better. There's too many of these celebrity programmes, and there's too many times that we all spend, you know, sort of telling people we don't know who they are either. Well, for example, have you ever heard of Cherry Healey? Do I know her? Why do I know Cherry Healey? Inside the Factory. Or was that ghastly programme with that Greg Wallace bloke, the one who looks a bit creepy when he smiles into the camera? Oh, no, I don't like that at all. Oh, she's on Inside the Factory. Oh, she's obviously new to the game. Everyday Teleo, that's right, yeah. The trouble is, she looks completely different in this picture then. Inside the Factory, so, but Greg Wallace's creepy smile, that really is a bit scary, isn't it? I mean, to be honest with you, it's a bit dull. So inside, you know, the factory that makes yogurts. Inside the factory that makes, you know, yogurts. Inside the factory that makes all sorts of different bits and pieces. Yeah, was it buses? Yeah, buses. Yeah. It was the most boring piece of garbage I've ever seen in my entire life. And they spray them red. No kidding. Unbelievable. It really is quite worrying, isn't it? We've obviously decided, that celebrityism isn't going as well as we thought it was in the first place. Steve, says Ron, might get rain on Monday, but we've got 4 days of 30-plus temperatures first. Oh, I don't mind that. I really don't mind, because I'm not sitting out in it. I've discovered in Twickenham, one side of the street is boiling hot, the other side of the street is a little bit darker, and there's a breeze. It's shade. I know, I know what shade is. Patronise me. But it was lovely there. I was sitting there, there was no heat, nothing. I crossed over the road to find some I think I was looking for a tub of ice cream. And because we've started a trend now, everybody wants to eat ice cream in the morning. Everybody's going for it, which is brilliant. So Thursday, tomorrow, 34 degrees, Friday 35, Saturday 35, Sunday 35, Monday 28. But it doesn't say rain. Oh, wait a minute, we saw rain on Tuesday. They've moved it. They've moved the rain to Tuesday. Yeah, that Met Office, they've got a lot to answer for, haven't they, really? I like the idea, though, of having a little bit of rain. I might go out and celebrate, take all my clothes off and just stand there and go, da-da! Like that. Hot spell developing, and it's an amber warning of extreme heat. An amber warning of extreme heat. But, if there's elderly people near you, just make sure they've got water. I went out the other day, I was buying some water, because they had it already chilled in Iceland. So I bought 8 bottles of chilled water and then sort of put it all in the fridge, and it's lovely to have for tablets and stuff like that. And also, I don't have too much chilled water. It's not supposed to be great for you. But I thought I'm determined not to sort of succumb to the heat. I don't sit out in it. And yet I've got a neighbour. She loves it. She can't get enough of the heat. Seriously, she's got her sun lounger. She's outside the door. And she just sort of, me? Not at all. I can't do anything in the heat. Even when we were in Vegas, I was happy to stay in the hotels. You don't need to go outside. In the shopping malls, I can remember Dale and I went out shopping in Sarasota in the malls there, and they're all air-conditioned. Everything's air-conditioned. Over here, it's a bit of a rarity to have air conditioning. People go, oh, we've got air conditioning, as if it's something really posh. And you go, well, you could pick up air conditioning. My friend picked it up for about 200 quid. You've got a big tube that goes outside the window. He said, but it's lovely. It chills the temperature down very well. But I don't get too hot in my place. But I do have the fans on and everything else. I don't have the windows open. Well, I mean, I've got the windows open, but the curtains are drawn to keep the glare of the sun out. I don't want to be sort of, sun tanning whilst I'm in bed. It's not necessary, is it? I don't want to share that story with you anyway. The Mirror this morning. Devastated, Sir Cliff's grief at the loss of his soulmate. Plus Olivia in her own words. And loads and loads and loads and loads and loads of Ryan Giggs. That sort of makes front of all the papers. Celebrity MasterChef entrant Nancy Delusional admits she doesn't cook at home. She tells John Turode that so they've already started recording it. It's already been recorded, so it made a swizz of it, really. She said, I prefer to offer guests champagne and wine. Yeah, of course you do, darling, because you're so loaded, aren't you? That's what would be in my fridge. Apparently, in a Korean street food challenge, Nancy, 60. Oh, she's older than 60. She's not 60. She's got to be 87 at least. She says, we opt to make things from a different country. She says, I'm a rebel. Oh, God, nothing worse than delusional, is there? Co-host Greg Wallace later says Nancy doesn't want to follow the rules. Well, then get rid of her. Simple as that. I mean, what's the point of these people saying she doesn't want to follow the rules? I don't know. What else we got here? Oh, break. Lots of lovely pictures of Cliff and Olivia Newton-John in 1995, and Elton John when he'd finally accepted the fact that he'd lost his hair in a picture with her in, a long time ago. Long time ago. But he looks great. I keep saying, lose the dead hamster on your head and everything will be fine. But they take no notice. Really dreadful. Morning. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. It's going to be another drippy day today. Although, actually, I don't sweat. I'm very lucky. Very lucky indeed. A bit like Prince Andrew. And that was lucky. Party crabs are spiders from Oz. Visitors are being urged to enjoy the sight of hundreds of spider crabs gathering in knee-deep water. It's been seen in Newquay, St Ives, Falmouth and St Austell. The crabs band together for protection to shed their shell and stay there until the new ones harden. Do you remember there's this place abroad? Where the dickens is it? And I think that, and we've done it on the programme before, and I keep forgetting all the time. And it's where, at the certain time of year, the moon is over the equator or something like that, and all these crabs are born. Millions and millions of crabs, and they cross the roads, and people are driving down the roads. And unfortunately, some crabs get out of the way, and some crabs get caught. There's millions. You've never seen anything like it. Millions of crabs crossing the road, all to get to the sea, so they can spawn, I believe. And when you look at it, I've never seen so many crabs. So it's when you see them. Look, I mean, they're tiny, but they're all crossing the road. And they swarm over all the rocks and everything else. And I'm a bit frightened by these sort of things anyway. But when you watch them, I mean, they have to get to the water. They've got to get to the water. That's their big thing. In fact, the crabs I've seen are bigger than these ones. These are little tiddly ones, but look at them, bless their hearts. It's like a meal, isn't it, for seagulls and stuff like that. They just come down and pick them off. It's just like a snack. You know, I can't eat crab. We used to have crab paste years ago, but which I didn't mind. And I could probably go and have a word with Stuart at Sandy's and sort of say, can you dress me a crab? There we are. These are these crabs. Look at them. Look at the size of these things. They're not small. Tens of millions of red crabs migrating on Christmas Island. And you've got to, I mean, look, oh, there's this woman walking in flip-flops. But not only that, when they cross the roads, sometimes people just have to be, because they had to close the roads because they wouldn't go all the way. They just stop in the middle, red crabs. They're a bit stupid. And they're on their way to spawn. So they've got to get to the sea. And they cover the island in Western Australia every year. They're quite big, though. So they've all been in the forest hiding, you know, under a tarpaulin or something. And the migration starts. I think it's when the first rains come. Oh, good. Perhaps we could have some over here, actually, which would be quite nice. But when you look at them, they climb up there. They seem to do it a bit slowly. There appear to be she's wearing flip-flops and one's about to sort of, you know, touch her foot. But they sort of guide them along all these channels. It's very clever. But I remember seeing it thinking, oh, poor little soul, especially the ones that sort of get squashed used to be under the wheels of lorries and stuff like that. If you're a fan of elephants, and who isn't, they've moved a load of elephants the other day. It's an overpopulated reserve to a reserve that is 4 times bigger. Malawi's Liwonde National Park struggled as elephants were so fertile, so family groups have been moved to Kasunga in the north. How many have they moved? 263 elephants. I mean, seriously, it's a huge amount of elephants. So they're creating a tourism project for Malawi. So from 0, it's getting 300 visitors so far this year. 400 other creatures, including buffalo, impala and warthog, have also been taken to Kasunga National Park, which have been plagued by poachers. And so they're moving all these elephants in. I think they've all been tranquilised because they had to go 236 miles. And elephants, they're very fertile. But I love elephants. They're so good. But I remember there have been some dreadful accidents in parks where elephants have rebelled. And because most elephants used to work in the logging industry and they used to have their mahouts. The mahouts would sit on the elephant and with their legs they would control the elephant. I think after a while the elephants really got a bit sort of fed up with being treated like that. And some of them were just booked as tourist attractions. They just used to, you know, elephants playing football and this kind of stuff, and it just didn't work at all, actually. Steve Ash from Margate says, please make the celebrity programme stop, please. The word celebrity means absolutely nout these days, and it's becoming more and more painful. I wish we only had 3 television channels again. Yeah, I mean, the trouble is it's the word celebrity, isn't it? People you've never heard of. Somebody who basically went, boo, on a television programme once is now considered a celebrity. The bloke who reads The Travel on a BBC programme is now considered a celebrity. It's hilarious. I mean, it really is. We bandy the road down. It's like people, you know, you're a star. And you go, no, they're not stars. It's like sort of radio presenters. We're radio presenters. We're not stars. We're not celebrities. You know, you do get people who've been celebrities and they have to sort of, you know, eat humble pie and get a job on a radio station. Henry wants to know if we ever found out what Madonna was doing with pasties. We never did, Henry. We never did. This is the pasties the other day. Beyonce and Madonna sizzling in racy looks, donning pasties and sheer pieces to promote the Queen's remix of Break My Soul. And we think that pasties are something different in America. I don't think that's what we think a pasty is. It's we think Greggs, don't we? Well, that's what I do when I think of pasties. I can't think of anywhere else where you go to get a pasty. But it's odd, isn't it? And I'm looking at a picture and we can't work out where these pasties are. I mean, it really doesn't make it... Beyonce's got her boobs out for about the umpteenth time. It's a bit tedious, dear. Perhaps they're pasties. We call them bazookas. Perhaps they call them pasties. I don't know. Nobody's ever come up with the answer, which is... Somebody might know the answer. Please, do tell. Steve, says Paul, good, isn't it? We can't cope with a heat wave or flooding or snow in Britain. We're very good at crises. I know. And yet, of course, give somebody something to talk about, like sort of Celebrity Love Island. Not that there are any celebrities on it. I mean, to be honest... It's a bit tragic, a little bit tragic. Brenda is Richard Madeley's biggest crush. Just wondering how you're going to have to switch phone provider as your bills are going to go through the roof. No, I pay £10 a month, all in. Wait a minute. Shabilly's going to get voting for Twinkle Toes Matt Goss every week on Strictly. Stop it. No, actually, even if I did vote, which of course I won't be, as you know, Brenda, it's still only £10. It's £10 all in. And then every so often they give you a free month. Because I'm on, Smarty. I'm on Smarty. 10 quid I pay all in for everything. Because I have paid in the past huge amounts of money. I didn't realise. I thought they were being nice to me at Carphone Warehouse. No, they were just trying to take money off me. And they said, if you have this and have that. Before I knew what was happening. And if you went over a certain thing, the rates went through the roof. I think on 1 month I paid like 300 quid. Seriously bad. And then a friend said, why don't you go with Smarty? I mean, listen, you have to weigh everything up. And it was 10 quid a month, all in, for everything. And so I did it, and he said, you don't need to do anything. He said, they will disconnect you from where you were before, which was O2, and they do everything now. Whereas before you had to go in and you had to take your phone. Now they do it all automatically. I think my phone was off for about an hour while they transferred everything over. It's as simple as that. It was very good. But Brenda, I wish you luck with your Richard. They were asking Richard Madeley the other day about whether he was going to be doing the Strictly Come Dancing. And he said, no, definitely not. Definitely not. Steve says, Sam, no wonder you got the spike when you came out with things like, Elton, get rid of that dead hamster off your head, and then he crashed the lorry. Well, the trouble is he looks so much better without it. Seriously, he does look better without it. I don't know why, he just looks better without it. You start these people who wear toupees and things like that, you don't need to. You really don't need to. NHS worker Maxine Lloyd won £1 million day before being given the all-clear from breast cancer. She's an occupational therapist. She's 50. And she was having a radiography when her phone pinged to alert her to an unusual bank deposit. That's a bit bizarre, isn't it? A lottery jackpot of £1 million had been put into her account. Well, I mean, which lottery is she on? I mean, I'm on the National Lottery, but it doesn't put it straight into my account. It doesn't ping me and tell me. I've got 3 notifications to say that news about your ticket, good news. Well, the other day it was only 30 quid. I wrote back, said, don't insult me. Don't write and tell me I've got 30 quid. Who cares about 30 quid? Not remotely interested. Let's have a quick look and see if the only things that sort of change... Oh, wait a minute. Some kind of error, trying to establish a thing. Close the app and try again. The only thing that goes into my account, obviously when I sort of put my money in, but my pension goes in as well. Because all of a sudden I think, oh, that's nice. I wonder what that is. And I go, it's your pension. Not that I'm ever likely to retire on that one at all. Second Union are balloting for strikes within the NHS. And do you remember Neil Parish? Go on, Neil Parish. Think about him. Think very quickly. You'll know the moment I tell you. He's the former MP for Tiverton and Honiton. He's the tractor man. He was looking at tractors and porn in Parliament. 2 female MPs witnessed it, complained, and it was all over him. But bad Tories, and especially MPs, never learn. Last weekend, in an interview with a Sunday magazine, Parish laughingly confessed that he was slightly oversexed and still thinks he was shabbily treated. bit like Boris Johnson, he bathes in self-pity, writes Yasmin Alibi Brown. Guilt or shame are for the little people, not for such entitled chaps. Watch as they try to make a comeback. I've seen her arguing with people on the television, actually, Yasmin Alibi Brown. Don't think I'd want to do it. 115,000 postal workers set to stage the biggest strike of the summer in a dispute with the Royal Mail over pay. It's all over pay, isn't it? It's all over pay. And it said management imposed a 2% pay rise, which would lead to a dramatic reduction in employees' living standards because of soaring inflation. And you haven't even seen the half of it. They reckon by the time we get to the new year, you're going to be looking at bills of £4,000. I don't know how people are going to... But I don't think anybody's doing anything about it. They're really not. That's what I worry about it, because I think it's going to be even worse. Steve, pasties in America, says Jane, are... nipple covers. Nipple covers, apparently. Is that what they are? Oh, that's why. Oh, right. And Beyonce's wearing nipple covers. Oh, can't believe I said that. How funny. Yes, I must get some. I do like nipple covers. Well, I've never had any before, but I mean, if they're going for free, yes, I'll just normally put tubs of ice cream on them, you know. Kind of makes them stick up like sort of rugby spikes. And Steve, I agree, says Dave in Tottenham. I wish we only had 3 channels. I couldn't decide what to watch. Now I've got 153 and I hate it. Yes, I can well imagine. There you go. Pasties, Steve, are bosom nipple covers used in the nightclubs and nude shows for modesty, says Michael in Vancouver. What's the point of that? We all know what they're covering. Has anybody ever seen nipples before? No? My God, you obviously haven't seen Russian weightlifters. By God, I tell you, they're like organ stops. Seriously, they're absolutely huge and enormous. And so they put the nipple covers on so that you don't know what it is. And you go, that's a nipple cover. Can't believe we're talking about nipple covers at this time of the morning. Sorry, got all overexcited then, just briefly. You wait till I tell you how much East London clubs are selling Premier League's pints for. You won't believe it. Seriously, if you live up north, you're going to love this bit.
What do you get when you mix fashion designers, financial advisors, and dance studio? No, not a catwalk of strutting accountants. No, not a ballet piece about balance sheets. I'm actually just talking about Workspace. With 4,000 of London's most original businesses already calling Workspace home, whatever it is you do, there's a space for you here. It all happens at Workspace. Search workspace.co.uk.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 27 minutes to 6. Guess how much people pay in London for a pint in the football grounds? I couldn't believe it, actually. I couldn't believe it. Wait a minute. So you've got here, this is, oh, I love this, cashless pay. What does that cashless payments only mean? That means you've got to use a credit card. Right, that's what it is. So here they go. In this particular place, they're selling Heineken Draft, £7.60 a pint. This is West Ham fans. Even the cheapest pint is £7.30, which is more expensive than any other ground, which is a price increase of £1.45 on last season, or 25%. If you want a soft drink, a Coca-Cola bottle, £4.50. If you want a Fanta, £4.20. If you want a bottle of Smart Water, £3.20. Talk about rip-off. My godfathers. How would you like some cider draft? A pint of cider draft at West Ham, £7.30. Seriously, it's unbelievable. If you want a bottle of wine, well, it says wine bottle, £8, but I don't know how much wine there is in it. But go round and you look at Arsenal, a pint there, £6.35. And £6.35. Fulham, £5.80. Leicester, £5.80. Chelsea, £5.70. If you want a pie, it's £5.30. A pie for £5.30. Bloody hell. Pie and a pint is that's £11. It must be £5.70 and £5.30. Southampton, a pint £5.50. The pie £4.95. Positively inexpensive. Ridiculous, isn't it? Brentford, a pint £5.25. A pie £5. £10.25. for pie and a pint. Aston Villa, 5. They're all roughly the same prices. It is outrageous. And Leeds United, £5 for a pint. A pie, £4. That's £9. Yeah, I mean, it's getting a bit near it, but I mean, even for £4, £5 for a pint? I mean, it's not that in pubs, is it? Seems expensive to me. And then you go down. Liverpool, because they're not gonna be paying for this sort of stuff. A pint there, £3.30 in Liverpool, and a pie, £3.20. So that's the difference. So it's £6.50 as opposed to £11 in some of the football clubs. Man United, a pint, £3. A pie, £4.20. Not bad, is it? I mean, I think that's sort of reasonable. Yeah, let's go and get it now. Brighton, a pint, £4.95, a pie, £4.90. How can you justify £4.90? Although West Ham for a pie are charging £6. £6. Is that a Ginsters, do you think? I bet it's a Who else does these things? I mean, I think £6. I think West Ham are just basically taking the Michael. £7.60 for a pint. So 7 and 6 is £13.60 for pie and a pint. I think the fans should tell them to stick it. That's the trouble with fans. They get ripped off all over the place. That is unbelievable. I still can't believe that that people would pay for a Coca-Cola bottle £4.50. Just seems an awful lot, doesn't it? £4.50 for a bottle of Coke, which I should imagine. And also Smart Water, £3.20. Well, I can get 2 for £1.10 of this Smart Water in Iceland, chilled. 2 for £1.10, and they're charging £3.20 for water. For water. Honestly, well done, West Ham fans. Newcastle are the only club to reduce theirs. Most people have actually gone up, I'm afraid. So Chelsea up 50p, Southampton up 95p for both the pie and the pint, 75p at Brentford. Brentford, I ask you, Brentford. I mean, God, you're having a laugh, aren't you? Nottingham Forest up 70p. £5.20 for a pint, £4.10 for a pie. That seems an awful lot of money to me. But mind you, as I say, a number of supporters apparently have expressed disappointment and not surprised. Not surprised. Well, they're going to lose all of that, aren't they? Because people are just going to go, no, we'll take something else in. Take in a packet of Smarties and fruit pastels. It's all you need. You don't need anything else. I mean, a crap packet of crisps is £2.50 here. £2.50 for a packet of crisps. Normal size, well, I think they're normal size, normal size crisps. There you go. Wait a minute. Nobby's Nuts. I don't know whether you're aware of Nobby's Nuts. £2.50. Piper's Salt and Vinegar, £2.50. They're only selling Piper's here. Piper's Salted Crisps, £2.50. I don't know how much Piper's would normally be. £2.50. I mean, you must be able to get £1. Seems an awful lot of money, doesn't it? You must be able to get a box of the blooming things, which must be cheap. What an awful lot of money. I know they're nice, but I mean, it's a very expensive way of especially if you take your kids to a football match. So even in Waitrose, that's a big packet of crisps, isn't it? I think. They do all sorts of different sort of flavours, which look quite nice, actually. 10 different flavours they do. But it just seems an awful lot of money. Thank God I don't drink pint. God knows how much shorts are. You have... Yeah, not shorts, but, a short drink, like sort of a vodka and tonic or something like that. Sure, but... So now we know what pasties are. They're bosom nipple covers. That solves a lot of problems, isn't it? So next time your mother says, what are you doing with those pasties? You know exactly what she's talking about. Okay? Don't have to be frightened by it at all. Gloria Hunniford says she still suffers nightmares after her horrific fall that left her with a broken eye socket and gruesome leg injuries. The trouble is, as I've said before, the older you get, and Glow is 82, the more you bruise. I bruise quite badly now. Quite badly. I've only got to walk into a door, which wasn't there 10 minutes beforehand, and that you sort of suffer with these sort of things. So now you know. And she's still suffering, actually. But luckily, with the help of makeup, it can all be quite good. Quite good. Jade Adams is apparently a stand-up comic, but she wants to be a chef. You won't know her. You won't know her. But she works with Heston Blumenthal on Crazy Delicious and tells Nick Grimshaw on a podcast of how his powers of persuasion made her finally start enjoying red wine. I hate red wine. It gives me a headache. I get headaches with red wine. Some people go, oh, I like red wine. Not for me, I'm afraid. I'm one of those sort of I'm just Prosecco. No, not red wine. No, ugh. Ghastly. Lewis Hamilton was gutted, and I'm sorry, I thought that was the end of the story. I do beg your pardon. To have put the brakes on becoming a fighter pilot alongside Tom Cruise in Maverick. Formula One champion Lewis contacted the Hollywood star begging for a part in the sequel. Tom, says Lewis, is one of the nicest people you'll ever meet. He offered for him to be one of his co-fighters. Oh, lovely. Exciting. As long as he didn't wear those silly little outfits. Which is the worst thing, isn't it? I found a very nice car here, a Bugatti, which was perfectly preserved in a heated garage for 60 years. It's Type 57, 1938, just one of 3 supercharged examples with a unique streamlined Atalante bodywork made of featherlight aluminium. When the Nazis invaded France, it was hidden. After the war, it was kept as a sleeping beauty by an eccentric French recluse at his chateau. The Frenchman, Jean Piaget, eventually sold it, but insisted no buyer could visit his home to inspect the car before it was bought. They reckon 3 million. 3 million. I see that programme on the television where they have there's this bloke in America who's got a big bushy moustache, and he does. He's obviously got a company that sells cars worth hundreds of thousands, takes them off to places. They're all resprayed and redone. Really lovely. Really, really lovely. I can't tell you his name. But he's very good. It's a very good programme. He's obviously in some part of America. I don't know what it is. It's just cars. He brings them out and takes them onto the auction. And sometimes they sort of do them and they go, didn't reach its reserve, have a word with somebody afterwards. Channel 4 is to air a 4-part series telling for the first time the full story of 2 police investigations into the death of Princess Diana. I'm sure that the boys will be delighted to have this one dredged up yet again. Goodness sake, honestly. Investigating Diana death in Paris, the series, which starts on August 21st, has been made by Sandpaper Films. I mean, what do people want to know about it? You're never going to find out what the answer is. And it'll hear how detectives chased every lead whilst dealing with fallible memories and dubious witnesses. Well, the whole thing. I mean, the French police are notoriously bad at this sort of thing. They're really not very good at all. But this will explore how the probes by the French police in 1997 and the Met police in 2004 separated fact from speculation. Because we're never going to know. Nobody saw anything. That's what I'm amazed at. Nobody saw anything at all. So we don't. I mean, for years at LBC, we had the conspiracy theories. The amount of people who are saying she was bumped off. She was an embarrassment to the royal family. You think, oh, please, I mean, honestly, not still going on that. It's like going to the moon, isn't it? Or not going to the moon. Very, very embarrassing. Also, who's top of your national treasure list? And you can send it off and they will sort of tell you all about your national treasure list. I suppose people like Ian McKellen could be on me. I'm your national treasure list. Yeah, because people say, where'd you dig him up from? That's what they say. Steve, I live in Chesham. Our pubs are $5.50 a pint. Wow. I thought it'd be about £3 for a pint in a local pub. But obviously not. I have to ask the producer. He's more an expert on drinking than I am. £5 or £6 for a pint? Really? God. Well, I think we should stop that immediately. Let's boycott them. Let's not spend any money in pubs. But my newborn Mila is your new biggest fan, says Mike. We now listen from 4 each morning. Lovely. And Kim says, a wee bit dark here, Steve. The nights are fair drawing in. We're doomed. In my best John Lorry voice. They don't let drink at football matches up here anymore, Steve. What happens is the lads and lasses get tanked up before the game. Yes, I think that's what happens to a lot because it's so expensive. But the trouble is, once you've had a few sherbets, you want another couple, don't you? I mean, I do. As I told you, the last concert I got drunk at was Blue. And I fell under the seat. We were in the sort of the showbiz section. It was just us in it and a couple of other people. And I fell under the seat and couldn't get out again. It was just dreadful. Total embarrassment, I'm afraid. Total embarrassment. Dean from New Eltham says, when I lived in Kansas, We had loads of big toads in our street every night. If I went to the store after dark, it was carnage on the street. Oh, no. Very messy, I should imagine. Ashley says, the price on the nuts is ridiculous. When I had my catering company, I used to pay wholesale about 26p for a few packs and sold them for 90p. Yeah, you do like, don't you? I mean, I should have gone out yesterday, but I didn't take the car out yesterday to go and buy some cashew nuts, because I can eat cashew nuts. And I quite like cashew nuts. And they're not as bad for me as the other nuts. I might go and buy a Costco jar of cashew. They're better than watermelon, put it that way. What's that? Cashews? Oh, right, mixed nuts. I bet that costs an arm and a leg, doesn't it? They're very expensive nuts. I'll find out how much they are in Costco. So don't forget, this Saturday, 13th, 24-hour walkout by members of the ASLEF Union, affecting Arriva. Sorry, every time I hear that word, Arriva! Rail London, Avanti, West Coast, Cross Country, Greater Anglia, including the Stansted Express, Great Western, Hull Trains, LNER, London Overground, South Eastern and West Midlands trains. Oh, right. And Unite members employed by DHL in Scotland and Northern Ireland will strike, hitting supplies to Sainsbury's stores. So we should be all right, actually, shouldn't we, in London? I should be OK. So I've got to go into London on Saturday. And I don't know what London Overground is. I don't know what that is. Does it not affect me? And none of those affect me. South Eastern? What am I? South Western trains, aren't it? Oh, thank God for that. Let's keep it quiet. Steve says, actually, the price on the nuts is ridiculous. Oh, we've just done that one, haven't we? I just remembered. I'm going to go and get some nuts today, I've decided. I'm going to get some cashews. I'm going to get a big jar of cashews just to really annoy the producer. And I shall enjoy eating them. Because apparently I can have those... especially if it was going to be something like, watermelon. I was telling my friend, actually, John, the other day in Paul Cooper's. I said because they were cutting up watermelon. And I said, I can't have that. And so Alex said, why? He works in there as well. And I said, because I just can't. It's top of the list of a big no-no for diabetics. And John says, it's all sugar. It's all sugar. Watermelon, all sugar. What a shame, because it doesn't look like all sugar, does it? Unless you've got red sugar. Jamie Lang is still afraid of the dark. Doesn't he have a toupee as well now? Hasn't he got... He's got a weave or something that goes... All these people do these things because he's blonde. And blonde people, I can tell you, have the weakest hair. Out of all the people who've got hair, blonde is weaker. So blonde people go bald quicker. He admits the habit, which he's had since childhood, is weird. He sleeps with the light on. Well, I've been sleeping with the light on since I was about 10. I've never turned it off. Always got the lights on. So the bulbs in my bedroom last forever and a day. Seriously, I mean, quite amazing. And I do like sleeping with the lights on. I have no trouble sleeping with the lights on. I can sleep, I'd be too frightened to sleep with the lights off. All those ghosties and ghoulies and all sorts of... Apparently the quality of sleep is low. Don't care. I don't want anything happening. Thank you very much indeed. Mike in Kent says, I'm a new fan, thanks to Sarah of Sevenoaks. Love that you say what you think style. It's a style. I've never heard of it being a style. I thought it was just something to wind people up. If there's something I don't like, it'll go there. A BBC breakfast reporter sparked panic the other day by suggesting that Britain could face a beer shortage. Journalist Simon Jones was interviewing a farmer whose barley fields had been ruined by the wide outbreak of wildfires. Andy Barr of Kent lost £35,000 worth of the crop and was forced to move his livestock so firemen could fight the flames. And people got excited about that, apparently, watching it. Well, it was two of them. And they went, oh, imagine. Dreadful. Donald Trump wanted to know why his generals couldn't be more like those who served Hitler in World War II, a new book has claimed. Honestly, it's all new books, isn't it? Do we want to read Prince Andrew's book? I shouldn't think so. No, we don't. It'll just be moaning again from the ginger one. That's all it'll be. The ginger shy boy who doesn't want... he doesn't want to be in the limelight, because that was the whole reason for them leaving the country in the first place. A bingo crisis. Do you know there was a bingo crisis? I can't work it out. Mecca, one of the biggest operators, says it's shutting its clubs in Gloucester, Sittingbourne in Kent, and Northern Ireland, I think it is. Sittingbourne, five other locations. A worker at Mecca Sittingbourne, who didn't wish to be named, says they told us that it's costing more to run the building than the money they were making. Because people used to like it. Elderly people used to like going to bingo. You'd sit there and you've got your big felt tip and everything else. John Dyson says, across hospitality, the last 2 years have been tough. We've no immediate plans to close any further sites and are developing ways to attract new players to bingo. I don't think you ever can, actually. It's a bit naff. Dale loved a game of bingo. If ever there was the fun fair at Ealing, he said, can we go and play bingo? He'd happily sit on a little stool playing bingo. And I was just deeply embarrassed by the whole thing, just to win a teddy bear. What are we a teddy bear for? It was always very... Yeah, sometimes the prizes were quite good. I suppose I quite like it. It's a good fun thing to do. The world-famous pub, the Jamaica Inn, has been sold for $8 million. The historic Cornish boozer, known for its association with smuggling, was immortalised as the setting for Daphne du Maurier's 1936 novel of the same name. Like 36-bedroom 18th century Coaching Inn, the 36-bedroom 18th century Coaching Inn on the A30 on Bodmin Moor was bought by the Coaching Inn Group. Wow. Matthew Smith of the Knight Frank agents, which handle the sale, says, delighted to have introduce this opportunity to the Coaching Inn Group, will continue to grow and supervise Jamaica Inn. I've never even been to it. It was known for smuggling and stuff like that, and I've always been fascinated by smuggling. But I only know sort of the Dickens books about smuggling and stuff like that, and the Black Spot and things like that. Our old house had a tunnel, yes, up in Yorkshire, which went from our house under the stairs all the way to the coast. It was only about a mile. In fact, it might have been less than a mile. And it was brick built. And it went through a little... Next to our house, we had a wood. And you could see it because it had fallen... I mean, they must have crawled on their hands and knees, dragging all the stuff, the swag, behind them as they sort of... Because what they used to do, they would shine lights on the cliffs to lure the ships in. And once the ships got so far in, they grounded, and then the waves would smash them to pieces. And that's when the smugglers would jump on board and go and get the booty, which is lovely, isn't it? Yeah, can we look at the menu of the... Because it's good... I quite like the dining room. I like that. Food is served most of the time. And, they do pasties. How lovely. They do a light bite. I always think that's such a naff thing, isn't it? Ooh, light bite. For those people who don't want to be too fat. Let's do an evening menu. Feast with us, 5 to 9 p.m, Monday to Sunday. Okay, what delicious things have we got? We've got a Cornish cream... this is for evening, is it? Oh, no, there it is. That's better. They do a steak and ale pie. 17 quid. Not cheap, is it? From the grill, half a rack of ribs, 22 quid. Oh, could eat rab. I love ribs. An 8-ounce rump steak is £24. You can have onion rings, rainbow coleslaw. I always worry about things like that. Burgers, 6-ounce Cornish beef burger is 16 quid. Topped with Monterey Jack, cheese, bacon, salsa, tomato, gherkins, and salad and a toasted brioche bun, which is lovely. I don't mind the chicken and pork platter, actually. That sounds quite nice, doesn't it? Not for what? It is a lot for a pie, isn't it? Yes. Steak and ale, 17 quid. I think that's a lot of money. You can have warm chocolate fondant with pouring cream. Doesn't that sound lovely? I like the sound of it. And they've got look at that, out of that whole menu, they've only got 2 items, which are vegan. But they do fish and chips. Everybody does fish and chips now. Go to wherever you like, and it's fish and chips. Now, whether it's fresh fish, I don't know. Go down a little bit. Go down. You're going to be local. Go down. No. That's it. Stop. White fish of the day in our own Jamaica Inn ale batter, served with crispy French fries, mushy... Oh, not blooming mushy peas again. What is it with people and mushy peas? It's so ghastly. It's so common. Really, just have proper peas. Seafood platter has got Cornish potted crab and cockles, served with crispy French fries, house salad and lemon and mayonnaise, and breaded whitebait, calamari. Wait a minute, calamari's octopus, isn't it? Squid. Horrid. Spaghetti bolognese. Look at this. Cornish beef minced in a rich tomato sauce with onions, peppers and mushrooms and carrots mixed with spaghetti, topped with Parmesan cheese. 16 quid. Add garlic bread, £2. I love garlic bread. Used to get that. Oh, cauliflower and macaroni cheese. That's quite good. It's a lot for that. 16 quid. Just for cauliflower cheese. I mean, that is a lot of money. £2 extra for garlic bread. I love stuff like that. So exciting, isn't it? So exciting. What else we got? Oh, the gas explosion I had the other day. They said that people were in from the gas company 8 days ago because people could smell gas. One resident ran into the house to help pluck 2 children from the wreck. And everybody said it was a time bomb waiting to happen. That's the second time we've had this, haven't we? Where a house has just completely blown to bits because of gas, which is not particularly good. A suspected Russian assassin held by the Ukrainian Security Service amid a foiled attempt to kill officials. The alleged plot by Mad Vlad's regime to kill top officials was thwarted in Kovel, which is the northwest Ukrainian city. The targets are claimed to have been Kiev's defense minister and chief defense intelligence chief. Images released to the security service show the alleged hitman being stopped before he could carry out the contract killing. There would be assassins were promised a fee for each hit, £125,000. 125,000. I suppose really worth it, but I mean, he's not going to be surviving before the weekend. And apparently, Lord Haig has warned of the danger of getting desensitised to Russia's attack. Isn't it? I said yesterday, I find it a bit of a misery that we're not sort of talking about the Ukraine as much as we used to. We just seem to have forgotten that these people have lost their homes and lost everything, and people have been blown up, and we don't seem to be talking about it. It's like, oh, it's happening somewhere else. What the hell? Seriously, it's as bad as that. Dawn Neeson's column today, talking about brilliant Brum, aside from that hideous station, closed the Commonwealth Games with a bang, showcasing the city's amazing musical talent. Dexy's Midnight Runners, New B40, Pauline Black and the Selector on my radio. Duran Duran and Mahalia. Highlight, though, was Ozzy Osbourne belting out the Paranoid single, which was Black Sabbath's hit, which is possibly how Prince Edward must have felt, wondering if either of his dodgy brothers would turn up. But they didn't. And she talks about Ekin Su, who appeared in Loose Women this week in a dress so low-cut and short it was basically a belt. So little wonder that one of her nipples appeared to make a bid for freedom, which was, of course, entirely unintentional and hugely embarrassing, and not at all a cunning stunt. Nope, definitely not, says Dawn Neeson. She talks about Greece, and she also talks about the politics of Gary Lineker versus Nigel Farage. She says it's all about lives, saving them. The dingy gangsters who have us all at sea. And look, Matt Goss going out dancing as he left the BBC the other day. As I say, I think he's just going to look like a complete and utter turnip. But we will be watching, won't we? Because you've got to watch. And Jack Grealish is being targeted for a slot on a TV comedy panel show, A League of Their Own. God, it gets worse and worse. News.
May I have your attention, please? You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on your next Uber ride, so you don't have to walk home in the rain again.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 3 minutes past 6. Welcome to, it's going to be another hot day. But the good news is, after we've had the heat wave, we've all expired and just gone, it's too hot. I mean, I feel sorry for people who've actually got to go out in this weather. It's okay for me because I finish in, 58 minutes time or whatever it happens to be. And yes, and counting. And then I get the bus, and the bus is okay at the moment. And then I get the train, normally with about 3 minutes to spare. Which is all good. Engineering are back on. Welcome to engineering. But anyway, and so I get home and I'm fine, actually. Time I've had my bacon roll and a croissant, I'm quite happy, actually. I do try and steer well away from it, but if you're actually out having to work in this, it can't be a lot of fun. Steve, says Mark, You periodically mention some of the shopping channels. Don't I ever? I spend a lot of time watching the shopping channels. Last night I watched a bit of the jewellery channel. You're right. They all seem to be diversifying. Since when did jojoba oil or earphones classed as jewellery? Mind you, the presenter was hilarious. Oh, they're all hilarious on the Gemporia channel. I don't know where they get them from. We think it's an agency where you've got to be overexcitable. It's so exciting. And you've got to buy this. You've got to buy this. Look, it's only $29.99 and it's a collector's piece. You go, no, it's not. It's rubbish. Absolute rubbish. I just found out that Andy Hodgson of Bid TV has also joined them. I know, he's another one who gets overexcitable. I don't know why they get overexcitable. Used to be here, didn't he? I think some years ago, pretty certain. And Peter Simon on QVC, he's hilarious. I mean, some mornings I'm not sure which planet he's on. Mind you, I don't think he knows which planet he's on. We always watch Peter Simon. He's very funny. Very funny. And he's on Ideal World. And you know what they sell loads of on there? Drones. They'll always go. They have a bloke on he's the most irritating man you've ever seen on the television, but he demonstrates drones. He'll do this, and Peter Simon will go, listen, they're all going. You've got to get, and you think, well, order more. Yes, Peter Simon. But he's been on there for ages. I like Ideal World. They're always marginally entertaining, but not as funny as the ones on Gemporia, who really are funny. They've got these sort of women. And as I say, there must be an agency where you have to learn to smile and try and sell rubbish at the same time. You know, and hello, this is marvellous. This is so, look, how much we do? I can't believe we're doing it at this price. We thought, have you rehearsed this programme or are you just amateurs? It's seriously. The other day she was selling something. She's going, this is really collectible. These are so rare. And it was under 30 quid. And I thought, I've had better stuff in Christmas crackers than this old rubbish that's coming up. Up early listening to Sarah in Thatcham whilst walking Roy the dog for it's too hot. Yeah, best thing, because dogs don't want to go outside when it's hot because they've got to step on the pavements and it's a bit hot for them. Pete, the pool man, says, I work out in the sun all day, better than cold and rain. Yeah, well, it probably is for your thing because at least you're with water. And I think water is sort of very therapeutic because you believe that you could possibly dive in. People love that, actually, don't they? Steve, don't buy a large jar of cashew nuts unless you intend to eat them all in a couple of weeks. Yes, I would. They're not huge jars. They're sort of medium because I know that cashews go soft. Nothing worse. Nothing, as we all know. Nothing worse. Pete the pool man also says, I think they started losing money at the Jamaica Inn after the road changed and cars no longer passed en route to Cornwall. Aha. Now, I've seen this on another place. When I used to get down to my brother's in Southampton years ago, they built a bypass and there was a very popular pub which was on the main road, and then they built the bypass. All of a sudden, nobody's at the pub. The car park completely deserted. People don't think about it. And so Jamaica Inn as well, although it changed hands, Pete, for 8 million quid. Do you know what that says to me? Redevelopment. That's what it says. It says redevelopment. I don't know why, unless there's sort of an order on it, which means you can't do anything. Sailors love mushy peas, says Niall, as they don't roll off the plate in heavy seas. Oh, don't be silly. Sailors don't have peas. I'd say, OK, scampi and peas, anyway? Of course not. It'll be slop. That's what sailors have. Yes, gruel. All we ever get is gruel. Well, Dave in Great Yarmouth says, had to smile about the rail strikes this Saturday. 3 people I know worked in London. Their firms now have them working at home. Since the railways are so unreliable, their firms are looking to get as many possible working from home. No more overpriced season tickets and a massive loss of customers. Have you seen the price of season tickets? I couldn't believe it. I really couldn't believe it. I mean, I don't have, because luckily, you know, we have Oyster cards here. And once we've sorted out the other thing, it'd be quite nice. You know, once I've sort of got my free travel again. I mean, it's just for years now. That's never happening, is it, really? You can just tell. And Paul says, I'm going to Gordon's Wine Bar at the Embankment today for Prosecco and cheese. That's very... Have you seen that? You'd like that. You go down to Charing Cross. Look at Charing Cross straight ahead. So you have to demonstrate this, ladies and gentlemen. To the left-hand side is Villiers Street. Go down Villiers Street, and on the left-hand side... nearly at the bottom, just as you go past where the entrance to heaven would be, Gordon's, oldest wine bar, and no, I don't think so. But next to it is Watergate Walk. Go and sit along there, and then if you go a little bit further, there used to be a huge mansion house, but its Watergate is still there. That's how wide the Thames was. Those gardens, which are in the front of the Watergate, it was all the Thames. And the boats would come right up, and the Watergate is still there, which is fantastic. Seriously, it's a piece of history. And you can find the Watergate. You have a look at the Watergate. Look at this. I mean, you're basically, it's ye olde wine bar, which I love. I've been there a few times. I just quite like quirky places. Put in Watergate embankment. See what that comes up with. Because that's... There it is. There it is. See photo. There you go. Oh, blimey, look at it. Look at it. That's the Watergate. The Thames used to come all the way up there, and then you would get off and walk up the steps and go to the big house. It's still there. It shows how wide the Thames was in the early days. All around Villiers Street would have been big, big houses. Sorry, this means nothing to you if you're listening in Sheffield. I do apologise. Steve, says Sarah, and I'm just off my daily 5-mile walk. Oh, God. And Charlie says, on my way to work in Hammersmith Hospital boiler room, where it's 45 degrees or above, drinking 4 to 5 litres of water a day currently, which is actually very good for you. Very good for you. I mean, it is good. You've got to keep yourself topped up. Got to keep yourself I don't want to lose anybody during this. I value every single person. Paul O'Grady, as we said, has suddenly quit his Radio 2 show. We know why. Because they were splitting the presenting. In other words, he would do 13 weeks, and then Rob Beckett would do 13 weeks. Quite rightly, Paul O'Grady has said to them, basically. I love the way that BBC bosses said, even though it's his last this Sunday show, they would welcome him back in the future. They're responsible for getting rid of him. In fact, Radio 2 boss Helen Thomas says the door is always open to him. It's your fault he's gone. He's not going to hang around, is he, to do 13 weeks? I love this. A BBC spokeswoman said, we respect Paul's decision to leave and wish him the best of luck in the future. Don't bother us again. That's terrible, isn't it, really? They don't care. Fans blame his exit on the Scouse comic to share his slot with funny man, not always, Rob Beckett. Yeah, I agree. Put it this way, Rob Beckett, Paul O'Grady, there is no comparison whatsoever. Paul's far more experienced. But I love the way, the Radio 2 boss Helen Thomas says, the door's always open to him. No, it's not. That's why he's left you, dear. Steve, when I was a student in the 1970s, says Helen, I had a couple of jobs working behind the bar in a hotel and a local pub. The hotel had a small cinema, a cellar bar with a disco, and a pint of IPA cost only 66p. Oh, those happy days they were. Happy days. Steve, the Coaching Inn Group hotels are amazing. I'm a big fan. I've stayed in a few of them in Yorkshire and Wales and completely recommend them. The Coaching Inn Group. Well, they're the ones who bought Jamaica Inn. Pete, I love the Little Chef at Honiton Way, better than the Jamaica Inn. It's a Starbucks now, £6 for a coffee with your name written on it. I know, it's frightening, isn't it? Frothy milk, which really annoys me. Don't get me started. Pat in Whitstable says, I eat my peas with honey. I've done it all my life. It makes the peas taste funny, but keeps them on my knife. Once a poet, always a poet. And Steve, says Val, I've just been out to hang out the washing. It's flipping chilly here in Hertfordshire, says Val. Oh, right. Well, actually, I don't mind it being a bit chilly at this time of the morning, because then you know it's going to get hotter later on, and you can feel it when it gets hotter. So I try and get everything done earlier on, because that's the best way to do things. Because who wants to hang around and do anything at all? What else we got today? Frankenstein's monster is at the centre of a museum custody battle between Britain and America. It's a 7-foot dummy being held at the V&A, but the Natural History Museum in Los Angeles claims it is the rightful owner. Wow. It's thought to have been a film prop donated to the LA Museum in 1935. Interesting. The London-based V&A says it can't be returned under UK law and it was legally acquired. So, you get these things, don't you? I think we might give back the Elgin marbles at some point. A comedian who went ahead with his gig at the Edinburgh Festival Fringe, very popular, called Robin Granger. He decided the show must go on, even though only one person bought a ticket. So that was it. He later tweeted about the show he performed for Mike Cass, who travelled from Scotland, up to Scotland from Leicester. He was then inundated with support, and the next gig is a near sellout. You see, no such thing as bad publicity. The funny man who moved to the area 10 years ago to chase his comedy dream says, my tech operator came to give me my 2-minute warning and I said, how's the house? They always say, how's the house looking? And he said, there's one. But then, of course, now he's got the publicity. It's now selling out because it's only little venues. And Mike had paid for a ticket and I had a microphone and an ego to fulfil, so I went for it. Oh, how embarrassing. I can remember doing a pub gig in London years ago. I was a mobile DJ through an agency. They would take the gear out, set it up in the venue. I would turn up, do the gig. And this was a pub, and it was in Aldwych. Aldwych? Can't remember. Somewhere like that. Anyway, and they decided they wanted to boost attendances in this pub. Lunchtime, if you please. And so I turn up lunchtime and they've assembled the gear and all the rest of it. And it was upstairs. And the area was just nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. And so it was near Petticoat Lane, actually, I seem to remember. And so I sort of started working, but I didn't say anything. And the manager came over from the pub. You know what pub managers are like? Oh, blimey. And he said, are you going to talk? I said, to who? I should have said to whom, but, you know, you can't have everything. And he said, well, that's what we're paying you for. So I had to talk to the bar staff. It was a totally pointless exercise. I lasted one day. I didn't want to do it anymore. I became a bit like Paul O'Grady. Stick it. Don't need the money, mate. Steve, 84850, steve at lbc.co.uk. A lot of people who are actually telling us that they have been to see the Watergate in London. You have to see it because it's a little bit of history, and it means that that's how wide the Thames was. So basically the Thames has shrunk by half. It was almost, years ago, twice the size it is now, wide. And the Watergate was there. There was a big mansion, as indeed London was full of big mansions. In fact, there's a huge bit further up, if you go sort of all the way up that road where you've walked out the embankment on, and you'll see a set of steps. And those steps used to lead down into the water, and they're up by the bridge. It's almost opposite the Big Ben. And it's a set of steps, and that used to go down to the water, because that was the start of the Palace of Westminster. So it's very famous. We've got loads of fame. But listen, pop down. We're open Monday to Friday. Seriously, half-day closing Wednesday, but pop in. Steve, it's David heading to Brighton. Just a thought, there's more than one Jamaica Inn. I don't think anybody's really sure which the actual one is. Oh, who cares? It's Jamaica Inn. I remember there used to be a place years ago you could see Dick Turpin's hat and cape. You look through a little spy hole in this hotel room, one of these coaching in places. Helen and Richard in Sheffield, we're listening, and we've been to the Wine Bar and Watergate, so it did mean something to us here in Sheffield. Yeah, you're just jumping on the bandwagon, aren't you? I know. Steve, I wonder, says Eileen in Scarborough, if Pete the pool man is ever tempted to jump in the pools he's servicing on hot days. Of course he is. Of course he is. Leslie in South Croydon says, applied for my passport online last Wednesday, and it arrived yesterday morning at 8:20. 7 days start to finish. I couldn't believe it. That's fantastic. Some people are complaining bitterly about how long it takes to get your passport. And mine's run out, so I've got to take mine. And I can do it, I think I can do it at Snappy Snaps. So I take it in there, they will take my photo, and then I think what happens is they then send it off. We've only ever heard good experiences, haven't we? Because everybody else was complaining about why does it take so long to get your passport back? And then I think Nick Ferrari did a piece on it a few weeks ago, where people waited months for these things. I mean, I can't understand why. I mean, I don't need my passport. But I'm going to get it done anyway, just to see, you know, get a nice new picture. I wonder if they can airbrush me. That'd be quite a good idea. So I think I'll have to go to Snappy Snaps, take the passport in there. I think that's how it works anyway. Celebrity MasterChef has never shied away from saucy kitchen puns. And so they're cutting out the smutty innuendo. So that's it. Apparently, you know, she finally got her ganache out, and handling those big puddings is a skill and all this kind of stuff. This is, I mean, I don't know. I know that doesn't Chris Packham do this? Doesn't he weave in naughty bits? They see if they can weave. When he did stuff with Michaela Strachan, they were weaving in sort of little. I seem to remember in the back of my mind naughty bits, innuendo. It's so unnecessary in a cooking programme or a country file programme. Apparently, the guilty party was RuPaul's Kitty Scott-Claus, somebody nobody's ever heard of before. But apparently she was in the 3rd series, and apparently she's very well known. I don't think so, actually. I was thrilled to be asked. She said the only other drag queen to be on MasterChef was Bag of Chips, and she did so bloody badly. I thought I'd better fake it to make it look good. Yep, if anyone knew who you were, I'm so sorry. We have no idea. Not a clue. But Kitty loves... Is this the same one? I'm losing all these different people here. Oh, Kitty here loves a laugh, so she was thrilled to see Paul Chuckle on the programme because he eats beans on toast. Do you know some people eat cold beans? Have you ever heard of this before? I think it's a student experience. They eat them straight out the tin. Ooh, can't think of anything worse, actually. Favourite food, curry and cheese. This is what Kitty is. Least favourite food, fish. Favourite contestant, all of them, but Katya Jones taught me to dance and said I'd do well. Ideal dinner guest, the Spice Girls, RuPaul, Jane McDonald and Princess Diana. Well, I think not your work. Good luck with that one, darling. Good luck with that one. That's not going to be happening anytime soon, is it? But never mind. Steve, on the subject of quirky pubs, have you tried the Mitre off Hatton Garden? Says Robin on his way back from a night shift at Felixstowe. Do you know, I mean, it's a lovely old pub. I love pubs with atmosphere, and yet, strangely enough, I'm not a great pub person. I don't, if I lived in that area, ye old Mitre in Holborn, it looks a bit like the old Cheshire Cheese. And, of course, LBC used to be almost next door to the old Cheshire Cheese. And they've got a cellar downstairs, and you could rent it for parties in the old Cheshire Cheese, which is tiny. It really is. When you go to the old Cheshire Cheese, you must go and have a look, because it's very small, very, very small. And then down in the cellars, I think it was built in 1667, 68, something like that. And they've got cellars down there, and I think it used to be a church, or they used it for religious services or something like that. It's very near. It's off Fleet Street. It's off Fleet Street. Have they got the cellars there? Have they got pictures of ye old Cheshire Cheese cellars? There they go. I mean, it's stepping back into time. The bar upstairs, I mean, literally must have held about 5 people. And you can eat in the... It's not changed. It's not changed. It's legendary, and you should go. But just remember, I don't think it's open at the weekend because most things are closed down there, so it'll be Monday to Friday. But people stand outside it. It's history. It's living history, which I think is fantastic. Steve, do the 1-week fast-track appointment for your new passport. I went in last Tuesday and arrived on Friday, which was only 2 and a bit days. Wow. How much do you pay for that, though? Is that very expensive? I mean, I'm not overly worried about the money side of it, although, believe you me, I should be at the moment. So if you can tell me, Jimmy, I'd be very grateful. So how much is the 1-week fast-track appointment? I mean, to be honest with you, so as far as I see this, I might have got this wrong. Do I just take my passport in, say I want to renew my passport, they take my photo and send the passport off to the passport? I don't have to do anything. And then they just tell me, they do it all. How brilliant. What a brilliant idea. I'm going for that one. But we must do the Mitre off Hatton Garden. Apparently the Dagenham roofers say a can of cold beans is a good hangover cure. I'd have to be well sloshed to actually go there, I should imagine. Steve, the reason the Thames has narrowed near the embankment is because Joseph Bazalgette built the sewer system that runs up to Beckton. This cleaned up the Thames, says Stephen Ricelim. But yet you go down the Thames. If you go down to Greenwich, it widens out. All of a sudden it goes shh. Joseph Bazalgette, though, was very much the man of the moment. Pete says, actually, no. This is the pool man. I'm never tempted to jump into the pools that I service. Years ago, we were given access to a pool whilst a customer was on their holidays. We arrived, got in, and after 5 minutes, we were bored stupid. Complete waste of time. He says, never install one. It's a money pit. Soon to be a dry money pit. And he's a pool man. He's telling you don't have one. Steve says, Connie in Stockwell, I feel so sorry for Paul O'Grady, such a lovely, nice and friendly person. I remember Nick Ross was more than upset when the BBC dropped him from Crime Watch. Do they care about people's feelings? No, they don't. They don't, I'm afraid, which is, a bit disappointing. And the reason he's gone, I don't know why they haven't told you. Everybody speculated on it because we know what he's like, that they want him to share his programme. He doesn't want to share his programme. It's his programme. Doesn't want to share it with Rob Beckett or Winnie the Pooh. Not that I think Winnie the Pooh could be any good. And Apparently, it's because the bosses made him share his Sunday afternoon slot with another presenter. It's a push to attract younger listeners. How stupid and short-sighted. You think Rob Beckett attracts a young audience? I don't think so. Have you ever seen audiences at his show? It's like Bring Out Your Dead. Seriously, it's wheelchairs, it's walking frames, it's walking sticks. He says, but I've had loads of fun, and now it's the time to go. So I love the way that Radio 2 has been attempting to attract a younger audience in recent years, whilst also reducing the wage bill it pays some of its leading presenters. So poor old Rob Beckett obviously works cheap. It's the only way. So it's led to the departure of several older hosts. I think that's shameful. They'll learn. They'll learn, but not really. And so they put in people like DJ Spoonie and Michelle Visage. I mean, you know, how short-sighted. How short-sighted. Bridget says, can you ask your listeners to put water out for the wildlife, a shallow dish topped up regularly for hedgehogs, badgers, birds? My vet is having dehydrated animals handed in through the lack of water. It's a real crisis. Well, luckily, all the places round our way put water outside their shops and businesses and things like that. Quite a number do, which is very good. Steve, my wife did hers online. I took the picture with her iPhone and it was back in 2 weeks. Wow. And somebody says, I did an online passport renewal, received it back in a week, was very surprised. So who are these people complaining about we can't get the passports back? Because you can get them back in a week. I mean, whether or not, I'm assuming you have to pay for that service, but I mean, that's okay, isn't it? You have a fast track, you pay for it. How much, do we know how much fast track is? Is it a lot? 120 what? Pounds? 120 pence. Oh, that's okay. I can do it for 120 pounds. 120 pounds? I mean, do you get sort of a free sort of goodie bag or something with that? Or sort of, you know, burger, egg and chips or something nice? 1 week, 142 for an adult passport, or 152 for a 50-page frequent traveller passport. And, oh, right. So what do you need to do? You get a paper application. Oh, dear. No, I'm going to take it to Snappy Snaps. Would I still have to fill in a form? Well, they must have it in there, mustn't they? Snappy Snaps don't have that. They just do. No, I believe they send off. Snappy, yeah. Somebody said to me that they did it in Twickenham. I'm not filling a form out. I'm really not. Can't make me. I don't want to do it. If I don't want to do it, I don't want to do it. No, they said they just took it in there and they took the photo and sent it all off. It's seriously, honestly, I love the way he always expresses surprise, and then every time he's proven wrong, he never gets it right, does he? Every time I say to him, no, I promise you this is happening, and he goes, no, I don't think so. You have to get the form. They do it all for you. They do it all for you. You're going to come back and admit you're wrong in a minute, aren't you? Just pay the 50 quid over to me, and I'll sort of make sure it's all fine.
What do you get when you mix fashion designers, financial advisors, and dance studio? No, not a catwalk of strutting accountants. No, not a ballet piece about balance sheets. I'm actually just talking about Workspace. With 4,000 of London's most original businesses already calling Workspace home, whatever it is you do, there's a space for you here. It all happens at Workspace. Search workspace.co.uk.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, Steve, says Darren, waiting for a train at Calais, if you please. He says, my passport took 15 weeks from Liverpool office, but the other halves took 3 weeks from Peterborough. When I did my one years and years ago, because it's a 10-year, I sent it to Ireland. And it came back really quickly, within the week. I was amazed. Steve, it's even easier, says Joe. The passport office accepts pictures that you took on your phone with a white background. You can do the whole application on the phone. Takes 10 minutes, if that. I just did my kids and helped mum and dad. You'll post your old passport back to them at the same time. You get the instructions as part of the application. Well, there you go. Can't be bad, is it? And Mandy says, I thought I heard Steve Wright was losing his weekday slot. Maybe the BBC are getting rid of the older generation. Oh, they think Michelle Visage is young. That's what's so hilarious about it. You know, she's about 90. Goodness sake, honestly. Steve, says Kristen Oben, I had to collect my passport from the passport office in Liverpool. I asked if I would need ID to collect it. They replied, no, just bring your face. If it matches, you get the passport. Yeah, that's true. And in America, they do this, it's the biometrics or whatever they call it, and they have a camera and they point it at you and they go, just look into the camera, and you're on the system. It's amazing. Farnborough Cheryl says, do your passport online. There's an option to take your own photo. Very easy. Upload it and just send it all off back within a week, which is good. I'm going to sneeze again. I can't believe twice in a programme. How does this happen? It's ridiculous. Honestly. Steve, wait, it's a double. Morning, we renewed my husband's passport. My husband's at the post office. They do everything for you. 94 quid. It arrived in 10 days. Oh, I might try that. I've got a post office in Twickenham, and we've got Snappy Snaps. Jamaica Inn is Grade 2 listed, so doubt redevelopment would be allowed. I worked there many years ago, says Cornish Sue. How lovely. So, Grade 2 listed. Yeah, I think Grade 1 means you can't do anything at all. Grade 2 listed means that you can keep the original frame and enhance around it, I think. Yeah, you can sort of do bits and pieces, I think. Verity in Whitney says, I always go to Old Cheshire Cheese when visiting London. Also, the Princess Louise and the Viaduct Tavern, 2 pubs full of history. I love historic pubs. I hate it when they sort of turn them modern. You know, I don't like anything particularly. We got some very old ones round our way. We got one called the Swan, which is like really, or they turn it into a gastro pub. Down on Marylebone High Road, they've got one pub. It was called something. The name is still up there. You can read it, but they've renamed it something else and completely ruined it. You know, let's stick a gold bicycle outside. It's called trendy. Hate it. Mandy says Snappy Snaps only do the photos. Passport service available through the post office. Thank you. You're all right. Don't look so smug next door. Nothing worse, nothing worse. You can do it all online, including the photo, says John in Birmingham. This has boosted up my text for today. It's amazing. The post office do this service. Good luck, says Janice. Thank you. Make it sound like a bit of a trek for me. Sent off the application for our grandson's passport in early July. Still waiting. Holiday booked for early September. Panicking. So the post office can take the photo as well, can't they? I think they've got a photo thing in my post office. I'm pretty certain I've seen something in there because I had it done for something else and I can't remember what it was. Oh, well. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know why they can't use the photo that's on the passport as is. That'd be quite a nice idea, wouldn't it? We'll have to wait and see. Oh, look, Liz Truss. What is she standing for? Rishi Sunak. Hello. Can't believe it's still going on. Also, smugglers offering bargain prices for migrant boat crossings. So it's the bargain. So there's a discount, 1,500 quid. It's worth doing it just for the trip, isn't it? Let's face it. Prices have fallen from about £6,000. Where do they get this money from? £6,000. Every time I speak to people, they always go, "We haven't got any money." In fact, most people, if you ask them, have barely got £100 in savings. So where are these people getting 6,000 quid from? And there'll be 2 or 3 members, and it's always men. Have you noticed? Hardly any women. Hardly any women. Steve, I fast-tracked my passport, got it back in 3 days at the London office. Oh, I like that. I like that idea. 96 titles and £78 million worth of winnings. Tennis legend Serena Williams retires in style. It's nice we've got 78 million, because you don't need to work ever again. You can buy yourself a nice house. Get one of those boys on the television. They've got a programme where they make aquariums, but huge aquariums. If you want one that looks like a giant jukebox, they will build it for you. They're based in Vegas. They're phenomenal. One of them was so big he's got sharks in his aquarium. They're really huge. It runs the whole width of the house. It's absolutely enormous. And they build these. There you go. Look at giant aquariums. We used to have one in the ITN building some years ago. And there's one here. It's 26 foot by 26 foot. They're absolutely enormous. The trouble is you've got to be careful, though. Because if you put fish in there, some fish get eaten by other fish. And, kind of what they do, I suppose. And they put sharks in. But I've seen sharks in their homes. In their homes, they do this television programme, which is celebrities, but celebrities we've never heard of. Steve, if your face hasn't changed much, you can use your existing photo. Go to the post office, says Pat in Whitstable. I don't think my face has changed that much. I don't think so. I think, careful, be very careful. We found another carer. I always hate people like this. This one caught stealing from a 93-year-old dementia patient after the victim's suspicious family set up CCTV. This is how you catch these people. Her name's Paula Irvine. And she pinched hundreds of pounds before cameras captured her rifling through her victim's handbag, who was 93 with dementia. Anyway, she admitted 5 counts of theft and was given a 6-month suspended prison sentence. Oh, yeah, honestly. She was also obey a 3-month curfew. How about let's go round her house and flog all her stuff so she can pay back what she thieved? The recorder, Peter Cowan, says it was a sordid, nasty offence. People depend on the trust and integrity. We see it more often than not down here. There's always going to be a story in the papers about carers who've been caught stealing, and so the family can't work out where this money's going from, and then they put in hidden cameras, which you can have built into anything now. I mean, seriously, I've seen them built into smoke alarms, all sorts of little bits and pieces, and then they catch them. So she stole money, hundreds of pounds, and she was rifling through. So Paula Irvine, 48, and she didn't even go to prison. Makes a mockery of the system, doesn't it, really? Yes, in this country, you can thieve off people with dementia. They don't do anything. They just sort of give you a bit of a curfew. Like, that's going to change. Steve, it's the bus pass where you can use your existing photo. Well, I don't know. We might better use it on the passport, depending if they look at it and go, yeah, pretty good looking. And when's it from, the passport? Well, 10 years ago. 10 years ago, because it would have to be. I haven't changed in 10 years, actually. The Mayflower pub in Rotherhithe Street is good, Steve. Yes, I've heard, I hear good things. I hear very good things. And I like the story of the council bosses in Wolverhampton who spent £1 million on a pay-for traveller site. So travellers were invited to stay for up to 14 days on the 2-acre site at a cost of £100 a week plus the £250 deposit. Nobody's ever stayed there. You know why? Because there is another traveller site just down the road, and it's free. Mick Elson says it's a joke. Your average illegal traveller isn't exactly going to cough up hundreds of pounds when there's a park down the road where you can pitch for free. Not bright, are they? And so, well, that's nice. That's the Mayflower. Do you know, we've got loads of these places, haven't we? Don't they look nice? Imagine that as a pub. I bet they do fish and chips and stuff like that. Very nice indeed. I like that. I like that. Yeah, London's very exciting, actually. Very exciting. The medals of a fearless teenage First World War ace who single-handedly chased away 12 German aircraft are going on sale. Squadron leader Arthur Jones-Williams, who downed 11 planes in the war, got a military cross. And in 1929, he was the first pilot to fly non-stop from Britain to India. But he died in a crash in Tunisia months later. The collection, including his OBE, is being sold. They reckon it could fetch £30,000. I always feel sorry when families sell it, but I appreciate the fact there's no point in just having them sitting in a drawer or something like that. Pete the Pool Man says, I've scuba dived in the huge aquarium at a Dubai hotel, 20 metres deep, full of sharks, and I didn't even reach the perimeter. Now, that's a pool. I saw one in a hotel. Which hotel is it in Dubai? Where the aquarium runs the entire height of the building. And so in your bedroom, you've got bits of it and you get different fish. It's huge. It's absolutely enormous. Absolutely enormous. Very, very nice. I like things like that. We used to have an aquarium in Hong Kong. All we had was neon tetras and angelfish. And we had enough of them to make it look interesting. Very interesting. So, you know, and when I've been to the Ideal Home exhibition and stuff like that, there's always companies there who make aquariums, some built into coffee tables, which I thought looked quite nice, actually. I wasn't sure, actually, whether or not I'd like something. I'd like them to have a bit more room. But this bloke on this programme the other day about the aquariums, he had a shark. It was like quite big. They're very hard to maintain, and you've got to keep them looking nice. We used to have a little thing that was sort of a little chest that put bubbles into the water every so often. The chest lid would open and go plop, 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 like that, which was very nice. Very good impression, actually. Very good impression. So poor old Helen Skelton is appearing on Strictly so she can find love. Might as well stick an advert in the Times, love. Make it a lot easier. My name is Helen. I'm a bit desperate. Can I find somebody? As opposed to sort of telling fibs and saying, I'm waltzing onto this show to find love. Don't be so ridiculous. You're going on it for a fee. Got nothing to do with finding love. What is the matter with people? And I was going to do a story about orgasms, but I've changed my mind. Because apparently women have 3 types. So I wasn't sure whether or not we'd all be ready for something like that, and I decided, actually, I don't think we are. I decided it was easy to take a break at 6:45 and get the news headlines with Simon Conway. Morning, nice to have your company. It's 11 minutes to 7 in case you're clock watching, in case you need to get the train, because I see people running every day. But at least buses are fairly reliable, aren't they? But that was quite good, actually. What else have we got today? I was trying to find if we got any celebrity birthdays. I only like it we've got celebrity birthdays. And we've got two. Lawrence Dallaglio is 50, and Rosanna Arquette is 63. Also born on this day in 1943, Ronnie Spector, who died only a short while ago, actually, and Norma Shearer, the actress nominated for 5 Oscars, winning one for The Divorcee. After signing to MGM, she married executive Irving Thalberg and became one of the studio's biggest stars. According to Hollywood Gossip, camera trickery was used to hide the fact her eyes were not in perfect alignment. That's why she was made a big star. Big star. And 1979, August the 10th. Clouds hung low, the sea boiled, and rain dripped dismally onto the pebbles. It was not by anyone's imagination a nudist paradise, but last night Brighton Council agreed to have a nudist beach on the Sussex resort for a trial period of 1 year. Local councillor Eileen Jake says, "I can't wait to take all my clothes off." Her neighbours were going, "I wish you'd put them all back on again." But surprisingly, the nude beach is still there in Brighton, and the little Volks railway that runs along the back slows down. So you can have a look at people standing naked on a beach. But the trouble is, it's all stones in Brighton. It's not the most exciting place, but it's quite painful, actually. It can be quite painful, especially if you breathe in at the same time. Steve, I was having a browse on eBay, and Ashley says, "Have you seen the vintage Karma Chameleon phone? It's great. It sings the song when it rings." Yes, I've seen all of these things. Do you know we used to have loads of those sort of things years and years ago, but not now. Steve, used the post office service. Took 7 months for a standard passport renewal, says Norman. Only got it back after chasing because we were due to travel. It's funny, everybody else gets them back in weeks. Perhaps it's just you. Mary in Oxford says, "I had an aquarium in the bathroom to soothe the children in the bath. Beware, you have to spend hours cleaning them. I'm allergic to cleaning." Oh, don't worry, I'd have somebody in to do that. I wouldn't be cleaning it myself, for goodness sake. Have you ever seen, says Glyn, or visited the London Stone on Cannon Street, which is considered to outdate the existence of the city, an unknown London landmark? I was looking at it, strangely enough, the other day, the London Stone on Cannon Street. There's all sorts of strange little things, aren't there, really? I'm not sure about this. I mean, it's located at 111 Cannon Street. It's an irregular block of oolitic limestone, and it's on temporary display at the Museum of London. Well, it was in 2018, and they think it could be to do with some occult, or they think it's possibly Roman origin. Whatever it is, it's just a piece of stone. Okay, I've seen better stuff, actually, but the claims that it's to do with occult are unsubstantiated. But tell me, people like sort of seeing these sort of things. We've got all sorts of things, haven't we? Which I quite like. Outside St Paul's Cathedral, I can't remember what they've got. Is it the gates to the City of London, which have been reassigned there? There's all sorts of different little bits and pieces, which I'm always fascinated with. And you sort of see them, and you take a picture of it, and you sort of go, "Oh, wow, what's that?" They've got all, because London was just full of gates. Aldgate and places like that. It was all different gates. Moorgate, Bishopsgate, Cripplegate, which led to Islington. Newgate, which led to the prison. Ludgate, and there were 7 gates of London. We were surrounded, and you didn't want to go outside the gates, believe you me. If you went outside of the gates, there were robbers and people who'd have your little money bag and everything else. So, actually, interesting enough, Moorgate was not an original Roman gate. I think that was more like a postern in Roman times, only becoming a gate in about 1415, because it led to the marshy area north of the city. You don't want to go anywhere near these places. Seriously. And there are still bits of the Roman wall, which you can see in London. There's all sorts of things. As I say, pop down. We're open Monday through Friday, if you want to pop down. And there were highwaymen, stand and deliver. Well, I don't know. I mean, really, I'm honestly. I haven't got any money with me. I can't believe... Oh, she's done her own piece today. Kay Adams in the Daily Mail. The shame of admitting to my daughter that I'd lied to her about my age all her life. So Kay Adams, as I say, not the most exciting person on Loose Women, is going to be... And she's turning 60. She says it's far healthier to embrace growing old. So it's... I don't know why, actually. I just think, listen, we're not interested in your age or anything else. It's a programme about dancing. You can either do it or you can't do it. And if you can't do it, we kick you out. It's as simple as that. You know, it doesn't matter what somebody is, like, oh, somebody's an Olympian or somebody's a former 80s pop star from God knows how many years ago. We're not interested. It doesn't matter. All we want to know is, can you dance? It's a dancing programme. If you can't dance, don't bother. His London nightclub, Tramp, became a second home for royals, Hollywood actors and stars and the very rich. But Johnny Gold didn't leave a fortune in his will. Newly published probate documents reveal that Gold, who died in October, aged 89, left an estate of just over £62,000. The money will go to his children, Nick and Claire, as his wife, the 60s model Jan D'Souza, died in June, aged 80. Nick said his mother had struggled to cope with the death of his father, adding, life without her soulmate and partner was too much. Now they can be together for eternity. That's a very small amount of money, because I think he also had a place in Holland Park. He had a restaurant in Holland Park, Johnny Gold. Definitely. I mean, he's quite a character. Quite a character. Also in the paper today, people talking about these average bills set to hit, they reckon, this is the figure, £4,427 next April. I merely pass this on to you because I'm doing it almost on a daily basis, just trying to warn people that you might be shocked when some of these bills start coming in. And there's somebody else who has had their number plate cloned. Their number plate was cloned, because what crooks do, they'll see your number plate, they will just copy it, they get somebody to make it up, they put it on their car, and they drive in and out of the city every day. And then all of a sudden you get bills through the post. There's one particular person here, and she's got a van. And she was horrified to discover that on her statement recently, she's got this auto pay, which I have, £362 had been deducted. £362. She says, I'm certain that somebody has cloned my car, because I only ever use my car coming in of a weekend, probably. But I got a thing the other day, and I should have really checked it, actually. And she's got, luckily, a doorbell which shows pictures of her car right outside the house. And as she lives in the ultra-low emissions zone, she has to pay £12.50 every time she uses the vehicle. Well, of course, my car's not eligible for that anyway, so I don't have to pay it. But it is slightly worrying that you can have, scammers cloning your number plate and leaving you with huge bills. But anyway, she has submitted all the evidence to TfL to dispute the charges, but just gets a generic response saying, not enough evidence. She said, I'm at my wit's end. This is taking up so much of my time, but the bill is ringing up every day. And I remember somebody coming to my door and said, do you drive what was it? This was years ago, a Hillman, whatever it was. And I said, excuse me, do I look like the sort of person who's going to be driving a car like that? And somebody cloned the number, which I said, there's my car there, you can see it. And they went, yes, the Rolls. But no, you do get it a lot, and it happens all over the place. Wherever there's a charge, people have put it onto vans, because it's only when the police check these things they suddenly realise that there is a little bit of an anomaly going on. A little bit of an anomaly going on. Just about it for this morning. So I'm definitely going to try and sort out the passport. I'm a little bit worried that somebody has taken an awful long time to actually get their passport back again, because most of you this morning seem to be getting your passports back really, really quickly, which is good news, provided you fast track. If you fast track, Norman said it took 7 months for a standard one. Well, everybody else is getting it done in a matter of weeks. So perhaps you, if you were due to travel, you can't go anywhere for 7 months, bit of a pointless exercise. But that's what happens, isn't it, nowadays? You get the wrong thing, or sometimes things just get lost in the whole process, and I have to write to them and go, listen, have you got this? Have you not got that? We'll wait and see what tomorrow brings, shall we? More hot weather. So drink water. And I know it's not fashionable, but cold water, not very good to drink. It's supposed to be room temperature. That's what they say. Anyway, have a lovely day. And as I say, try and stay out of the sunshine. Morning, welcome to Thursday, welcome to August the 11th. It's nice to have your company. It's another... God, yesterday was hot, wasn't it? I didn't go out. I went out, did all my little bits of shopping, treated myself to an ice cream, sat down, had that, came back, changed the time of the car. Honestly, I do hate it. When you phone up, I have to phone up to change the time of my car every day, because every day it's a different day. And you always get new people on the end of the phone. Now, bless their hearts, they're based in Peterborough. And you know, as you go a bit further up the country, they get a bit dimmer and dimmer. Maybe by the time you get to Peterborough, you're kind of out with the pixies. And so I always phone up and say, hello, this is my account number. The name is Steve Allen. I want to change a booking for tomorrow morning. So she goes... I haven't got any bookings for you. And I go, yes, you have. And she goes, no, I haven't. And so I said, yes, this is a regular 5-day-a-week booking for about the last 15 years, you know. So I said, what time have you got tomorrow morning's down for? She says 1 a.m. I said, no, you haven't got it down at all. You're on the wrong page. Which, of course, they are. But, of course, she thinks I'm an idiot. So I then say... listen, can you get me a supervisor? I need to change this booking. I don't want to faff around wasting time with you. You're an idiot. I didn't say that. That's what I was thinking. And so she goes, you want to speak to somebody else? I thought, well, that would have been a clue. That would be the clue. You can't manage to find it. It's a regular 5-day-a-week booking. It's not complicated, love, for goodness sake. And so she goes, oh, do you want to talk to somebody else then? I go, yeah. So she goes, hold on a minute. So she puts me on hold. Now I know she's cut me off. So I leave it for 2 minutes. And then I just hang up, phone up, get a guy, and I go, I want to change this booking. Goes, yeah, did it in 1 minute. She, 4 minutes. Idiot of all idiots. Why do they employ people when they don't train them properly to talk to customers who are, you know, I spend $12,000 a year on my cab. It's a lot of money. You know, it ain't cheap. It ain't cheap. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Nice to be company. I see that Britain is facing a steak and chips crisis. Oh, God, that's all we need, isn't it? A steak and chips crisis. There's one little village in Oxfordshire. They've run out of water. And so they're having to have it delivered by tanker and all these pallets of water being delivered to people. How are you going to wash and bathe in that? You can't do it. It's just not physically possible. Vegans want an iconic roundabout called Pork Pie Roundabout to be renamed. They want it to... OK, I think not. We're not faffing around pandering to a few vegans on they want a roundabout change. I mean, for goodness sake, honestly, ridiculous. Village sweet shop up for sale. It's a retro thing. And it's jars and all sorts. It looks quite nice, actually. I quite fancy it. And Domino's have had to close all their Italian pizza shops, all of them. The Italians have gone, what is this? And they're going, it's pizza. No, it's not pizza. No pizza. You know, because we do things like Hawaiian and stuff like that and Meat Feast. And so consequently, I mean, they were going to open 880 outlets. And the local franchises... has filed for bankruptcy, which not looking very promising, is it? I mean, fancy trying to sell, you know, it's like Coles to Newcastle or opening a Chinese takeaway in Beijing, you know, doing what the British eat, which would be absolutely ridiculous. I mean, it is just crazy. The gambling addict who squandered her granny's life savings, basically thieved them. Family wanted her jailed, but she walked free from court. Obviously, the courts in this country, you know, rob off your family and don't do anything. £46,000 she thieved. You know, I'll tell you what her name is later on. Why is the moon red up here in Stratford-upon-Avon, says Ian. Can you look into it, please? We're not dim up here. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yeah. Is that ice cream, Ian? What's he doing up there in Stratford-upon-Avon? Delivering ice cream. He can't still be delivering ice cream, not at this time of the morning. And Steve, my girlfriend has just dumped me, says Peter in Malvern. So I realise it's a big responsibility. That's what you do well. You have to cheer me up. Listen, if she's dumped you, there's a reason. She's found something better. She's found something a lot better. I can't be nice. Why do people... I'm sorry, I don't do marriage guidance. This is not one of those ho-hum kind of programmes where, we have to be nice to you because somebody's dumped you. I mean, you're big enough and ugly enough, you know, out there to sort of go and find somebody. Ridiculous, isn't it? Is that what his name is? Pete. His name's Pete. Yeah. Oh, Peter the Toastmaster. He's not Pete, he's Peter the Toastmaster. He's a Toastmaster. You know, for what you're about to see, be bloody grateful. That's what it's all about, isn't it, really? Cliff Richard has said he's not going to take his shirt off for his new calendar. He's decided at his age, which is somewhere between 60 and 90, that he's not going to take his shirt off, which is good news. You know, but you don't have to do it. I think there was a bit of pressure on him, but I know the ladies will be looking forward to that. Maisie and Max, you don't know who they are. She was in EastEnders and he was in The Wanted, I think, or something like that, Max George. But they're now an item. But in fact, they're a poor, impoverished item because they were pictured on a budget jet. A budget jet. I mean, I ask you. So obviously neither of them have got any money at all, which is a bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? The most influential British artist of the last 50 years is David Bowie. David Bowie is the most influential. I love David Bowie, yes. I grew up with the Spiders of Mars and Ziggy and, you know, Ziggy play guitar. I always love that kind of stuff. The Spirit spills a pint in a haunted pub. It's another one of those old baloney stories where they've just lied through their teeth, where apparently the landlord filmed it happening. So it started moving, the pint jug, and he had enough time to get his phone out, put it onto the camera setting and film it going on, and then it fell off the end of the bar. Some people will tell lies, you know, till the cows come home. There was no such thing as a haunted pub. There is no such thing as ghosts. They certainly don't move full pint jugs. They really don't. They really don't. Although they had two magicians on This Morning yesterday with Craig, my God, you're still going with your career, Doyle, and Josie Gibson, who's like getting all excited over just about anything. And so they get her to sign a 50p piece and then they put it into a bottle. And as I say, it was sort of basic magic. Then they did another trick, but I can't remember what it was, actually. I've forgotten what the second one was. No, it wasn't a rabbit from a hat. You're not allowed to do rabbits from hats. You'd have the people down on you. Ashley says, hope you're well. I had an absolute result yesterday. 3 fillet steaks out of M&S, reduced to £2 each. And I owe you a big thank you for introducing me to steaming steak. Oh, it falls apart if you steam it. So much better. You don't need to do anything with steak. I put it into a saucepan, put the lid on and steam it, and it just falls apart. And I'm doing it today. I've got fillet steak with mushrooms, bean sprouts, and onions, chopped onions, which is very good. I like it. Dean Gaffney returning to the I'm a Celebrity jungle, basically because there's no other work in the diary. McDonald's says sorry for an X-rated allergy leaflet, basically telling people to do one. And which was quite funny. And that beluga whale stuck in the Seine has to be put down. Obviously gave it a little... I don't know how you put whales down. I don't know whether they just give a shudder and then die. I've got no idea. And then they've got to get the thing out. They're quite big. Quite big. The author whose Snowman, Melted Hearts, dies at the age of 88. And what's the other one? EastEnders, Michelle. Oh, so that whale euthanized during the... Oh, right. So it's out. Oh, it's not dead. Oh, he is dead. Euthanized during the road transfer. Shouldn't they have asked its relatives or something like that? Can you just kill the no next of kin? 24 experts used a crane and nets to load it into a refrigerated truck. However, it developed breathing difficulties. Well, give it oxygen. I'm sure there would have been a way of saving it. What does it look like when it was on the truck? It's quite big, isn't it? It's quite big. I'm having a... Oh, bless it. Look at it. Poor little thing. I mean, it was thousands of miles away from its home in the Arctic. And I think because of the noise from ships and boats, that confuses it. Because you don't get many sort of... It refused all food and everything else. I think it had a death wish. I think what happens is it's very difficult because they did try unsuccessfully to feed it fish since it was first found last week. I love it. First found. How can you miss the blooming thing? It's a whale. It's a beluga whale. But thousands of miles away. Isn't that a shame? But they work on sonar, don't they? So it did respond, well, they were hoping it were, to the antibiotics and vitamins. And in the last few days, it rubbed itself on the lock's wall to remove patches that had appeared on its back. Oh, dear. I think because it was in the wrong sort of water. Poor little thing, honestly. You think you could take it back to the Arctic and it would sort of recover? Wouldn't you? I like things like... We've had it in the Thames, haven't we? We've had stuff in the Thames. Ian says Stratford-upon-Avon is where the ice cream freezers are. Oh, really? That's a bit of a trek, and that's why you say 60 miles away. You're in Stratford-on-Avon. Oh, right. So it comes all the way every day in from there. So you go to the refrigeration unit. You said it was nice in the freezer yesterday afternoon. You could just sleep in it, couldn't you? Couldn't you sleep in it? Yeah, you could, yeah. Shane says, I've just come back from Coles and Woolworths. Everything's expensive. Is it the same in the UK? I've been to the ATM twice to get money out. I'm having to watch my money at the moment because I've not been paid for last month owing to this, let's just call it a slight discrepancy with HMRC, which should be resolved, as I say, in 5 days. It's the 10th today, isn't it? 10th? 11th today. Yeah, it's on the 15th. It should all be open and clear and everything else. And then I get paid for last month because the bank rejected it. And then I get paid again in 10 days' time. And then I get the money in from the pension. So if things go according to plan, it should be all singing, all dancing. There's a drunken mum who took her son on a 50-mile drive. The usual sort of baloney that they come up with after she's been caught is, "I'm so sorry, and I won't do it again." And you think, but you could have killed people, dear, including your 1-year-old son. People like you should be locked up. I really think so. I think anybody who gets behind, ask any copper, what's the worst thing? And they'll go, drunk drivers. Drunk drivers. It's, alcohol applies to loads of things. You see people behaving the worst that they've ever appeared when they've had a few drinks. It's ghastly. Some birthdays we've got today, a little bit later on. And oddly, Jerry Hall has withdrawn the divorce papers that she served on Mr. Murdoch. For some reason, we can't work out what. I reckon she's because I thought it was... It's her. She's the one. She reportedly asked him to cancel the divorce petition she filed 5 weeks ago against Rupert Murdoch. I reckon, actually. So, because we're not sure whether or not they're settling out of court, but I reckon he went, don't even risk it. I wouldn't have thought you'd be messing with him. He's 91, but he's sharp as a button. Sharp as a button. It's the way it goes, isn't it, really? What do you mean steaming steak? What, in a proper steamer saucepan? Says Pam. No, I steam it. I just, literally, I don't put any oil in. I put nothing in at all. I cut the steak up into pieces, into sort of chunk sizes, put it in the little saucepan, put the lid on, and it steams away for about 10 minutes. And no, I don't need to turn it or anything. I shake the saucepan every so often, so don't need to do anything. Then I drain off some of the water that's come out of the steak, because you always get water out of the steak. Add in the bean sprouts and onions, or the other day it was Brussels sprouts, and it all cooks beautifully. And the steak just melts. And then sometimes, if I'm feeling particularly decadent, I put in some peppercorn sauce. Just buy a little tub of peppercorn sauce, empty it in there. Delicious. Cordon bleu. Cordon bleu it is. Yeah, little marinades. I've got all these different sauces I just sort of drop in there, which was quite nice. But, that's what steaming steak is. It's called steaming. And it cooks really well because there's water in all the steaks. So that's why. So as the water comes out of it, that turns into steam, and it steams it. So eventually, when you take it out and you start eating it, it falls apart. There's no sort of tough bits at all. Oh, melts in your mouth. Not in your hand. It's 16 minutes past 4. Morning, nice to be company. So there's this couple, Muslim couple, and their children, and they go to Disneyland Paris because they've been told that you can get all their food is halal, and they do food for everybody. So they go there on the first day. He's pre-booked all the meals and all the rest of it. And now, when a friend of mine went to Disneyland Paris at the beginning, the French had to kind of adapt. They're fairly brusque, the French. And, of course, in Disneyland Paris, you're supposed to be, hello, how are you? Kind of thing. And, of course, they don't do that very well. In the same way that we don't do service industry over here. The Americans do it really well. You go into a McDonald's or whatever it happens to be, and you've got people over the age of 30, and they go, hello, how are you today? Would you like water? Would you like this and that? And it's all done because they do service industry. We don't do it. What do you want? Can we have... No, you can't. No, we haven't got that. Okay, and you're going to be much longer. We close at 5. That's the kind of thing. Anyway, this Muslim family go to Disneyland Paris. They order, on the first day, it was fine. They'd ordered 5 sets of meals. They got their halal meal. Second day, they ordered it, and it turned up frozen. It was frozen. And the girl said, or the server, whoever it was, said, you can put it in the microwave. Bless me. Blimey. Bit early in the programme for that, isn't it? Anyway. And so they then had to microwave their own food. Now, I don't know what the rules are relating to halal. If you're not halal, are you allowed to handle it? I don't think so. So that's why they gave it to them. So in other words, the halal was already pre-prepared, and all they had to do to eat it was put it into the microwave. Well, he didn't want that at all, and he wasn't at all happy. In fact, he was very unhappy. And I remember thinking, but say there's nobody in the kitchens who is connected to halal or anything like that. You can't just sort of serve it up and then go, oh, it's halal. Because somebody who isn't Muslim would be touching your food, and you wouldn't really want that. So, in fact, I thought he was wrong, but then I don't know. I know how it is, but it's the fact that it was frozen, which they obviously had in their freezers. So you can have halal food, but it's frozen. They're not going to touch it. See, I thought that was okay. They delivered it to him and said the microwave's over there. You go and put it in the microwave. In other words, they've then cooked it. Do you see what I mean? It kind of made it an awful lot better, I thought. That's how I thought it was working. But he didn't like that at all. He was very unhappy. Andy says, did you say you pay for your cab journey to work every day? I always thought LBC paid. If not, they should do. Yeah, well, I've already explained that, haven't I? I get paid for it. I get paid for it, but it goes on to my daily rate. You know, so that's how it works. So LBC pay, but they pay me, and I pay for it. So it comes out, and then I get a bill, and they just charge every 2 weeks or whatever it is, and goes on to so it's about £1,000 a month, just on the car. But to try and change it, you know, and I don't think any of these people in Peterborough, I don't think they're aware of who they're dealing with. But most of them, it's fairly straight. You can do it in a minute. It's easy. Anyway, and the family were forced to eat vegetarian meals for the remainder of their stay. The Disneyland Paris website reads, Disneyland Paris offers a range of options to ensure the magic exists even on your plate. And they do halal, they do vegetarian, they do celiac, they do absolutely everything that you could possibly think of, because it covers everybody. And now it's quite complicated. You go into restaurants and you go, sorry, do you do food for celiacs? And they do, yes. Because it can be quite dangerous if they don't get it. And so we've been into Joe's on a few occasions, Joe Allen's, and they do the menu to cater for everybody. It's as simple as that. They have to publish ingredients for allergy sufferers, because some people are allergic to it. And I forgot to go the other day. I didn't go. I don't know why I didn't go. I didn't go to Costco and pick up my cashews. Sorry. I brought in a nice bottle of cold water, which actually it had gone warm, so I heated it. I put it under the tap here, and it's cold water, which is very nice indeed. Very, very nice. Michelle weds her toy boy from EastEnders, and the ex was there as well, which is lovely. Tony Adams assigned for Strictly. Again, most people won't have the faintest idea who he is. They won't have the faintest idea, but as I say, I didn't know who he was. I heard of the name, but I didn't know what he did. You could have offered me £1 million, and I never would have got it right at all. I mean, I know that he's a former professional player, English football manager, and he spent his entire career of 19 years at centre-back at Arsenal. Not exactly the most riveting person, is he, really? But anyway, he's coached teams and done all sorts of things like that. And whether he can dance, I don't know. Must be seen as a bit mamby-pamby, mustn't it, really? You know, one minute you're doing all butch things, but, we're going to kick a football. Then the next minute, put me sequins on. I saw that bloke the other day, the one who they think is a celebrity, who reads The Travel on Zoe Ball's programme. So I can't say too much because a friend of mine is a producer. But I have to be honest, I just don't see him as a celebrity. He's just sort of another gay presenter who sort of is going to be dancing and says, I can't wait to put sequins on. And I'm thinking, but it doesn't matter what your sexuality is on a programme. It's a case of, can you dance? You know, you're going to be discovering that Matt Goss, A, can't dance, and B, will be having tantrums all over the place. You could just imagine, can't you? Matt, we thought we'd put you in some sequins because you're a bit camp and you like these sort of colours. No, I'm not sure about that. I don't want to wear that. I'm not sure about it. You could just see, can't you? He's got trouble written all over him. Got trouble, definitely. The Spirit... we've done that one, haven't we? The Prince of Darkness on his slow recovery. I mean, just honestly, there's nothing worse than a silly old man who still thinks that he's the Prince of Darkness. He shuffles on stage. He's got black eyeliner on, and you think to yourself, oh, for God's sake, love, it's fine when you're young, But, you know, when you get to your age, it starts looking a bit desperate, doesn't it? Happy birthday to Ashley Jensen and Joe Jackson. And The Car Thief, The Police and the Giant Teddy Bear, which is a good one. The Big Breakfast returns this Saturday, and a defiant resident refuses to leave his home despite plans to demolish the whole block. I'm not going to leave it. I'm going to stay in it. Well, they'll just pull it down around your ears, won't they? You know what these people are like? They won't. There was a film about it years and years ago, and I think it was a Steven Spielberg film, Batteries Not Included or something like that. And it was a really good little film, actually. It was about a couple. She had dementia, and they had a cafe, but a developer wanted to build all over where they were, and they had help from little flying saucers. I think it's Batteries Not Included. It was a very good film, very good. If you haven't seen it, you must get it, because it's great. It's what they call a nice... There you go, Batteries Not Included. It's directed by Matthew Robb. Executive producer Steven Spielberg adapted the story and turned it into a film. It's really good. These little flying saucers come in and they help them reassemble and build the place again. It's fantastic. It's feel good. A small extraterrestrial living spaceship that saves an apartment block under threat from property development. And he sends in all the heavies, and they smash the place up. And she's going, oh, you must come and sit down and have a meal and all the rest of it. It's Jessica Tandy, who's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And it's really nice. And then in the morning, after the place has all been smashed up, they go down there, and it's all been rebuilt by all these little spacecraft. They've rebuilt the entire place. They've retarred it. It looks like brand new. It's fantastic. Love it. Steve, thank you for your way of describing the cooking of the fillet steak. So it's basically dry pan frying with lid on a low heat, says James in Clitheroe. Well, it's dry pan frying, but because of the water that's in all meat, the water turns into steam. So, in fact, it can sit in about an inch of water. If you're doing 2 pieces of fillet steak, there's quite a bit of water in there. Well, I just generally do it. I mean, you just look, when you look at it. And every so often I pick the saucepan up, give it a good old shake. So you don't brown the meat, but it falls apart. So you can do it with all sorts of vegetables. You don't have to use my advice and do Brussels sprouts or bean sprouts or things like that. You put anything in you want. Anything. Some asparagus. And then but put in a sauce afterwards, because after you've drained off, then it just sort of goes in. And I mean, I think a peppercorn sauce is a nice thing. Dark peppercorns really works, and it's beautiful. It really is. It's a good way. Mind you, people years ago, my mother used to have a pressure cooker, and it was a big old thing that sat on the stove, and she would put in the cheaper cuts of meat. And because you were cooking it under pressure, it immediately made the meat tender. So it was quite tough old meat. If you cooked it normally, it would have been really impossible. But in the pressure cooker, it's like they do an advert on the television for KFC, and they show you deep frying it. Well, they don't deep fry it. They put it into pressure cookers. That's the whole idea of KFC. It's in pressure cookers. They've got the oil in there. They put it in, screw down the lid, and then it's the pressure cooker that cooks it. They're not deep frying the blooming thing. Well, it is, but in a pressure cooker. But it's well worth doing. I promise you. I mean, it's a really nice idea, and it means that the meat goes further. I do exactly the same with chunks of salmon, which I put in with a watercress sauce and a few little vegetables, and that's quite nice. Gesundheit, Steve. Thank you. Early sneezes this morning. I had to double-check my clock. Hot temperatures out for you today, Steve. Even up here later, says Kim. 27 degrees. Up early this morning, methinks, with the water bottle close at hand. I've got mine with me. But actually, it's freezing cold in the studio. If I invited you all down here now, you'd have to bring thick coats and sweaters and everything else. So today it's going to be 34 degrees in London, sunny and a gentle breeze. Tomorrow, 35. Saturday, 37. Then Sunday 34, then Monday 27, and that's where the thunder and lightning comes in. Whether it comes in with rain, I've got no idea. Blimey. I'm just going to get through tons of water on the break. Went down the wrong hole, as always. Good grief. Shall we do the news? I see no reason why not. Here's Lottie Morley. A A source said, a source said, this will be a bitter pill for Stacey to swallow. They were together for years, and to see him move in so quickly with another woman will break her heart. Well, obviously he doesn't care, does he? That's what I say. It's so shallow. And luckily, Maisie posed on her hotel balcony in a black thong. Ooh. Well, there you go. There's guaranteed to get a picture. She's only 21. Only 21. And so what else we got? They spent a lot of their time together, and it would always be seen joking around in the dressing rooms and after the shows when they did Strictly. So I didn't even know who she was. So it doesn't really help, does it? But that's the main story. On budget flight to Crete, as opposed to saying neither of them have got any money. They can't even afford to fly like proper celebrities. That's how bad it gets, doesn't it? That's how bad. Mind you, I told you, to be a celebrity costs a lot of money. Because you've got to have the right luggage, you've got to go to the right holiday destination. You certainly don't fly budget. I mean, that would be ridiculous. Heavens above. The families in this poor little village which run out of water. It's in Oxfordshire, caused by technical issues at the nearby reservoir. And they had to send in a tanker, and there were bottles, crates of water and all the rest of it that were sent out there to them to try and get them through. Apparently it's too hot to sleep, exercise, cuddle, or even wear clothes. When the temperature hits 78.8 Fahrenheit, a poll is found. Hair dryers, along with have been abandoned, along with housework, cooking and shopping. Oh. And that's about it, actually. There's nothing really. All they can say is we've got a water shortage because we need some water next week. Get a Chili's Mark II bottle, great for keeping your water cold, says Kim. Yeah, they look quite nice, actually. 30 quid, though. That seems an awful lot of money. It's a double-walled, vacuum-insulated, keeps cold for 24 plus hours, hot for 12. See, I've just filled up my water bottle, and the reason I choked earlier on is because, you know, if you're sort of trying to talk or breathe at the same time, it gets a bit difficult. This is just this smart water bottle, which I've topped up, and but there's days. It's 30 quid. Honestly, how much money do you think radio presenters earn? I am the highest paid, of course. We love it, honestly. What else we got? A real-life Willy Wonka auctioning the contents of his 1940s-style sweet shop. Dave Walker, who owns Edward and Vintage in Dissington in Derbyshire, says he needs a new challenge. He's got a Victorian counter, Bakelite scales, sweet jars, and a bar of 1920s Bourneville among the items up for sale, which is lovely. Do you see the bit about Matt Goss trying to drag out this 5 seconds of intermittent fame before he has a breakdown on Strictly? And he's selling everything in America. Everything. He's moving back here. Oh, God, we're going to have to suffer with him. We're going to have to suffer with him. Not so good, is it? Michelle Collins tied the knot. As the screen hubby she tried to kill in EastEnders looked on. Yes, because she married Mike Davidson, and Adam Woodyat was also there, heavily dressed down, because they were together for ages in EastEnders. So that's lovely, and well done to Michelle and the new husband. A bit of a difference. She's 60, and the new bloke is, I think, 38. But that's quite good. Here we go. The Prince of Darkness, the pensioner of darkness now, on the 3-year fight to get his life back. This is after he had various disasters, and they've sort of, I don't know what's the matter with Ozzy Osbourne. I mean, how can you be the Prince of Darkness when you're basically just shuffling on like an old man? And there's him and a picture of Kelly, and as you go, oh, like that, oh. So they then get a picture of him. But, I mean, you know, eyeshadow on a man of that age. I don't even know how old he is, actually. I mean, how is it? 72? 73. He's on painkillers, 73, and he's still wearing eyeshadow. Bit tedious, isn't it? I suppose I'm going to sneeze again. That's 4. We haven't even done the hour. What is going on? What is happening in here? We don't worry about it. Apparently, that font of all wisdom, diver Tom Daly, according to Rod Little's column today, has said that homophobia in Africa is a legacy of colonialism. Funny that is, because Ugandan President Museveni thinks that homosexuality is a legacy of colonialism. Either way, then, we Brits are as ever guilty. Guilty. Sometimes people get it so badly wrong. What was the other one? A woman of 79 with a broken hip had to wait for 20 hours in an ambulance outside the hospital. Told you when I went into hospital a short while ago, there were 20 ambulances outside with people in who needed beds, and we were all shuffled around. It was like I was shuffled around. He said, "We're on the move, Stephen." I said, "Where are we going?" He said, "Next floor up." Up to the next floor, put us all in there. We were all connected up and all the bit. I was connected. And then they have to move other people in. It was a nightmare. Nightmare. There's also pharmacists who are warning a shortage of drugs is putting patients at risk. Pain relief used in childbirth, mouth ulcer medication, migraine, antihistamine, type of inhaler, and a certain brand of insulin. Oh, God. That's all I need. Luckily, I do have some insulin in the fridge. I think I've probably got about four tubes. It's dreadful, isn't it? You're having to sort of hang on to everything at the moment to make sure it all goes right. Little Mix's top songwriter has revealed she was devastated the group split. I'm not surprised. Her name's Camille, who was the unofficial fifth member. Did shout out to my ex and the Black Magic, teased that Perry Edwards' solo music is incredible. The trouble is people don't want to buy solo music. That's the hard-faced reality. It really is a bit difficult. Steve, I got myself an insulated water bottle. It's quite compact, keeps my water nice and cold. It might be ideal if you're on a Saturday, says Kim. She says, P.S. this bottle cost me £8. £8. So there you go, an insulated water bottle. So it keeps the water nice. Because some people are saying if you want to stay cool. See, I don't need to worry about staying cool in bed. I've got a little fan, which is it clips onto the headboard and just blows. It's tiny. It's rechargeable. So you charge it up. When I go back today, I will plug it in and charge it up, and then I will go to bed later on today. I just unplug it, clip it on the bed thing, and by the time I've nodded off to sleep, it doesn't matter. It goes for a few more hours. It probably goes for about 4 hours or something, which is okay. There's two stories today which I quite like. The woman in a town run by the Duchy of Cornwall claims she's being evicted for having too many plants. Alexandra Wilson-Jones fell out with the Duchy of Cornwall over an unapproved display in a communal courtyard because they've got rules in Poundland. Is it Poundland? What? Poundbury, I think it is. Yeah, in Dorset. Yeah, they've already got Poundland as well. And it's a case of you could. I think she looks okay with these plants. I must be, perhaps I'm out on a limb, but I thought they looked really good. A Duchy of Cornwall spokeswoman said, "We will work with the owner and developer to achieve a suitable outcome." In other words, they're going or you're going. Look at it. I think they look okay. But the trouble is it spoils the look of what they want. And she has gone a bit overboard on these, hasn't she? She's got, the pots are a bit tatty. I mean, it's quite nice and it looks good, but nobody else has got them in there because you're not supposed to have that many. And she's obviously gone a bit mad. So it's a case of no. If you want to live here, then this is what you have to do. I mean, they all look fairly healthy, don't they? I think they look really healthy. And she's got them everywhere, even a wreath on her door, which actually looks a bit naff. But too many plants, love, OK? So you take them down and you follow the rules. She says, oh, here we go. She says, "I'm appalled. I feel humiliated." Well, you should read the things. You should read the rules. When you move into somewhere, it's a case of, you've got to do it. There was somebody the other day, it was in one of these, "Come fly with me, let's fly away." And his daughter had come here and she wanted to go to Edinburgh, but the flight had closed. And he said, "I demand that you put her on this flight." And all the EasyJet people doing is standing there going, "Well, she turned up late. I demand it. You will do this." And they went, "Well, we can't. The plane is still there. Put her on the plane." And they were going, "No." And you want to say to him, "Listen, thicko, once they have closed the doors of the plane, if it sits on the runway for another 3 hours, that is well within their rights." He then started coming up with the biggest lies. Like, they don't do this around the world at other airports. They do it at all the airports. Once those plane doors have shut, the captain has signed off, nobody else can get on the plane. It's as simple as that. Why should people be held up because, idiot here turned up late? And he was arguing the toss and saying, "I shall never fly this again." You want to turn round, don't you, and go, "Well, don't then, darling. Go fly somebody else." That's what you want to say to me. "I'm going to send this in to Stelios or whoever it is." You mentioned earlier Says Sean that vegans want the pork pie roundabout renamed to vegan roundabout. They also want the phrase telling porky pies changed to telling vegan pies. How about a nice vegan pie hat? I don't think we should take any notice of this. These are woke people. These are snowflakes of the worst possible kind. So it's called the pork pie roundabout, and they want it named the vegan roundabout. Well, you're not having it. All right, what are you going to do about it? Take it to court? Good. Go on, take it to court. Why don't you superglue yourself to the pavement at the same time? Never heard anything like it. It's ridiculous. Quarter to 5. Morning. Oh, there's a lovely picture, actually, of flamingos. I quite like flamingos. I quite like them, but this is interesting. This is an abandoned flamingo chick who's been successfully raised by 2 fathers. Gay flamingos. Fantastic. Apparently, the keepers gave the egg to males Hudson and Blaze after it was rejected by its parents. The lads sat on it until it hatched at Whipsnade Zoo in Bedfordshire. Tim Savage, the keeper, said they sat with it for 2 weeks, keeping it warm and protecting it from the others. Flamingos usually work together. Hudson and Blaze have proved ideal parents. Gay flamingos, here they are, and they're in pink as well. They feed the chick on red crop milk made in their digestive tracts. And it's quite cute, actually, when you consider how it's going to grow. There is a place, isn't there? Where the dickens is it? It's in Africa somewhere. And unfortunately, it's a lake which is very, very high in salt. And it forms a crust around the flamingo's legs. So what happens is they stand in the water. The water is so full of salt, it solidifies around them and they get trapped and they're stuck in the lake and they die in the lake because of all the salt there. You'd think they'd move around a little bit, but as they're moving, because it's so heavily infiltrated with this salt, and I remember seeing pictures of them and they just literally eventually fall over because they can't go anywhere. Seems a bit dangerous, doesn't it, really? There you go, the deadly lake where 75% of the world's lesser flamingos are born. It will kill a human, but although the flamingos are breeding on it. But there you go. Wait a minute. Just go down. Look, there. So they perish. Deposits of sodium carbonate seal the creatures in their watery tomb. Bats, swallows, and more are chemically preserved in their pose. So it's surrounded by the calcified remains of animals. But it's strange that lots of animals are born there, but they still get caught out by it. It's one of those things, isn't it? 3/4 of the world's lesser flamingos fly over from other saline lakes. They can't build their nests too low, and predators can waltz across the lake bed and attack. Flamingos have evolved very leathery skin on their legs. I've got a producer like that, very leathery. So they can tolerate the salt water, says David Harper. Humans can't and would die if their legs were exposed. So far this year, water level's too high. That's what we want, isn't it? That's what we want. We want water levels too high. Please, thank you very much indeed. Police have found a 6-foot car thief hiding inside a 5-foot teddy bear. This is Joshua Dobson, bit of a dipstick, unfortunately. He'd squeezed through a large hole cut in the cuddly toy's bottom when officers raided his girlfriend's home, but they spotted the bear in the corner. It appeared to be breathing. That was him, of course, because he's obviously not bright. Dobson of Rochdale was arrested for nicking a Mitsubishi and has now been jailed for stealing vehicles, driving whilst disqualified and making off from a petrol station. He's a right dipstick, isn't he? Little Joshua Dobson. Thicko! Manchester police said when we went to arrest him, the officers noticed a large bear breathing in the address before finding him hiding inside. It appears he tore a hole in the teddy's bottom before climbing in. Well, he's now stuffed behind bars. So he's been jailed for 9 months last week, and he was stealing all sorts of things and driving off. I mean, what a dipstick. And he's got a girlfriend. Oh, dear. Poor little Joshua. Never mind, matey, you'll love it in prison. It'll be great. I don't like this beluga whale story. It's in all the papers now. I feel like it's quite sad. Why can't we get them out? There was 80 volunteers got this whale out of the lock on Tuesday, but on the 100-mile drive to the Normandy coast, it suffered breathing problems and had to be euthanised. Do you think vets know about that? Oh, that lake is Lake Nakuru, says Yvonne. Lake Nakuru. There we go. And look, all the penguins. I've never seen so many penguins. Thousands and thousands of pink flamingos. Thousands and thousands of them. How lovely. It's in Kenya. Something. I've never wanted to go on safari, though, Yvonne. Isn't it funny? Out of all those things, I mean, I quite like the idea, but I know what animals smell like in the wild, and it's never very sort of pleasant. You know, you've got lions and tigers, and well, not together, and you've got elephants and all the rest of it. And we did the story the other day where they've had to move like 250 elephants. They've got so many of them. The breeding programme is tremendous. And yet I keep seeing adverts on the television going, are we saying farewell to the last? And I think, well, obviously not. We just moved nearly 300 of the blighters. Goodness sake, honestly. And detectives who probe the death of Princess Diana will speak publicly for the first time in a new television documentary. Oh, well, there you go. That'll be exciting. Olivia Newton-John on Grease in her own words. And, which was lovely. I was sewn into those sharkskin pants every day. On set, jaws dropped, eyes popped, and John joked, tell me more, tell me more. Love it. Gemma Collins, God, I tell you, talk about dragging out a torturous career. Don't know what to do with poor old Gemma Collins. But apparently she's become a millionaire in lockdown, which was good, actually, because her boutique went bust, owing £76,000 to creditors and $65,000 to HMRC. Really successful, isn't she? Not. Lawrence Llewellyn-Bowen has revealed a changing rooms disaster that haunts an old co-host. He heads up the reboot of the BBC show, joked that fellow designer Linda Barker is still recovering after £6,000 worth of teapots got smashed to smithereens. See, I remember Lawrence Llewellyn-Bowen when he first started. It was all leather trousers and stuff like that, and it was a case of then they started doing, and he started dressing a little bit sort of fey. A little bit fey. He has a cane now and all the rest of it. And he wears these sort of clothes, which it's like looking at Jonathan Ross. His wardrobe is so antiquated. It's a little bit embarrassing, really. But he's sort of known as eccentric, whereas Lawrence Llewellyn-Bowen is not known as eccentric, just a bad dresser. He sort of turns up. He's all a bit foppish. It's like, very foppish. Steve, did you see the lady trying to save the koala who was on the road? She stopped to the traffic and it tried to attack her, says Shane. They're dangerous, koalas. Did you know that? Highly dangerous. Have you seen the claws on them? They rip you to shreds. They've got some at the Australian Zoo, but they're used to people. But you don't go anywhere near koalas. They would literally, my God, you'd hardly survive. Everybody goes, oh, aren't they sweet? Aren't they cuddly? Aren't they No, they're not. You look at their claws, they would rip into you so much they could rip your arm open. As somebody says, you're seeing koala claws? Have a look at them on the internet. You'll be as horrified as I was. Ridiculous, isn't it? When you sort of look at something and people go, oh, they're really nice, they're up trees. Would you like to have your picture taken with them? It's like chimpanzees. I've got a picture of me taken at Bertram Mill Circus from years and years ago when I was 7 or 8 or something like that, taken with a chimpanzee. And yet chimpanzees are meat eaters. I thought they just, they were cuddly. They ate bananas and, they say, ooh, like that and all that. No. Have you not seen them on the David Attenborough programme where the chimpanzees go out on a hunt? And what are they hunting? Monkeys. They're hunting monkeys, and they're on the floor, and beautifully shot. You have to realise it goes on all the time. There's not a lot you can do about it. And they're very aggressive, and they can see the monkeys, the capuchins and things like that, and they literally get up there and they box them in, and then they eat them alive. They literally grab them, and the monkeys are trying to get away, and the chimpanzee, they're really dangerous. And exactly the same for koala bears. Don't go anywhere near them. Not that you're likely to see any. If you're shopping in Hounslow High Street this morning, you're not going to be seeing koala bears out for a bit of a powwow or something like that. It just doesn't happen. Does not happen. What else we got today? Night of the Living Dread. You know what this is? Bills. Martin Lewis again. He's really become a prophet of doom, hasn't he? Talk about trying to scare you, but if he doesn't scare you, you won't take it seriously. You could have a bill of, a real lot. Pirates of the Caribbean star Bill Nighy's first audition made him seem like the worst actor ever. I love him as well, as Jonathan Pryce. Very big fan. Yes, interviewed Bill Nighy and Jonathan Pryce, and he's lovely. Professor Brian Cox says he likes cheese on toast, but for pudding. I'm not sure about on pudding, but I do like cheese on toast, though. I could eat, a whole loaf of bread of cheese on toast. My mother used to do cheese on toast, and it was particularly delicious. We have cheese and biscuits. No, cheese and biscuits is fattening. I don't think it's any more slimming if you eat it, but you have it for pudding. Well, it's sort of, yes, it's like a substitute, isn't it? If you're not going to have apple and blackberry crumble or something like that with custard, you have cheese board. And they do it in all the restaurants. They'll probably have it in the restaurant, well, in fact, they have in the restaurant I'm going to on Saturday. But I'd rather have a crumble with some ice cream or something like that. I don't really want cheese and biscuits, because they've never got the cheese and biscuits that I like. I like a Dairy Lee spread. I'm not common. And what else do I quite like? I quite like, they do these Cornish wafers, which are quite nice, which fall apart when you put butter on. If it's too hard, the butter, they all sort of break to pieces. But again, hugely fattening. Hugely fattening. Don't sort of eat all this stuff, because you will put on a mountain of weight and then you'll be all desperately unhappy and you'll look like Ola Jordan and her husband, whose name luckily everybody always forgets, because they put on loads of weight so that they can then pretend to be losing it again. It's a way of trying to sort of drum up interest in a couple that have finished, really. They would sort of drop from Strictly. And nobody's really interested. Then you put them on a couple of programmes and that's about it, I'm afraid. Tributes flood in for Raymond Briggs after the author and illustrator died at the age of 88. Aled Jones, he said his books have touched millions of people around the world, and what a debt of gratitude I owe to his greatest creation. Yes. Although Aled covered Walking in the Air, but he didn't sing it on the programme. No, that was a chorister who sang We're Walking in the Air. Aled then did it as a cover version. But it's lovely, actually. 1978, The Snowman sold 5.5 million copies around the world. And it's just the fact it's in like a sepia. It's sort of faded colour. Very festive, isn't it? Very festive. Actually, it's what we're hoping for now, isn't it? Snow at Christmas. I wish you a Merry Christmas. We'll be singing that very shortly. It'll drive you mad, most of you, I should imagine. The daughter of a Ukrainian rescuer killed in the war receives a posthumous award on his behalf. And football legend Tony Adams assigned for Strictly. He was nicknamed Donkey because of, I don't know what was going on about. Because of his lack of elegance, he joked, God help my dance partner. So just doing it for the money, eh, Tone? Good for you, mates. That's the way to do it. Let's not pretend that you're anybody else apart from just somebody who wants the money.
On your radio. This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. I don't need to tell you, do I? Hot day. You can cope with it, but it's going to get hotter. And by the time you get to Saturday, well, just give up completely. It's going to be just too hot. So if you're going out, if you've got little children, put a hat on, put sun cream on, because otherwise you'll burn to pieces. It's not so great, I'm afraid. And then next week, fingers crossed. I don't want to be prophet of doom and say nothing's going to happen. I'm hoping we're going to get some rain on Monday. It would be lovely, wouldn't it, to think that we're going to get some rain. All these poor people are suffering with, we haven't got any water. I told you about the little village in Oxfordshire, where they've had to have it delivered by tanker. Where you put it, I've got no idea. Because you expect it to come out the taps. It's no good sending a tanker round to somebody's house. What are you going to do, fill the bath up? Or something like that? That's just ridiculous. If you've got no water coming in, you can't have your showers, you can't wash, you can't do anything at all. So fingers crossed. And also the wildfire risk is raised to exceptional, the highest it can be. So there's one house, it's a beautiful house, picture of it in the paper. And they've got they're surrounded by fields which are all dry and parched. So what they've done is they've cut a fire break in it. They've literally got the tractor in, which is it will not get to the house. That's the theory. But I tell you, you worry about these things, don't you? So there's a poisoner. We've had problems before with people who poison cats and they haven't found anybody. This time they found somebody. He has admitted feeding contaminated tuna to his neighbour's cats, which led to the pets dying in agony. Tristan Paul Pearson, 44, so he's not young, left out tubs containing fish tuna and the deadly chemical ethylene glycol. 2 cats ate the food and had to be put down after becoming sick. Soon afterwards, an expert said it would have caused the cats to suffer headaches, nausea, disorientation, weakness, and then collapsing. The cat owners, a father and daughter, later spotted 2 pots in the back garden of Pearson's home in South Wales. One contained a bright blue liquid and the other contained a food mix, including meat. They were passed to the RSPCA for tests. Simon Evans says the poor cats were deliberately tempted into digesting a substance that is incredibly dangerous. It's like feeding dogs, was it chocolate? We had to warn people about before. Anyway, he pleaded guilty, Tristan Paul Pearson, to an Animal Welfare Act offence and given an 8-month suspended jail sentence. Suspended? You can get away with murder in this country. It's fantastic, literally. He was ordered to pay £2,000 costs, but there was no reason why he's done it. I mean, is it because he's thick and stupid? Possibly. Inspector Evans says, I mean, I couldn't make it up, could you? Somebody in Welsh Wales called Evans. He says, we hope this shocking landmark case sends a clear message to anybody thinking of targeting cats. This is wrong, illegal, and will not be tolerated. Well, he's got away with it. He's only got to cough up £2,000 and he doesn't have to go to prison for killing. But there's no reason why he did it. I mean, perhaps he's a bit stupid and simple and he's some, I mean, you know, you just can't make it up. I watched this programme on the television and it's to do with animal welfare in Dallas or somewhere like that. Anyway, it's like their version of the RSPCA, and it's huge. And they go round, people say, oh, the next door neighbours have moved out, but they've left dogs in the back garden. And they go round there, and there's dogs emaciated, literally gnawing their legs off. They're that emaciated. Horses with their ribs all showing through them. And this programme I mean, some of it I can't watch. Because it's people who've been so cruel to animals for no reason whatsoever. They just are cruel to animals. Like this bloke in the papers, very similar to him, but he's obviously missing something, and it's called a brain. But I think he should have been sent to prison. I mean, dog cruelty is on the rise since the COVID pandemic. That's right. They had another thing, and they were looking in this country, and it was a family, mind you, who were taking dogs out to kill badgers. They were literally going out there, and they stupidly, because they're a bit thick and remedial, they were digging the badgers out of their sets and then setting their dogs on them. So what they do is they find the badger set, they dig it out until the badger is like, oh, it's backed up against a wall, and they're big buggers, badgers, and then they set their dogs on them, and they've got little children there. They're that sick, these families. Like a family day out. They filmed it with little children getting excited and the sister of one of the blokes who owns some of these dogs. These people are sick. These people are really sick. Why? And they would do the same with foxes. They would track foxes, but it was the digging of the badgers out who were in their sets and then send the dogs in there. And sometimes they would be so pleased when the dog would have its face bitten off by the badgers. And you think to yourself, perhaps I'm in the wrong world. Perhaps I'm in the wrong world, you know, when you've got these sick people who want to do all of these horrible things to animals. And, you know, and to poison cats deliberately. This bloke should have been sent to prison for a long, long time. You know, I mean, it's seriously, I mean, you know, you want to just go round there with a film crew, as opposed to sort of all the rubbish about all the, you know, reality shows and Love Island and Bimbo Territory, you know, and all the rest of it, and sort of basically embarrass these people, put them up on the television. Embarrass them and just let them know it won't be tolerated. Cruelty to animals who can't even defend themselves in many occasions. This badger baiting, and the daughter was out there, and these young children who were watching these dogs, you know, attacking badger. And I'm thinking to myself, are you limited intelligence again? And the answer is yes, they are. They really are. It's the subculture. Paul says the weather's a bit like the film The Day the Earth Caught Fire. Well, I don't go out in it. If you go out in it, and if you're stuck having to go out in the heat, well, then, of course, yes, it is a bit depressing. Dolan says, cube some cheddar on a plate, pour 50 millilitres of milk, slice an onion, put under the grill until the cheese melts, eat with thick white bread and butter. Not sure about that. That sounds a bit peculiar, doesn't it? So pour some milk, slice an onion. Is this some sort of foreign dish? Is it like sort of melted cheese and you're just dipping the bread in it? Is that the kind of thing you're doing? That's what it sounds like, actually. William says, I remember when I was younger, 11, 12 years old, back in the 90s, and the hosepipe bans were issued, and we all just got on with it. No problem. These days, it's got to be debated. Just do it, if that's what's needed. I don't understand why we're dragging it out. Well, because they don't know what to do. Listen, they can't stop Albanians coming over the channel. Priti Patel was dishing out money to Rwanda, hopefully that they were going to take people and put them up in hotels. Nobody at all. They've not managed to do anything at all. Because all these people, listen, if you can afford 3,000 quid to come across the channel, you'll find a lawyer. Believe you me. And so basically it's just made poor Priti Patel look like a dingbat. She hasn't got the faintest idea how to stop these people coming over. No chance at all. And now we've got all these sham marriages which have taken place. Hundreds of sham marriages, people who blatantly lie. And nobody's been prosecuted. No marriages have ever been prosecuted. So it's easy to get away with this sort of stuff. I mean, come to this country. You can rob people. You can kill animals. You could probably run over your next door neighbour. You won't go to prison. We'll probably send you on a holiday and give you a box of chocolates. That's what it's like at the moment. You know, and a hosepipe ban. I mean, how ridiculous. You imagine going to Vegas and they go, hosepipe ban. And you go, I'm sorry. And here we are in Dubai, hosepipe ban. What? I mean, they lose over 2 billion litres of water a day. That's what Thames Water are leaking out because they haven't bothered to invest. 2 billion litres. Imagine. I mean, even in the middle of the African, Serengeti, is there a water shortage? I don't think so. No, they're still managing to have water holes and everything else. But, hot countries like Dubai. Imagine Spain, water shortage. No water. Got no water today. You can't have a shower. And we're having to drink the swimming pools. That's the best thing to do, isn't it, now? It's nationally, there's 2.4 billion litres. 2.4 billion litres, I can't even imagine what that looks like. Is that more than a bath? Is that sort of a bath and a swimming pool or something like that? Why can't we learn to drink river water? Well, but they must be able to purify it, mustn't they? I know that when you go into the jungle, you can buy water purifying tablets, so you can take river water, put the tablets in, and it turns it into drinking water. Or what, like a desalination plant? Why can't they do that? What's the problem with it? I just don't understand it. Do you think there's a water shortage in the House of Commons? No shortage of leaks, though, are there? Steve, it's called badger baiting. It should be stopped. Yeah, I mean, I was horrified to watch it. And also children. These people are, as I say, there must be a subculture in the country, the limited intelligence people. There was some woman on the television the other day arguing. Was it on the television or was it? No, it was YouTube. And they go to this hotel and they've changed the system of getting free drinks. If you're a peasant and you go to one of these hotels, what they generally do is go up there and they go, we'll have 6 pints of beer, 6 double vodkas and all the rest of it. And they're saying, no, each time you come up, you can have a maximum of 4 drinks. And there they are, the chavs. Yep, complaining about it bitterly. We didn't book here to say this. We want all our drinks. We want our free drinks. Because basically, they're drunks. They just want to go on holiday and get very drunk. The kids all want to eat ice creams, fill their faces. They don't know how to behave with other people. They've got no idea. No idea. Pam says, here in Scarborough, after gallivanting all over Mongolia, including an attempt to visit eagle hunters, unfortunately it's become a cruel tourist circus. Birds with no water and not flown and broken feathers. Some humans are so cruel. Well, they did it with elephants, didn't they, somewhere? I can't remember where it was, where they literally had an elephant chained up outside a hotel so that tourists could have their pictures taken with it. This thing was going mad. Going mad. I mean, I used to be a member years and years ago of the PDSA, but after a while I got so depressed with the amount of cruelty that people have, with sort of feral cats and everything else. I mean, the emaciated elephants were so weak that they were held up by chains around their necks. This is in Thai, Chang Puak Camp. And it shows the elephants slumped over metal poles as they struggled to stand up. These are elephants. They were so weak, held up by chains around their necks. You know, you shouldn't really, go and see any of this. Years ago, we boycotted as a nation, didn't we? Bull fighting in Spain and the disgusting habits they get up to in Pamplona. And every year they do the run of the bulls in Pamplona. And every year I pray that people get killed. Every year. Because this is just cruelty on a level that you can't even imagine. And they think this is something to be excited about. So they all, one of these towns in Spain, they wrap Hessian around the bull's horns and set fire to them. And so these things career down the street with their horn, and people go, oh, we'll take a picture of it. Peasants. Seriously. It gets worse and worse. It certainly doesn't get better, does it? 5:15. Let's get the latest. LBC Travel with Joanne Webb.
Thanks, Steve. There are problems.
5:15. And a British man has become the first person to run the width of Ireland in one day. He's a vet. He's also a vet. He gets what he's wet, and he can't do this, and can't do that, and all the rest of it. From Liverpool, he ran 135 miles in 23 hours and 38 minutes. So just under. That's not bad, is it? Why? Why do people do these things? And the answer is because they can. It's like if you ask people why they climb mountains, because they go, because they're there. And they do it. He's 44. So he must be fairly fit at 44. I mean, because when I was 44, a couple of years ago, I can't think of anything worse, actually. I do like the Domino's story. I think that's absolutely hilarious. Forced to close their shops in Italy after locals shunned the American-style pizzas. The fast food... I mean, because everybody in Italy makes their own pizzas. Why would you want to buy a pizza? Everybody makes... people cook. The fast food giant shut its final branch in the country after spending 7 years trying to rival Italy's world-renowned restaurants. And they insisted its recipe respected tradition when it pushed ahead with plans to open 880 stores in Italy by 2030. News of the company's exit from the birthplace of pizza was celebrated by some on social media. Alicia Smith wrote on Twitter, trying to open a Domino's pizza in Italy is like trying to sell snow in the North Pole. And Mark Webber quipped, moral of the story, never try and sell ice to Eskimos. I mean, you can't just open up a takeaway pizza. They must look at them in horror. They really must. Jonathan in Tower Hill said there must be 5,000 bottles of filtered tap water in every supermarket in the UK. Millions bottled every day, no shortage. Do a bottling ban, not a hosepipe ban. We pay water rates for the supply of water. Yeah. Have you seen that all these companies, though, they go, oh, it's going to be very expensive, this. We now announce record profits. Record profits because they're ripping you off. That's what it is. They don't care. They don't care. Steve, I went to the Theatre Royal Drury Lane at the weekend and I overheard 2 rickshaw riders openly talking about ripping people off. There was one the other day. £500 to go less than a mile. And they then threaten people. I've told you before, why the mayor has not banned these things is totally beyond me. They go the wrong way at one-way streets. They deal in drugs. They charge people, overcharge it. I mean, absolutely, they are scum of the earth. One couple were charged. I think they went Piccadilly Circus to Hamleys. This was a couple of years ago. And they got charged £200 in a rickshaw. You must seriously never go in them. You know why? They are not licensed. There is no licensing. They've got no insurance. And they're all crooks. There you go. Let's wait till they sue me. Go on. Bring it on, love. Bring it on. But there was one here. 15-minute journey. Charged one couple £150. Oh, that's quite normal. The worst are the ones who sort of pack in 4 or 5 people on a Saturday night, and they're literally clinging on. You know, run into a bus, half of you ain't going to be coming back, are you? And, it's dreadful. They're con men. You shouldn't go anywhere near them. Told you before, it's like all these American sweet shops opened up all over the place. A proliferation of them. It's almost like there's an epidemic. Don't ever shop in them. You shouldn't go there because they're overcharging for things. If you can find proper prices in there, do let me know. So it's the same sort of thing as Domino's trying to fancy trying to sell pizza. Some of the sweet shops have been closed down by the local council. And some of them have sublet some of their other space in there. It's all a bit dodgy. There's something not quite right about it. Not quite right. So best avoid That way you won't get ripped off. Don't ever buy the sausages off. I saw somebody the other day doing it. Strange enough, they showed the same programme. He was outside a nightclub, you know, the dirty, you know, he was picking his nose 1 minute and then serving sausages. So the police came along. They took all his sausages, emptied them into the bin, and he then had to push his little trailer away. The moment the police went, he came back to the bin, fished them all out again, put them all up there, and the police came back again. Don't touch these people. Dirty, dirty, riddled with disease. And sausages that have never seen meat in their entire life. You want to watch them coming onto the streets of London? Go up to the end of Tottenham Court Road. Go right down to the end on the left-hand side, and there's an old cafe, and it's got shutters. And at certain times, up go the shutters, and out will come 100, at least 100 of these people. There used to be one behind Centrepoint as well. And again, used to be a cafe, and then it was all these things. And they buy the sausages, and they get the little machine with the gas cylinder and all the rest of it. Filthy, riddled with diseases, OK? But if you really want to suffer and make yourself very ill, sorry, they also do in the winter, they do chestnuts, pound a bag of about 5, and they also do chocolate-covered nuts as well. And I know this because I used to know somebody in an organisation I'm a member of, and that's what he used to do. He used to sell these things. Different times of the year would sell different things, but sausages were the ones that gave you the most profit because it's the smell of cooked onions. You'll have a few onions on there, and these filthy, disgusting rolls, riddled with diseases. And the people themselves are wearing white coats, like they're cordon bleu cooks or something, as opposed to flogging you dirty, disgusting, so-called meat sausages. No meat in them at all. Pamela says, morning, Steve. Good morning, Pamela. And she says, I was watching Changing Rooms last night for the first time since the 90s. It's not still on, is it? Is it? It's it. You saw it as well. Good Lord above, honest, you're getting out. And says, has Lawrence Llewellyn-Bowen learnt nothing? The client said she wanted neutral colours and definitely no orange. So what does he do? He managed to completely ruin what was a lovely room with oranges and bright blue and green skirting, and had an awful wallpaper that Lawrence proudly said nobody else has this print. No wonder, it was blooming awful. Do you remember they did somebody's house? I only remember it years ago because it was one of those things, and they did it. And it went, da-da, and they looked at it, they went, God, it's awful. They absolutely hated it because she cried. She cried on television. I cried on television as well. I cried. But because it was just rubbish. Just rubbish. Steve, rickshaw drivers, and American candy stores, something not quite right. How can they afford the rent in major London high streets? They don't pay rent. That's the whole joke about it. They're not paying rent. There's never anybody in there. How are they surviving? Well, because they're dirty, dirty places. And they're all selling the same stuff. Like it's all materialised at the same time. Repackaged chocolate bars with Wonka bars written on it and things like that. Don't buy it. Yeah, simple as that. That's all you have to do with these people is totally ignore it. Don't buy it. And it's like I don't give to beggars in London because I'm not totally convinced that I can sort out the genuine from the crooks. You know, and all the people who sit there with sort of a dog on a blanket. You know, people like that, then they're animal haters. Absolutely dreadful. Somebody's written to the Daily Star today. People do write to the Daily Star. And they've said, I'm sure Steve Coogan created Alan Partridge with Richard Madeley in mind. He says, how on earth does that man make a living? People like him. People like him. He's funny. His recent interviews with members of England's victorious women's team and Richard Coles have been toe-curlingly embarrassing. Well, don't watch it, girly boy. Don't watch it. Don't be so stupid. How dumb do you have to be? They say in his tribute to Olivia Newton-John was creepy, to say the least. No, it wasn't. It was heartfelt. The one thing you can always guarantee, always makes me laugh, people who complain about something still sit there and watch it like complete dumbos. Duh. You know, so they watch Richard Madeley and go, oh, his interview is toe-curly embarrassing. Well, don't watch it then, dear. And then they write to the person going, oh, you know, I shall never watch you ever again. You know that they're so lonely that they haven't got anybody else to write to. Oh, to the Daily Star they write all the time. You write all the time. But, you know, to say Richard Madeley is this thing. I mean, these people, you can always tell when they're old because they talk about Steve Coogan and you think, that was donkey's years ago, love. You need to get over yourself, you know. But they sort of say it was toe-curly embarrassing. Well, don't watch. You know, try and be an adult. Just for God's sake, I hope you don't vote because you're too stupid for words. It's absolutely unbelievable, isn't it? But I love it when the papers print it so we can all laugh at them at the same time. What else we got? Oh, the car thief. We've done that one. And why do they call Tony Adams donkey? Is that have I missed the point on this one or something? They've said here he's now ready to prove that such digs were just asinine as he joined Strictly. So he's the big name signing. I've never even heard of him before. How can he be a big name signing? England captain, big deal. He's resorted having to dance, prance up and down in sequins, rivetingly dull. Yeah, it's all right for some of them because they're sort of in show business, even on the periphery of show business. And he was nicknamed by sections of the British press as Donkey due to his sometimes inelegant style. What have I got to do with donkey? I mean, what are they saying? Donkeys are not elegant. Well, they blooming well are. They put it away, they're more elegant than he is. So that's why they called him Donkey. I thought it wasn't to do with anything else. Oh, OK. So you say. I hear differently. Steve, I went to Italy a couple of years ago, very excited to try original Italian pizza. I thought it was overrated. It's completely different from ours. Completely different. A real Italian pizza, you should better cook it in less than 2 minutes. They're thin. There's not much cheese on it. They do the base, and then they'll put leaves on and bits and pieces, basil. And they do it when we had the MOD pizzas here. I don't know why that closed down. I can't imagine. I thought it was very successful. And they were giving us free samples, which I enjoyed. And they were delicious. Absolutely delicious. Cooked really, really quickly. Most of the garbage that you're buying is franchise pizzas. They're making... The cheese is not even proper cheese. It's just, it's all in little tiny bits. They go, oh, do you want a meat feast? And you look at it and you go, God in heaven, what is that garbage? And they go, oh, it's a pizza. And then they did the thick crust around them. Italians wet themselves laughing. As I say, I tell you what, why don't you go to China and see if you can get crispy duck with hoisin sauce and pancakes? Go on, try it. I dare you. You won't get very far, actually. So Bowie is the top of the Best Artist chart, so I'm pleased about that. I was watching him at Glastonbury the other day, and I thought he looked very, very good. There's all sorts of peoples here, actually, who are in this list of people who are deserving of their places. I'll go through it in a minute, because half of them I've never heard of. Seriously, I mean, I should be knowing about these. If they're influential... and they're in London or they're in this country, I should know about it. And we should, between us, so hopefully we'll find out. 5:30 is the time. Let's get those news headlines with Simon Conway.
A 4-day...
Alan's early breakfast on LBC, often imitated. So the influential artist at number 10... the actor Michael Coel, C-O-E-L. Again, I have to profess that I'm not too sure as some of these people are. Number 9 is Dame Muriel Spark, the novelist. The rapper Stormzy at number 8. The writer Angela Carter at 7. Choreographer Michael Clark at 6. Playwright Carol Churchill at 5. Dame Vivienne Westwood at number 4. Russell T. Davis at number 3. Director Sir Steve McQueen at number 2, and number 1 is David Bowie. Interesting. It's a case of these people are sort of singled out from pop stars, writers, actors, producers, dancers and other artists compiled by a panel of industry experts. So they are deserving of their places. I don't know. I mean, I remember looking at Vivienne Westwood, and I remember an interview she did years and years ago on the Wogan programme, and she kept bringing these models out wearing these peculiar outfits, and the audience couldn't stop laughing. And even Terry Wogan was having trouble trying to keep it together, and she didn't like it at all. And I remember she was sort of saying, she said, I won't bring any more models out if they're going to keep laughing. And I thought, because it's people, it just looked ridiculous. It looked ridiculous. It was sort of art, but on a different level. It's like people, I never understood Picasso. I know he does very well, he's done a few paintings. But to be honest with you, they look like 3-year-olds have done them. They don't look like proper pictures. If I see a proper picture, I want to see a picture that's done by somebody like Constable. Pictures that look like pictures. Not pictures that look like some 3-year-old's been let loose with a paintbrush and a palette of all different colours. Lady Gaga was attacked by a bear on stage in Toronto. Somebody apparently lobbed a teddy that hit her in the head, but she carried on. The teddy evidently came off worse. The toy was thrown at a pretty inopportune moment while Gaga was performing in front of a wall of fire. Teddy got burnt, I'm afraid, which wasn't so good. What else we got? We got here J.B. Gill turning to veg for inspiration. He's turned farmer. He was in JLS. He's venturing into podcasts, but let's just say his supper time sonnets are a little niche. And the Big Breakfast returns this Saturday and promises to recreate the memorable chaos of 1990s morning television. But the trouble is, the whole thing about the Big Breakfast was it wasn't chaotic. It was beautifully held together by Chris Evans. That was the whole idea. The idea was to make it look as if it was what they call flexi format, that it was all happening and they had no idea. But it was very, very carefully crafted, very crafted. So what they want to do is revive the crazy anarchy of their predecessors. There was no anarchy. I watched it all the time. There was no anarchy. It was a case of they had Pauline on the bed. I mean, she was off her face, completely draped over various people. You know, Paul Yates, yeah. I mean, there was no anarchy. I mean, perhaps they're getting it confused with Tiswas, where there was anarchy. It was, you know, people throwing buckets of water over people who wanted to be in a cage and all the rest of it. I mean, it was based in a proper lockkeeper's cottage. And it was beautifully done. I thought it was brilliant. They had guests on there. People came on, and it was lovely. But they said it was the most raucous start to the day. It was innovative. Admittedly, you had to suffer with Zig and Zag, two stick-insect puppets who turned up. I mean, I ask you, really. And it had Gabby Roslin, and, you know, she was okay. She was sort of the calming influence, I thought. Paulie Yates, Mark Lamar and Denise Van Outen. But then Denise Van Outen appeared on just about everywhere, but nobody knows why. We can't quite work that little bit out, actually. And Mark Lamar, what's he doing now? Where's he gone to? Has he disappeared? He was on everything. He was sort of like youth presenter, and then all of a sudden he disappeared. And all these people, sort of 1 minute they're doing something, and then they go, where are they now? It's like Craig Doyle. There's a piece in one of the papers today, obviously based on somebody listening to this programme yesterday, sort of saying, you know, I thought his career had finished years ago. Mainly because he was just a bog-standard presenter. He's got, like, 4 children, lives in Ireland, comes over to do the work, and then, for some reason, somebody obviously in the office of This Morning went, oh, let's pitch Craig Doyle. He's a little bit over-enthusiastic, unfortunately, for the programme, little bit. Pete the Pool Man, praying for winter, says, I've a faulty pool pump to repair and 2 underwater bulbs to replace. It's a code-red emergency as they're having a pool party. He says, I'm mentally, emotionally and physically broken, Steve. Done 1,000 services this season. I mean, I shouldn't complain, he said. It's a living and the end is in sight. Yeah, I mean, I've never heard of somebody who doesn't like their job so much, but does it, which I think is quite funny. And William says, thank you for commenting on people who can't turn off what they're watching when they don't like it. Part of this cancel culture, I suppose. I know, but it's sort of fancy sort of watching something on the television that you really hate and then writing to a newspaper. The saddest thing you could ever do. Complaining about it. And the people at the newspaper go, here we go, another dingbat. You know, another sad, lonely person who sort of thinks that they have everything perfect. And in fact, they haven't got anything at all. They don't have friends. And that's why they have to write. Brenda, who is Richard Madeley's biggest crush, says, who's giving out about my Richard? Tell them to switch over to BBC Breakfast if they're bothered. They won't. She's at the gym in West Kensington, by the way. She said, we love Richard. Everybody does, except this particular stupid, lonely little person who doesn't have any friends. And they go, I think I'll write about it and say it's a bit like Steve Coogan. And you think, oh, blimey, honestly, you've been dredged up. How old is Madeley? He's about 62? 66. Well, there you go. Yeah, it's good. And also, he's entertaining. That's the whole idea. But the people who write in and complain are people, as I say, who generally are known to the police. That's all I'll say about it. They're generally known to the police. They're not allowed to drive cars because they're mainly on medication. Natalie's in Dubai and says, my brother-in-law recently bought the Uni pizza oven. It cooks handmade pizzas in less than 8 minutes. I had pepperoni with a honey and chili drizzle sauce on top. Yeah, they were doing... I've seen these for sale. In fact, they sell them in Costco. They do a pizza oven. But real pizza ovens, and I think Jamie Oliver's got a real pizza oven. He's got everything else in a big kitchen. And well, this thing you would put outside, and as I said, I'm not sure I could wait 8 minutes for a pizza. I think 8 minutes is quite a long time, and it's only doing one, remember? And it's quite but if you've got people round and they all want pizza, it's like they advertise this thing on the television at the moment, and it's a plastic thing, obviously from China, and all the bits move, so you can make your own double sausage and egg McMuffin in about 8 minutes. And you think, well, if you're doing this for the family, you're going to be waiting since God created heaven, earth, and the Garden of Gethsemane before you actually get some food in. It's like that. Another thing as well, you sort of dip it, and it makes pancakes, and you think, oh, Godfather, what's the matter with a frying pan? You know, people like all these sort of little things, don't they? Steve says, Karina, I love The Scream by Edvard Munch. It depicts my life. Oh, so many. Jerry says, just a heads up, Costco at Farnborough limiting water to 3 packs per customer. Well, I just go into Iceland and buy it. Or if I'm in Costco, I always buy it there as well. There's no shortage round our way. You want to come round our way? We got tons of the stuff. Seriously, got it coming out of our ears. Can't move for it. It's lovely. So here it is. I'm grateful to this morning. I thought my TV ship has sailed, says Craig Doyle. And I thought so. He's still good looking, but his trouble is he's trying a bit too hard. Trying a little bit too hard. And initially, because he does BT Sport, for some reason. I don't know whether he plays sport or anything else, but he sort of does it. And he says here, I'm 51 now. I never would have believed a year ago I'd be doing 2 weeks on This Morning's sofa. No, I have to be honest, we didn't think so either, but there you go. Always a bit of a surprise. Everything now. We love surprises. So here is this defiant resident. His name's Nick Wisniewski. He claims council chiefs have offered him £35,000 to move, plus 2 years free rent and other properties they want to redevelop the area. Oh, just break down the door and throw him out. What do you mean you're offering him 35 grand? He's refusing to leave despite being the only person living in a row of blocks waiting to be demolished. Well, don't put up with it. You cannot have this. This is ridiculous. So £35,000 the council have offered, you know, and he's been offered 2 years free rent at another property. He's surrounded by boarded-up flats and overgrown gardens. Well, it doesn't matter whether he's lived there all his life. He doesn't own it. He's a council tenant. Out, pal. Don't start causing trouble, otherwise they'll bring the bailiffs in. You know, he's got overgrown gardens. He's being asked to move by the council, who said this is a sensitive issue and we're working closely with the resident. Small wonder we're in the state we're in. You've got one person who's holding up a complete development of putting in some new housing, and we want to support him. Oh, mamby-pamby him as well. That's what it seems like. Why don't we just pat him on the head, give him sort of some lollipops and some pink ice cream, and then when he's outside, just go in there, change the locks. It doesn't make any... I don't really understand this. £35,000. He says, I'm too old to get a mortgage. Well, you haven't got a mortgage at the moment, mate. What do you mean too old to get a mortgage? They've offered you 2 years rent-free at another property. What are you complaining about? How old is he? He's 66. How long do you want to live? 66, for goodness sake. Yeah, but they've offered him 35 grand. He doesn't own a property. He says, I'm too old to get a mortgage. They're not asking you to get a mortgage. They're giving you £35,000. And at one time, he admitted being the only resident in a street that once housed 200 people in 120 flats is lonely. You know, he says 35,000 is not enough to buy somewhere new. You're talking 80 to 100,000, he says. Well, they're not giving you that, are they? God, blimey, honestly. Talk about ungrateful. 35 grand and 2 years rent-free. People would break your wrist to get in a property like that. And you're doing it. Well, I tell you what, matey, you stay there. All they've got to do, click, turn off the electric, click, turn off the water. You know, you can stay there as long as you like then. Nobody cares. Morning, 13 minutes to 6, he says, bouncing along. 85 grand. Lewis says he does own the property. Would you take 35 grand for your flat? Good on him. Oh, God, well, you're in Uxbridge, aren't you? So that kind of sums everything up, really. But, of course, bearing in mind, he got it cheap because it's council. He got it very cheap. They're offering him 2 years rent-free in somewhere else. Get rid of him. Turn the electric off. Turn the gas off. He'll move. James Martin's got an ultra pizza oven All undercover. No, that's a pizza oven, says Mike on the Wirral. Yeah, but you shouldn't really eat pizzas. Very, very occasionally. They're really, really fattening. Really fattening, because it's that crust. That's why all the gubbins you have chucked on them here is really bad for you. Do them the way the Italians do them. You'll eat them, all the time. They're lovely. Really lovely. Steve, those £800 stainless steel outdoor pizza ovens are everywhere, says Pete. All my customers buy them. It's part of the summer fads. They'll all be thrown in sheds and skips next year, like the great big green egg barbecues. Everybody purchased the year before. Expensive stuff for bored people. I'm always amazed at, that's nice, a meat feast pizza. See, that's homemade. You can tell there's loads of stuff on it that isn't about the size of a millimetre, which is about the general sizes of a meat feast. This is sort of made up, isn't it, really? It looks quite nice. It looks too nice. Is that from somebody? That's from Domino's, is it? Not surprised the Italians don't want them. Looks ghastly. Compared to what they have, change my tune now. I've discovered it's Domino's. Yeah, they don't want them in Italy. A meat feast pizza, and they go, what is this? It's like watching a television programme where people cook these things. They never look like that. Even Jamie Oliver would look at that in horror and go, that's not a pizza. That's just basically a load of old gunk thrown onto a piece of dough and then shoved into the oven, and then it goes all the way round. I used to like the Quattro Formaggi, which was nice. Well, they do those in Costco. You can either buy a big one for about 18 quid, cost them about £1, or you can get a slice of it, which they then wrap in tin foil so you can take it home and eat it if you're really sad. And, we know the markings up of pizza. We were telling you ages ago, they itemised it bit by bit. An average pizza in a pizza shop will cost them no more than £1.30 to make. That's why they go, and you can also get 2 litres of Coca-Cola and a Viennetta. And the whole thing comes in at £19. And you think, the profit is huge. That's why there's so many of these ghastly places. They actually do a little 7-inch, believe it or not, and you can have a bottle of Coke and 2 bits of garlic bread, $2.99. And they're making a huge profit on it. So there you go. But they did a thing on the pizzas and how much it costs to itemise it all down. They're buying this big bag of processed cheese. It's not even cheese. It's like rubberised rubbish. And they do that. And I think it was about £1.30 for an 18-inch pizza. It was huge. Seriously, the profit is unbelievable. But, of course, people don't realise. Jonathan says, I'm perched on a stool in Luton Airport waiting to go to Corfu. It's very busy, but all is well as I have a halloumi and tomato roll and a mocha. Do you know, any other year that would have been, what language are you speaking? Can you imagine years ago, people going, sorry, halloumi? It's Cornwall. Is that Cornwall on the television? They've got loads of water in Cornwall. I'm looking at the sea. Loads of water. You imagine if you actually all of a sudden go, there's no water left in the sea. It's all disappeared. And that's a place called Carlion Bay, which is, it's moved. It's now in Wales. But, and a halloumi and tomato roll and a mocha. I don't even know what a mocha is. I've got no idea. It doesn't make any difference. It'll be like the sort of thing that you can probably get in Marks and Spencer's at Twickenham Railway Station, where they've got the staff standing behind the counters looking like they're ducks waiting to be shot. When you do the shooting gallery. A cafe mocha is also called a mochaccino. It's so exciting, isn't it? We now all speak another language. It's a chocolate-flavoured warm beverage that's a variant of a cafe latte, commonly served in a glass rather than a mug. Other commonly used spellings are mochaccino or also mochaccino. So it's half coffee, half chocolate. Amazing, isn't it? We should be so grateful to the Italians for giving us overpriced frothy milk. Oh, that's what it looks like, is it? God, it's ghastly. So it's chocolate and coffee lovers' favourite using a home espresso machine. Mix the espresso, and then eventually you shove cream on it, and that's what makes you fat. OK, now you know. So a dusting of cocoa powder. This apparently means something. Then you've got sort of froth milk, steamed milk, espresso and chocolate syrup. I wonder if they serve the same thing in Italy. I bet they don't. I bet it's completely, over there. I remember saying the other day to somebody, I said, I think I might have a double espresso. A double espresso. It's like a laxative. Have you ever drunk double espresso? Seriously? Oh, my goodness me, I tell you. You need to drink it near the bathroom. It's the only way that is safe. It's just too risky. And I always say to them now, but I'm not having any luck. Can I have a large cappuccino? We just do the one size. Yeah, they don't do large cappuccinos. They used to in Starbucks. They do venti and grande and all the tall and all these other sort of things. I don't know. It's all just a bit... I think the summer drinks in Starbucks are terrible this time around. They really are very boring. You know, considering you're paying £3 for some ice cubes and a little bit of syrup and some dehydrated strawberries. I think it's generally not very nice. But I still haven't tried halloumi. Isn't it funny, after all these years, people talking to me and saying, "Oh, Steve, you've got to eat halloumi," and I go, "I don't want to. Can't make me." And I shan't. So there you go. Somebody said you can get it in McDonald's. You can get, is it halloumi sticks or something, which are deep fried or something? I can't remember whatever it is. Anyway, the word deep fried is not very good, is it? Don't want that. I get annoyed in is it Pret-a-Manger, where you've got all the people who go up to the counter, double macchiato with, whatever, you know, and then they all stand there and clog up the place. You go, "Excuse me, are you waiting to be served? Oh, you're waiting for your coffee? What sort of?" You know, and you try and push your way to the front because you're buying something, and then they look at you because you're the only one paying cash. Everybody pays on credit card. Everybody pays on their little smart cards now, whereas I don't. I mean, there are some Prets that don't do cash. The one in Twickenham, and we don't do cash. Really? Is that in case you fiddle? You know, you don't... I mean, why do they not do cash? I don't understand what the purpose is. What is the difference between doing cash or not doing cash? I don't want to hand over my blooming credit card. Pointless, honestly. Steve, read the pizza. Black olives and pepperoni, says Pete. He says, that's it. That's all. Black olives and pepperoni. No. He says, however, as I'm on day 11 of the fabulous NHS diet and I'm able now to see my toes, it's a no-go. Pepperoni and black olives. Obviously, they're de-pipped black olives, aren't they? And then you just sort of cut... Yeah, that doesn't appeal to me in the slightest. I mean, to be honest with you, if I'm being totally truthful, I'd go Hawaiian. The idea of ham and cheese and pineapple, I know... I'm a peasant. I can't... What can I tell you? I just quite fancy the idea of something. There's something interesting about it. But it's the only fruit you could ever put on a pizza. I mean, you can't put anything else on a pizza. You can't put apricots on it. That's just ridiculous because that's a pudding. But yet you can put pineapple on there. And it's got to be chopped pineapple. Where did Hawaiian originate? Hawaii? Only guessing. You know, I don't know where. It was just Canada, was it? Oh, right. Yes, I did know that, actually. People in Canada thought, let's put a bit of a pineapple on a pizza with some ham and call it Hawaii. For some reason, it's nice, isn't it? Oh, they use the real circles. Sam Panopoulos, a Greek-born Canadian, created the first Hawaiian pizza in Ontario in 1962. Inspired in part by his experience preparing Chinese dishes with commonly mixed sweet and savoury flavours, he experimented with pineapple, ham, bacon and other toppings, not originally very popular. But the addition of pineapple to the traditional mix of tomato sauce and cheese, along with either ham or bacon, later became popular and eventually became a staple offering of pizzerias on a global scale. So there you go. Sounds lovely. The name of the creation is, in fact, not directly inspired by Hawaii. He chose the name Hawaiian after the brand of canned pineapple they were using at the time. Isn't that fascinating? Oh, I just want to go out and eat breakfast now. And sort of, why can't you have Hawaiian pizza for breakfast? I never understand why, for breakfast, you've got to have bacon, sausages, eggs, tomato, hash browns. God, I'm going to be ill. You know, and why can't you just go in there and go and have Hawaiian pizza and chips? You know, for breakfast. But they don't open until 11, do they? It's like, why can't you have KFC for breakfast? Because we don't open until 11. You know, it's ridiculous. Do you know there was a fight at the W Hotel a short while ago? Did you hear about this? The police are debating whether to take away its drinks licence at the W Hotel. They also, the day before, had another fracas with people from Towie. That made the news the other day, but it was kept very quiet. The trouble is, people are too free with drinks nowadays. They just go, oh, drink, keep drinking. And they were doing special offers, you know, in all these drinking clubs, 2 for the price of 1 and this. Whereas, you know, for the same price, you can have a Hawaiian pizza and chips. You know, makes perfect sense, doesn't it? If I was going to have anything, it would be Hawaiian, definitely. Just because I quite like a bit of... They used to do some ghastly food places around here at night where they used to have cabinets, hot cabinets, full of slices of pizza, made where, God alone knows. So they still have it. They used to be a better... But they look really old, don't they? Old and past it. The best place used to be just on the corner by the Hippodrome. It's gone now. And they used to do Chinese food. You'd go in there and it was delicious. I mean, it really was delicious. I used to have sweet and sour pork and sweet and sour chicken. And occasionally I'd go for a curry. And it was really delicious. I remember sitting out there. I think I'd had a skinful. And I remember thinking, this is like the best thing ever. Sid Cup Julie says, I fry my halloumi just for a minute, then placed on my toast. Halloumi on toast? That's a new one, isn't it? I've never heard of that before. Sounds quite nice. Sounds quite nice. A survivor of one of the bloodiest battles of the war has died at the age of 106. Geoffrey Patrick saw action in Monte Cassino in Italy in 1944, which involved 55,000 Allied casualties. And he moved to Wrexham in North Wales with his wife Jean. They had their 75th anniversary this year, and he became Wales's oldest man. He said the secret to a long and healthy life, take note, was to be active, work hard and eat 4 good meals a day with no junk food. 4 meals a day. Well, if you're not eating junk food, you see, you can put... It's little and often, isn't it? Mind you, in his case, it doesn't make any difference because he's dead. But, I mean, he got to 106, and that's good, isn't it? There used to be the 2 Japanese twins, didn't there? Obviously, of the 2 of them, and they're twins. And one of them died, and they used to have a little whiskey or something like that, or sake or something. And I remember looking at a picture of them. I thought they were embalmed. I had no idea that one of them was still alive. But 38 years older than me at 106. God, I'm never going to make it to 106, am I? Typical. Yeah, just, they take with one hand and then rip it away from you. But it doesn't matter. Listen, I think as long as you're happy in your job, and that's always the good side of it, I think you can go for weeks. Weeks at least. I'm hoping to go for weeks. Steve, consuming halloumi is a similar experience to chewing on a piece of polystyrene packing material you'd find in a parcel. Don't bother, it's very dull, says Pete. That's why they wrap it in breadcrumbs and offer it up with dips. Tasteless, dull, boring and bad for you. There you go. He's not happy this morning, is he? You can tell. He's more miserable than I am, and that's on a good day. So halloumi, I've never tried it. People keep saying you might like it, but I mean, I'm not totally convinced. I've not got over the fact that Pret a Manger have stopped doing bacon rolls. They were the only decent thing they ever did. The rest of it you can keep. Oh, look, news. Morning, Met Office issue amber warning for extreme heat, which has come in for England and Wales until Sunday. I love the way, every weather forecaster is saying exactly the same thing. It's like parrot fashion. Everything's being repeated. We know it's hot. We've looked out of the window. There's no rain. It's hot. The cats are out there going, it's too hot. We can't lie down in this. It's absolutely ridiculous. Apparently, Anne and Keith in lovely Weymouth say halloumi squeaks when you chew it. But it's good if you thin slice it and grill it on bread. Just keep doing what you're doing. You're a tonic. Well, I'm doing it without halloumi at the moment. Logged into the Spike later than usual, says Waj. I think so too. 6:05 in the morning. Oh, that's what halloumi looks like. So where do you buy it? Is there a special any supermarket? And does it come vacuum packed or something? And then you have to grill it to eat it, do you? You can't just eat it. You've got to grill it. Oh, right. I'm not sure I want to do it. It sounds far too complicated, doesn't it, really? So, quick halloumi cheese-making recipe with cow's milk, as opposed to what? Very odd, isn't it? Pan-fried halloumi with peppers. So it's got to be... I'm not sure. It's too complicated. Daft complaints by parents calling for the York Dungeon to rename a Dick Turpin ride Richard Turpin. Due to... how stupid are these people? Seriously. It reminds me of Sid James's popular portrayal of the Highwayman in his final Carry On movie appearance, released in 1974. Carry On Dick wasn't out without controversy. It was banned in South Africa after being deemed anti-Christian by authorities, taking exception to Sid's Highwayman character, also masquerading as clergyman, the Reverend Flasher. I mean, the whole of the carry-ons were all double entendres. And so they weren't worried about, Carry On Dick. They didn't care about that. And now all these parents calling for the York Dungeon to rename the Dick Turpin ride Richard Turpin. I mean, is just positively... These people must spend their entire life going through everything going, well, I don't think we can have that. Did you see that greengrocer? He was openly selling cucumbers. I couldn't believe it. Spotted Richard. How's that going to work? How's that going to work? It's just not going to be happening, is it? I think not. Ozzy Osbourne making a triumphant surprise return to Birmingham. Always a surprise when he manages to move. I always think he sort of came on stage. But, he was asked 6 months ago to go and do it. But he's got this thing where he apparently has to open it. It's like Victoria Beckham. When she has a picture taken, she thinks she looks sexy and sultry if she turns sideways. She doesn't. She doesn't. I mean, she really doesn't. Nobody has ever said, poor girl, I feel a bit sorry for her, Core Victoria Beckham. The other Spice Girls, yeah, Core Baby Spice, Core Mel C, and all the rest of it. Victoria Beckham, no. Nobody's remotely interested. It's, she's never been a sex symbol. It's a bit sad, really, isn't it, I suppose? But at least they are coming back. They're going to be doing a tour of Australia, we think, but probably without Victoria. But it won't make any difference. You won't notice anything. Steve, I work with an Italian colleague who is mortally offended by the Hawaiian pizza. He says pineapple on a pizza is sacrilegious, and it's one of the reasons Italians ran off Domino's pizzas from Italy. Almost worth taking a tin of Del Monte's best pineapple rings and slapping one on top of a margarita next time I'm in Rome. Don't start that. We'll have a war. Can you imagine? Pineapple wars. Pineapple wars. Actually, given the choice of sort of what pineapple you put on a pizza, it's not the rings, which are quite nice. I like the rings if they're deep fried in batter. They're very nice indeed. That's quite a nice thing. But you've got to have chopped pineapple chunks, and then you put that on there as well. I've never made a pizza in my life, but I do quite like having but it would be Hawaiian, mainly because it's that the ring would make it soggy. Especially as they're quite big and there's a lot of juice in them, isn't there? You don't want things like that. Universities have been told to be more open when investigating students' claims of harassment. This is after the university's blacklisting books that students may find upsetting. What books are they finding upsetting? What's the matter with students nowadays? I thought they were all drunks anyway. They're not going to be upset by a book. Are they really? Oliver Twist, apparently by Charles Dickens, and works by Shakespeare and Chaucer have been given alerts. I mean, some of the warnings on the classic books include the Bible. The Bible, I ask you. What the heck's going on there? Absolutely unbelievable. 300 Freedom of Information requests sent to all 140 universities asked about trigger warnings and removal of text due to content concern. In the Bible? What have they complained about there, for goodness sake? Can't believe it. Apparently, University of Essex has stated students of 18th and early 19th century literature can opt not to read the history of Mary Prince as it contains racism, slavery and extreme violence. Lord above. An Essex University spokesman told an investigation that the Underground Railroad was still available in its library. I've never even heard of it. See, I've never heard of half these books. What are they? I didn't think students could read anyway. I thought they just looked at pictures. I don't think, they do colouring in. I don't think they do anything else. But, I mean, can you imagine? Apparently others include novels by Jane Austen, Charlotte Bronte and Agatha Christie to make sure that graduates, poor little snowflakes, are not upset by challenging content. What on earth is the matter with them nowadays? Small wonder we're turning out a bunch of old dipsticks. Steve, Agatha Christie. Agatha Christie violent? Well, there's lots of deaths in it, for goodness sake. Pete says, I have a confession. I absolutely love the Carry On films and all the characters, especially Barbara and Sid. Pure magic. Yes. And do you know why they were so good? Because they looked expensive. Even though we knew that they were cheap, they had a full orchestra to play all the theme tunes. Full orchestra. And that's why they sounded very, very expensive. And it was always, Barbara and Sid and the whole gang. I can't remember how many are left now, actually. They weren't paid very much at all. No. In fact, I think it was Kenneth Williams who said he only did it to pay his tax bill. which was about £900, I think. They really didn't make the money. Paul says, Stephen went to Gordon's yesterday and York Watergate House. Can't believe how wide the Thames used to be. Yeah. Isn't that Watergate fantastic, though, when you look at it and you think what year that's from? You know, and the boats used to pull up there, and then you'd go and you'd have a waterman. A waterman. You wouldn't row yourself. That would be very common. You'd have a waterman, and he would ferry you across the Thames, take you to the Watergate, and then you'd go up into the house and have your dinner, and then sort of attempt to stumble back down to the Watergate, which would have lanterns on it. Amazing, isn't it? Oh, Paul, by the way, is having been to the halloumi thing, and says it's boring. It's salty, overpriced, and above all, tasteless. Stick to cheddar. He's from Trelwys in South Wales. Do you know, I've got a lot of people in Wales listening. My friend Polly has just given birth. So, Polly, congratulations. Well, not at this precise moment, but I think it was only yesterday. Lovely Polly. So, congratulations, Polly. She's another radio presenter. A lot of good radio presenters come up. She works on Radio X. And so congratulations to her. You can buy halloumi in Costco and you can eat it cold. Ooh, you're going to be sick. It's just cheese. You don't have to grill it. Eat it with tomatoes or whatever you want and a nice crusty roll. Do you know, trying to find, June, a crusty roll in this day and age is like searching for the needle in the haystack, isn't it? Can't find crusty rolls. I used to like the ones from Greggs. You could buy a bag of 8 crusty rolls. They break them off, and it was 8 for £1. For £1. And they stopped doing them. So they don't do them at all. I have found crusty rolls before. I think I found them in Waitrose. Because they're so messy, though, crusty rolls. But you can't beat a crusty roll. Cut it in half, which is messy in itself. Butter, piece of cheese, and some Branston pickle on the top. Heaven. Heaven on a plate. Seriously, you don't need to take yourself off to Dubai or anywhere else. Just a simple pleasure of that. Or failing that, a fish finger roll works quite well. If you really work it, you can get 6 fish fingers into a crusty roll. Yes, goujons. Goujons. Who eats goujons? Honestly, what the heck were they when they were around at the best time? Who's your celebrity hero? I'll give you a little list of names. Kevin Sinfield. No, nobody on that one. No, I didn't know who he was either. He's raised more than £4 million for motor neuron disease by carrying out individual challenges and working with other fundraisers. That's who he is. Kate Garraway and Derek Draper. Okay, we like them. They're homegrown. Lenny Henry, Sir Lenny Henry. We like Lenny Henry. Elaine Page. I love Elaine Page. She's fab after a few drinks, I have to tell you. I went to some awards for the South Bank show, invited by a friend of mine, and she was on our table. And at one point, she was so tiddly that she nearly fell under the table. It was the funniest thing ever. Seriously, I mean, I just thought it was best. Sir David Attenborough. We like Sir David Attenborough. I mean, he's almost a legend in his own right. Judge Robert Rinder. He's not really a judge. He's just a barrister, isn't he? But they call him judge for the television programme. I don't even know if they've still got it running. Jordan North. I don't know who he is. What's he? A radio presenter. Oh, right. He's a radio presenter. And so he's done very well, hasn't he? And he's not a hero. No, I didn't think so. Dame Deborah James. Yep. And Damian Lewis. He and his wife Helen McCrory raised more than 1.2 million to feed NHS staff. I'm going, I think, for Dame Deborah James. Jim Dale, who I interviewed, he came over here to do something. I can't remember what it was. I remember thinking, God, it's Jim Dale. It was so exciting, actually. Steve, get yourself to Wenzel's. Crusty rolls, proper bread, proper food. Wenzel's, where's that? Where's chain of bakeries? We don't have that. We don't have that. Ruby says, morning Pete the pool man, passport, just go to your main post office, they photograph, you fill in the renewal form, takes 15 minutes, job done. That's what I like. Jill in Ireland says, my favourite dip, well, it's my least favourite dip, I don't like this one, it's Taras Malata, which is cod's roe pate. And I never liked it, actually. I never liked it at all. Oh, they've got one in Wenzel's in Kingston. upon Thames. Oh, and Feltham, Ealing Broadway, West Ealing, good Lord above. Wow. It's 4.5 miles away from me in Ealing Broadway. And West Ealing, what's after West Ealing? So West Ealing, Shepherd's Bush, Greenford, blimey, they're all over the place. All over the place. Oh, look, they do a fondant fancy. Oh, how exciting. Premier cupcakes. Oh, they do blimey, they do loads of things, don't they? Look at that. They do a pizza platter. Pizza platter? Oh, I love that. That looks nice, doesn't it? I tell you what I had the other day. I had a tomato sandwich from M&S with salad cream. And I quite like salad cream. I'm a bit of a fiend for it. I think it was tomato. It might have been something else. I don't know. It could be egg and tomato. Bit fiddly, but it was still quite nice. Jill says, so I had Sainsbury's do a great one. This is Taras Malata. I had 2 delivered with my order yesterday. Great on toast with sliced cucumber. Sunny says, fish fingers and beans, Steve. Come along now. What, in a roll? I don't think you can do that, actually. And Steve, coming to the end of a holiday in Thirsk in North Yorkshire. Packing now. You're helping me to make it bearable, says Jeff. Oh, I was having a holiday in Thirsk. And Andrew, there's Thirsk. Oh, that's quite nice, isn't it? Oh, look, nice church. I like a nice church. I always think, it's a little harbour. Look at that. I like that a lot. Imagine living in a house there. I think it would be lovely in the evening, nice and quiet. You could sit outside. Look at that. You can download a print of Thirsk for £37.20. I think I'll pass on that one. It seems an awful lot of money, doesn't it? We could club together and buy one. I think it looks quite pretty, actually, Thirsk. Oh, look, that little horse in the field. How lucky it was standing by the fence. Propped up, I should imagine. And so, I hope you had a nice time, Jeff. Andrew says, I asked for a pizza slice yesterday in Greg's. The woman serving it said it's cold. Is that okay? Why would anybody want it cold? Had a sandwich instead. You know why? Because there's no VAT. That's why all their food is cold in there. Unless you're in there when they take the sausage rolls out of the oven at the back, or the Cornish pasties or everything else, they have to charge more to heat it. See, I don't mind paying more. I went yesterday. I had a bit of a craving, and I had a sausage roll from some place that sells pasties. They're not very nice. But anyway, I had this sausage roll, and I sort of said, I'll have a small sausage roll. And she said something. I didn't understand what she said. So I said, yes. Turns out I bought a vegan sausage roll. I mean, I ask you, I didn't throw it away. I ate it. It was actually not too bad, but it was terribly expensive. Terribly expensive. Steve says, Lewis, Wenzel's are great. The baguettes are fresh and they sell fresh bread. I don't really do bread that often, but I do like crusty rolls. Long way to go for it, but I suppose perhaps I could get them hand delivered or something. Steve, I was watching old reruns of In Sickness and in Health on YouTube. I can't believe the language they used to use. No wonder they don't show it now. Well, I thought it was okay. I didn't think it was that particularly bad. And Andy in Edgware says Wenzel's is worth the trip, as they do great crusty bacon rolls. Crusty bacon roll. Honestly, look at us being all mad and exciting like that. Alf Garnett on In Sickness and in Health, was it? Oh, he was supposed to be a caricature. You know, I know people called him racist and everything else, but they wouldn't show it now, no. But the stupid thing is, it's all available to buy. You can buy all of it. I imagine you could probably buy the whole box sets of all these things, which are quite nice. Every paper offering you the same thing: how to manage your money. Apparently, we're not very good at managing our money. Most people aren't good at managing the money. And the latest fashion that's in is called Safari. Safari is not for you, dear. It's so that people sort of wear these sort of, casual type clothes, but it's all in camouflage clothing, which is quite nice actually. I don't see that as a problem. I quite like camouflage clothing. I don't think I actually possess any, but I mean it sounds a good idea. Burglary, robbery and theft are not minor crimes. They strike at the heart of how safe people feel in their own homes. The current low charge rate is unacceptable, because the latest Home Office figures show that just 3.7% of burglaries, 4.2% of thefts and 6.6% of robberies result in a charge. That's how low it is. That's how bad it is. Not very good, is it, really? Also, I was a slave to gigs. Every demand, says X. It's turning quite ugly, that one, actually. Turning quite ugly. And 1 dead and 3 injured as a gunman goes on the rampage on the Isle of Skye. The Isle of Skye. 4 victims were targeted by the suspects in a 55-mile trail of destruction from the holiday island to the mainland. Police finally tasered and stopped the attacker in Dorney, in Ross-shire. The horror started at 9 a.m. when a 32-year-old woman was stabbed at a home in a little village. A second incident involving a shotgun then took place 7 miles away, in which a 47-year-old man was killed. Police were then alerted to reports of gunshots 26 miles away on the mainland in Dorney village, where a man and a woman were also seriously injured. Last place you'd be thinking of, would it, really, for something like that? Really the last place. I wouldn't have thought that at all, actually. Should Rishi Sunak get the keys to Downing Street, he'll become the first PM to have gone to Winchester College since Henry Addington, in office up to 1804. So there you go. I don't think he's going to go. I don't think he's going to win it. Do you? I mean, I didn't think so. I thought it was going to be Liz Truss. The papers seem to have put their weight behind Liz Truss. And it does look that way, doesn't it? But you can tell by the way they're angling. So in other words, you get a big 2-page spread on Liz Truss and a little tiny bit to one side of Rishi Sunak. And that's how you know, really. Because a lot of people, you know, I mean, it doesn't affect us in the slightest. Couldn't care less. I really couldn't care less. I don't believe any of them. The Russian TV producer who protested against Vladimir Putin's war live on air had her home raided by his security service thugs yesterday. This is Marina. And she was dubbed the bravest woman on TV after she walked onto set during an evening news bulletin with a poster that read, "They lie to you here and stop the war." I'm surprised she's still alive. Seriously. Anyway, she revealed on the messaging app Telegram yesterday that 10 officers raided her home at 6 a.m, adding, "They scared my young daughter." Her lawyer, Dmitry Zakov, confirmed that a criminal case had been launched and said she could be taken into custody ahead of the trial. The journalist stands accused of spreading fake news about the army. You don't, I mean, to be honest with you, she's either incredibly brave or incredibly stupid. It's a bit difficult to tell what it is, because it was awful, really, you know, and it has been getting awful. The Kremlin made that a crime shortly after its illegal February invasion of Ukraine, which refers to it as a special military operation. If convicted, if she does go to court and does eventually go to prison, could be 15 years. 15 years. You can't say anything in Russia. I don't know why she's still living there. I really don't know why she's living. Why would you want to live in a place like that? Sounds ghastly. The Duke of Sussex and his wife have been warned about a mountain lion prowling around the neighbourhood near their California mansion. Ghastly. Ghastly. I mean, put it this way, you won't really see these mountain lions. Somebody says that we have seen one. They're more scared of us than we are of them, put it that way. They would disappear. But anybody living in the area, secure your pets and rubbish so that these cats will not rummage for food scraps. Because they will kill a pet. They don't have any qualms about it. But very rarely do they sort of mix. Very rarely. Steve, did you know Steve camo clothing is illegal to wear in Barbados? Wow. Tell me why. Tell me why it's illegal to wear in why would it be illegal there? Is there some reason? It is. But why? Is there a reason? Is he just not selling the right stuff? I can't believe that somebody would be they'd be saying, no, we can't buy your stuff. So right. In Barbados, the wearing of any form of camouflage is illegal. Do not dress in or carry items made of camouflage material. It doesn't say why. Possession and distribution of illegal drugs and narcotics is prohibited. If convicted of such an offence, the crime is punishable by fine or imprisonment or both. Barbados have said the rules are framed upon a desire of civilians not to be confused with a member of the military on patrol. That explain it to you? Kind of get the handle on that one, I think. But it is odd, isn't it? So you can't buy that sort of stuff there, because it's associated with crime and everything else. 6:30, very nearly, is the time. And we'll have the news in a moment. Loads of tributes to the Snowman author Raymond Briggs, who's died at the age of 88, who created so many glorious characters. But the story of his milkman, dad and lady's maid mother was his most inspiring of all. And two of his much-loved books. One was Father Christmas. The other is Fungus the Bogeyman. I think I'd rather read Father Christmas. That's what I think, anyway. And the Thames Water is wasting 735 litres a day. That's what they're doing. But still threaten a hosepipe ban. And yet more sweltering heat on the way. We are now set to sizzle at, they reckon tomorrow, 37 degrees. Good luck. Good luck. 6:30, news headlines. Simon Conway.
Forecasters say parts of England and Wales face an exceptional risk.
7, so it's going to be very hot today, and then we're fingers crossed that for Monday and maybe Tuesday next week, it might rain. Don't get too excited. Steve, did you watch the BBC film of the novel Ethel and Ernest by the illustrator Raymond Briggs? Tells the story of the lives of Briggs's parents from their first meeting to their deaths. Thought it might be. I think I've seen it, actually. I think I've seen it. I don't know why I've seen it and why I think I've seen it, but it rings a bell. I've seen people in the house, Ethel and Ernest. I'm pretty certain that I've seen it. So it's the lives of his parents. I mean, it's a graphic novel, 1998 actually. So it's the story of his parents from their first meeting in 1928 to their deaths in 1971. I think I've definitely seen it. I like things like that. I think it's nice when it's sort of, now he's died, of course, at the age of 88, but still lovely. I'm pretty certain. Wait a minute. Yes, I've definitely seen it. Yes, we just had a quick look on YouTube. Isn't that nice when you could do something like that? So sweet, isn't it? Because it's so funny when you look back at everybody's sort of early childhood. We're all roughly the same if we're sort of, roughly my sort of age. It's a story, this one, of devotion and family, because we didn't seem to want very much when we were younger, and I don't really think things change so much. Brenda Blethyn was in this one, and Jim Broadbent, who's such a cracking actor, and Brenda Blethyn's wonderful, and it just looked nice. I always thought the funniest thing was years ago, looking back at pictures of, this was our house, no cars, nothing on the streets. You could actually. In fact, I seem to remember that there was the film which was called Let Him Have It, which you remember was the story of the shooting of the policeman on the roof. But the man who was executed was really a boy and shouldn't have been executed at all. But in those days, people could play in the streets. You could play on the streets until your parents came and shouted at you to go in. And it was as the light was fading, but we could play. There was no cars. If there had been a car on the odd occasion, you sort of stood to one side when the car went past and you carried on playing in the street. We used to play cricket. We used to play, with our balls and everything else. It's interesting, isn't it, that all these things that you did, I mean, nowadays you couldn't even think about playing on the streets. There's nowhere for kids to play. Absolutely nowhere at all. That's why they all become reclusive and they start concentrating on their telephones and their tablets. But it's mainly telephones. It is mainly telephones now. You don't see the tablets that you used to. I've seen a few people on the train using computers, but phones do everything. The producer took a picture yesterday of the Thames, and it's a nighttime picture, but it looks fantastic. And you think, and they still can't get a picture of the Loch Ness Monster. It's always blurry, and you think, come on, But in fact, in tribute to Raymond Briggs, BBC Two showed Ethel and Ernest yesterday. So well animated. Mind you couldn't buy a house in Wimbledon on a milkman's wage these days, says Kevin the milkman. No, you couldn't. No, you couldn't. That's the only thing you can say over the years is that people used to have these big houses, and we had various houses over the years. Some were big, some were medium-sized. We never had anything small. But in fact, to buy a house in some of these areas now, it's like, I can remember in Twickenham, the first £1 million property, and we went, £1 million? Are you mad? A friend of mine who works for CBeebies, Chris, he bought a house and he paid £250,000 for it. And I remember thinking, where'd you get that sort of money from? And then you suddenly realise you take out a mortgage, and obviously the earlier you can take out a mortgage, the better it is, if indeed you can raise the deposit. Some friends of mine have just recently moved into a flat which is owned by the parents of the female side of the relationship, And they're staying there because the parents have gone abroad and they're going to be abroad for some time, so that this couple can save the money. So they're living there rent-free, and they can save some money up for a deposit because it's so expensive in London. Most people, just cannot afford to buy a property because you don't have the wherewithal. And Kevin has said, you couldn't buy a house in Wimbledon on a milkman's wage these days, but in the early days you could. I remember seeing houses in Country Life. They always put a little bit in there and it will say this house sold for 320 guineas or something like that. I think my parents bought a house, I think when we bought one in Berkshire, and I think we paid £17,000 for this house, a 4-bedroom semi-detached house with garden front and back and a garage and a drive and everything else. Well, this was years ago. They sold it for £24,500. Seriously. And then you sort of invest that into something else. I mean, I'd seriously forgotten the other day. Well, I hadn't forgotten that, because it was the big thing years ago to pay your mortgage off. The day you became mortgage free was like happy days. And then I became mortgage free. Mind you, it cost me a lot to go mortgage free because I had one of those odd mortgages linked to an endowment policy. I mean, getting a mortgage at all now is actually a bit of an achievement. They used to sort of say, you can get 4 times your salary in mortgage. And then you look at what you earn. So if you earned, say £30,000 a year a few years ago, and you go, and so how much can I borrow? And they go, up to 120,000. And you go, what do I get for that? And they go, nothing. There isn't anything for 120,000. There is nothing. I told you, I mean, I was even horrified in Twickenham when a 2-bedroom flat in a new development opposite the station came in at 699,000. No parking. No parking. You have to pay extra for parking. 699,000. I remember thinking, blimey, and yet they're all full. So people must be getting the money from somewhere. Perhaps they're nicking it. But it's an awful, to save up. And then, if you've actually stretched yourself to get the mortgage, to move in, then you get the solicitor's bill back for doing the conveyancing. And then you've got to put curtains up. And then you've got to buy furniture. And then you've got to buy everything. And then they send you a service charge bill. And you go, what's that for? And they go, service charge. And you go, what do I get for that? And they go, well, you get the gardening done, all the lighting, the lift, all the lighting in the corridors. You're paying for that. They're not paying for it. And if you want parking, you're paying for that as well. It's so expensive. People don't realise. They sort of take it on. And I can remember, nearly going broke at one point. It was terrible. So I took in somebody, a friend, and so we were sort of sharing the money side of it. But I mean, I remember when they moved out, God, it was a nightmare. All of a sudden, you end up with the whole bill. You start thinking, we're going to struggle a bit on this one. Struggle a bit. Mother, in paper, banned from driving. She took her 15-month-old, on a drunken 50-mile motorway drive in her BMW. Bernadette Halliwell, 31 and thick as a brick, was seen weaving between lanes on the M6 in the evening rush hour. She's apparently a carer. She was pulled over, arrested on suspicion of drink driving, but failed to give a breath test because she didn't blow into the machine properly. So what they do is they go like that. They go, no, do it properly. What she did, she knew she was drunk and she's trying to get away with it. But anyway, she later admitted drinking wine ahead of the journey, but claimed she'd only been driving erratically because she was lost and flustered. So in other words, she also had momentarily taken her eyes off the road when her child's baby bottle fell into the footwell. Well, you just climb around on the floor, dear. Despite being given an interim ban, she was subsequently caught driving the same BMW 1 Series car and falsely gave her sister's name as the driver. She has previous convictions for motoring offences. She's obviously a complete and utter idiot. Really? She admitted failing to provide a specimen of breath, being drunk in charge of a child, driving whilst disqualified and having no insurance. She was banned from driving for 18 months. Why didn't they send her to prison? Honestly, the prosecutor said her erratic driving was on March the 19th as she made her way along the M56 in Cheshire, then onto the M6. And then, of course, people report you now. If they see you weaving about, they phone the police and go, I'm behind this driver. They located it. They knew she was drunk. She smelt of alcohol. unsteady on her feet. They asked her for a breath sample, but she basically is a crook, so she tried to avoid that by going, and they always go, no, keep blowing. I'm going to be sick. And what they do is they hope at the time they get to the police station that she's gone under the limit. That she didn't. But anyway, they then noticed she had a 15-month-old son in the back of the car. She was arrested for failing to provide a sample and for being drunk in charge of a child. I didn't know you could be drunk in charge of a child, but I suppose that's what it is. But she was identified. She identified herself as her sister Catherine, and then gave her real name. She knew she was disqualified. She didn't want to get into trouble again, so she carried on driving. Thick as a brick. She drank 2 glasses of wine with her evening meal. Yes, dear, of course you did. Of course, they always say that. The actress who's starred in the comedies Extras, Afterlife and Ugly Betty. After making it to Hollywood, she said she felt like a slightly dirty second cousin. She says, it took me a couple of years to get used to having a man come round to the house with $500,000 worth of diamonds for me to wear on a red carpet. She's 53 today. 53. 1988, August the 11th, the Duchess of York's baby daughter is likely to set a royal record on Monday by flying when barely a week old. Her proud parents, those were the days, weren't they? All different now, of course. Planned to take her by jet from London to Scotland to show her to the Queen. Look, baby. Hold it up to... Imagine the Queen sitting there going, yeah, we know what babies look like, love. That her wife were anxious to show the first child to the rest of the royal family before he rejoins his ship. This is Andrew. Now, of course, no ships, no nothing, no job, no friends. Not looking very good at all. 2003, you like this story? You like this story because it's very apropos for today. Britain sizzled on its hottest day ever as the temperature passed the magical 100 degrees Fahrenheit. After days of searing sunshine, 102 Fahrenheit, 37.9 centigrade, was recorded at Heathrow, and 100.6 Fahrenheit, 38.1, in Gravesend in Kent. The previous record had been 98.8 at Cheltenham in August 1990. So in 2003, we sizzled. I love the way they say that. We can't cope, can we? We can't cope with anything. We can't cope with leaves on the line. We can't cope with snow. We can't cope with too much rain. And then we got this, and we got dreadful. We got nothing at all. Absolutely nothing at all. In 1994, English horror legend Peter Cushing, who starred in Dracula, The Curse of Frankenstein, and played Grand Moff Tarkin in Star Wars, died aged 81. He also appeared in a Daleks film. I think it was Daleks Invasion Earth or something. Yeah, I'm sure Peter Cushing appeared in Daleks Invasion. I don't know why I think that. Daleks Invasion Earth. It was one of 2 films that were made, I think. And, was I right? Sickening, isn't it, really? It's so embarrassing, honestly. I hate being... One of these days I'll have to be wrong about something, but at the moment I just have to accept the accolades. What else? Anna Massey, the actress who starred in Frenzy and the TV adaptation of Hotel du Lac, for which she won a BAFTA. She claimed her first husband, Sherlock Holmes star Jeremy Brett, left her for a man. She said Hollywood never beckoned because I don't have the face for it. I loved her. I thought she was great. She died in 2011. Long time ago now. Long time ago. And most people, especially women, hate being photographed. You know why? Everybody goes, I think I take a bad photograph. Nobody ever goes, oh, that's great. Very rarely do I say that. That's why every time you see poor old Victoria Beckham, I'm not photogenic at all. Absolutely not. But Victoria Beckham is sort of, she's got this strange pose, which just looks peculiar. Very peculiar. And so they've got different people here, like Henry Deeds, on, which way you think you look best. Dale used to have a pose as well for photographs. He sort of go... They all have these poses where they sort of move one foot in front of the other. It's all very odd, all very strange. But no, I'm not at all photogenic. I mean, that's why you get models. No, I don't have a pose. Vacant. That's why you get models who, they're lucky because they take good pictures. Yet they won't like that. Apparently, if you push your tongue behind your teeth, your smile looks better. My favourite is where you're facing the front and then you move your body sideways and you look over your shoulder. Very popular with bimbos from Love Island. They like that one. So stand there, turn sideways, peer over your shoulder. Okay? And that sort of makes your body look a bit taut. or in Victoria Beckham's thing, just makes her look a bit more emaciated. She's so thin. She's like stick thin. So worrying. Jenny Murray in her column today, and she says, it's thanks to Olivia that I caught my cancer in time. And she says, how old is your oldest tin? Have you got, well, if you open your cupboard, your larder or whatever you've got in the kitchen, you will have tins in there from years ago, and you look at it and you go, oh, I think I'll eat that. And you get 2012. You'd be surprised. She's actually got one here, 2012. It's a can of tomatoes. So you can't eat it, can you? If it's 2012. I mean, even in a tin, you can't eat it. 10 years out of date. But, I mean, what's it going to look? I wonder what happens to it inside there. Does it ferment or something? I don't know. You'll die. Oh, great. Perhaps I've got some old pineapple. I used to have bags of Uncle Ben's rice, which now is Ben's rice, which I quite like, actually, because you can pop that into just about anything, even into your steak. If you've steamed it, just stick in some Ben's rice, and that goes down quite well. But tins, and you have a look through your tins in the cupboard, and you will discover you've got some really old tins, probably sitting at the back. Jack says, my nan and granddad paid $2,700 for their house in Hornchurch, and they still live in the same house. It's now worth over $500,000. They've been married 63 years and counting. See, the trouble is, it's only useful if you sell, but then you're going to have to pay more money for a new house. So there's no advantage to selling and moving. That's why they have all these adverts on the television where they say, unlock the capital in your house. I did that years ago. I unlocked, some, I forget what I did, 50,000 or something. And they do a drive past to see whether or not you've got enough equity in the house. And, of course, I had. And so I had that years ago. So my mortgage took a bit longer to pay off than anybody else's. But the day it was paid off, all of a sudden, no more paying the mortgage. What a relief. Amanda in Sherburn says, we're off to Shetland for a week. It's 14 degrees and raining. So we've pulled out, she says, the winter jumpers and raincoats. You're right, it is 14 degrees. Saturday is going up Saturday to 15, Sunday 15. Monday you've got rain and 15 degrees. So just thought I'd mention that now. And Mr. Neil says, you are photogenic, Steve. And he's got a picture of me with him. I don't know where I got that jacket from. It's quite nice, actually. But I'm not at all I'm seriously not photogenic. I'm just one of those sort of people. Some people are. It doesn't matter where you go. Somebody will take a picture and you go, do you know, you always look good in your pictures. I'm not one of them. And Caroline as well says, I disagree. I think you're very photogenic. I've got some lovely photos from Little Italy in Soho. See, I don't think so. I don't think I'm photogenic. I don't know what's the sort of the art to taking a good picture. Perhaps you need to sit down with a photographer and say, what do I need to do? Do I need to sort of stand up? I don't know. It's all very complicated. How do I fancy a holiday in Iceland? Reykjavik and the Northern Lights. If you've not seen them, you must go. Everybody's advertising holidays at the moment. Not that I think you can fly anyway. The hidden secrets of Northern Cyprus. 8 days from £585. That's not bad, is it? That's not bad. That's 7 nights. Oh, it's flights, coach travel and transfers. God, there's loads of holidays. You can go to New Orleans, a cruise. 16 days from £2,600. Canada, the Maple Leaf Trail, 10 days from 1,600. India's Golden Triangle, Shimla and Amritsar's Golden Temple, 18 days from £2,560. It's not bad, is it? The Canaries, 12 nights, £999. Or you could go to Toronto, the Niagara Falls, and have 15 nights for £1,500. Or Mount Fuji, the Bullet Train, and a cruise in Japan. And that sounds quite nice. 3 nights, 4-star bed and breakfast accommodation in Tokyo. Then the Fuji and Bullet Train tour with lunch. And then a 14-night full-board cruise. Just under £3,000 for 20 nights. I don't think I can afford any of those. I'd rather go to the bulb fields of Amsterdam. 5 days, $899. It's about my mark, really. A Rhine cruise to Switzerland sounds quite nice. And the Blue Danube as well. Guided tours in Vienna, Salzburg or Linz, Budapest and Bratislava. Escorted by a cruise director and concierge. Sounds a bit posh, doesn't it, really? Just means it's somebody on there who goes, okay, it's Vienna. Okay, it's there. That's the cathedral. This is Salzburg. There's a woman here who says, she's written a piece in the Daily Mail today, and she says why no mum should go in her daughter's hen do. Did you see those programmes that were on the television some years ago? And it was like kids going on holiday and their parents then followed but hidden. They said, see you, bye. And then they went there and they were hidden all the way through this with sort of cameras and everything else. I think it was called Sun, Sex and Suspicious Parents. And their kids got up to all sorts of things, mainly alcohol-based. And I can remember looking at it thinking, shouldn't you twig to this? Why would you think cameras were in your house to watch you going off on holiday? I mean, surely you can't be that stupid. And then you see some of the mothers going, you're in big trouble when you go home. You know, because my son's done this or my daughter's done that. Oh, it's unbelievable. I used to be quite fascinated by it, but only briefly. Morning, welcome to Friday. Welcome to August the 12th. What a good day. What a very good day today. I mean, things actually couldn't get any better. I was doing some bits and pieces earlier, which I can't tell you about because they're highly confidential and secret. And my bank accounts are all open again. Hallelujah. Having had to transfer stuff the other day, you know, just to sort of keep us going. So when, unfortunately, Global tried to pay me, I mean, hilarious, the bank wouldn't accept the money. No, go away, they said, be gone. But true to their word, they were excellent, absolutely excellent, down at Metro Bank. And so it's all open again. Hallelujah. I thought it was never going to happen, actually. Yes, we're still waiting for the money, but hopefully it might have gone in overnight. We never know. Thomas in Edinburgh says, remember when Eddie Mayer joined LBC, did an interview for In Conversation? You should do another one as he retires. Well, it'd be the same, wouldn't it? Be the same. In fact, it's on my list at the moment. You can download Eddie Mayer In Conversation with Steve Allen, together with thousands and thousands of other ones. There's loads of them, actually. Loads and loads. I think the last count, we thought we had about between 6,000 and 7,000 that were on the system of all the podcasts and everything else. So well worth going there and downloading as many as possible, which my friend Lynn will be doing, because she's got a long journey today, all the way from Mumbles in Wales, and she's driving on the wet coach. She's decided to avoid the weekend. But as long as you've got air conditioning in a car, you're fine. I feel really sorry for people that I see driving out and they've got the windows down in the car. And I always think, you haven't got any air conditioning. And that makes an awful lot of difference in this weather. An awful lot of, a lot of people don't realise that the windows down, basically it cancels out the aircon. I mean, I love sitting there freezing to death. It's my favourite bit. Put the aircon on and it comes on almost immediately. Not icy cold, but it's certainly cold. And it's lovely. I had to go out. What did I go out yesterday for? I went out for something. And I remember thinking, I know where I went. I went to Costco to go and buy a few bits and pieces. And strange enough, I was talking to the lady in Costco, because when you go in, you have to check your card in. They've got a scanner and it tells you whether you're a paid-up member and all that kind of stuff. And she was saying, how are you? And I said, I'm fine, because I was having a baked potato. Because for £2 I had beans and cheese and a large baked potato, and it's very nice, very good for you. So I have that, and I do it on a few occasions. And I was saying, I said, oh, do you like this heat? And she said, I do. I said, isn't it funny? I said, I can't wait for it to snow. She thinks I'm really peculiar. And we were sort of chatting away about bits and pieces. And I said, you know what I saw? I said, in a charity shop in Twickenham the other day, Christmas cards on sale in the window, a big stand full of Christmas cards. And I think it was the British Heart Foundation. And I remember thinking, that's ridiculous. And she said, well, Costco are getting their Christmas stuff in next week, which means, on the Global Player, you can access, this is what you can access right now, although you have to be quick, because as fast as we do another show, it knocks one off the end. 4,298 whole shows, 2,468 little bit extras, and 586 in conversation. So I was not far off, was I really? It's about 4, 5, 6, about 7,000. Is that, how many shows have I done overall? Do we know that or not? Oh, since I started, oh, good Lord, I've got no idea. I can't work out things like that. It's far too complicated. But you can download them over this weekend, because it only takes a few seconds, I think, to download. Oh, needing me a cup of tea this morning. Yeah, so anyway, so yesterday I get the phone call from my brother, and because he's been in contact with Companies House, and he spoke to them and they said, yep, and all the paperwork is in order. Because what happened was, we have to, every presenter on the station has opened up a limited company, because that's how the Inland Revenue want you to do it now. So some people use their names. I don't know anybody who does, to be honest with you. All people do is just pick a company off the shelf. So you could have sort of, Christmas Bauble, as your limited company. You can have whatever you want, really. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, some of them are sort of fairly sort of bizarre. So we just pick something off the shelf. You'd never find it in a million years because even I can't remember it half the time. And you have to do that because otherwise the company cannot pay you into your normal account. They've got to pay it to a limited company. And because some of us are registered for VAT, because you have to be if you earn over a certain amount of money. And so what had happened was they then said, my accountant goes on holiday. In the meantime, so he goes on holiday, he's got a place in France that he goes to. A lot of people got places in France. And they sent through the details of the VAT saying everything's still the same with this company that we've got. And, of course, he doesn't see it because he's away. They then assume that the company's going to... So they then close the company down because they didn't hear from him. And they wrote, and so they closed the company down. So the problem is the bank then get advised the company's closed down. They then immediately close the bank account, which has got all my stuff in there. It's got all my money in there. Because what happens is the money goes into this particular bank account, then we distribute it to other accounts that I've got. I mean, it sounds complicated, but it's as normal as anything in our business. And the bank then have the right to move your money to the Treasury. Because if they've got an account which has been closed down by HMRC, the money that's sitting in there goes to the Treasury. You can get it back. It's not complicated to get back, but it just sort of drags it out a little bit. So, of course, we had all this palaver. So I then had to contact my friends at Metro Bank, because I've got friends who work there, the people who sort of set up the account, saying, listen, don't transfer the money, please. And so they then wrote back, a lovely lady called Abigail, and she said, no, they won't transfer the money over. They'll hold it until you reopen the company again. So all we had to do is then submit 2 applications on the company to open it all up again. So we filled in the paperwork, sent it all off, registered post. Back it comes. It's got the wrong date on it. The wrong date. Well, we put the date that we signed it, whereas it should have been January. But we didn't do it, so we then had to do it all over again. So you can imagine, so at the moment, I was then stuck in that void of all my money is in this account. I mean, everything, absolutely everything. Nearly a month. And I couldn't, not only can you not pay in, you can't take out, which is very, luckily I had money in other accounts, so, it hasn't caused too much hardship at all. And so we've managed to get that. But then yesterday, having sent off all the bits and pieces, my brother then checked with them and they said, yeah, we've got all the stuff. We're running a bit late. They were running for the 29th of July. So we worked out that it was probably going to be Monday before they opened up the account. But blow me down, they've opened it now. It's been opened. So consequently, everybody very happy. And it means I can access my money. So I said to my brother, well, just check that you can transfer money out. So he did. And he said, yep, all working fine. So then I have to call LBC to make sure, because the last time they tried to pay me at the end of last month, of course, the bank rejected it because the account was closed. It was frozen. Now it's unfrozen. And so hopefully they'll pay in. And then in a few days' time, we get paid again, which that'll be for the other month, because we always work a month in advance. So I invoice a month in advance. It's all very complicated. And then the other good news was that I've got my 2 pensions, which had matured, and we've got them with a broker. And I want to take some of the cash out there just to have it. Because if you drop dead all of a sudden, it's a bit pointless, isn't it, really? You're not going to get the benefit of it. So you can take 25% of your pension tax-free. So I've got 2 pensions, so you lump them together. This broker has already been on to 2 of the companies I have pensions with to say, right, we want the redemption figure now, because we know that they're clear, because we finished paying for them. So hopefully we get some money, and then I'm going to shove it in an account. So just in case it goes pear-shaped again, we can have access to it. It's almost like, sort of sitting, on your couch and all your money's shoved under the cushions. And you go home, there's a new sofa there, and somebody goes, where's the old sofa? And they go, oh, we burnt it. So you go, what? It's as similar as that. But I mean, Metro were really good. I mean, Abigail and Steve, excellent. Abigail, when I spoke to her yesterday, I said, I'm so grateful. She was almost apologetic. She said, no, it's all right. It's fine. I said, no, you've got no idea. No idea. When you sort of, when you've got all your savings, and then I've got other savings accounts and bits and pieces, because that's what you do. It goes into one and then you shuffle it around. And then we've got my brother now deals with my VAT. I can't be bothered to deal with the VAT. I mean, it's not complicated. It's not complicated to do VAT. It's just that it's just something else to think about. So he's now put it on the calendar. It's like an advent calendar, which is good. And so I've been really good over the last month. I've been really good about not spending money. And normally I'm sort of up to the gunnels with stuff on, on Amazon. I mean, everybody's got to get used to it. And also, but also it's been quite useful because of the bills which you're going to start getting in. And it's going to start being very expensive. A lot of people are going to absolutely be crippled by this. Make no mistake, when you listen to Martin Lewis and he warns people about how bad it's going to get, he's not joking. He's not joking. I mean, at least the government are on top of it. When I say on top of it, they're on top of it with a duvet over their heads and earplugs in. That's about as good as it gets, I'm afraid. But I promise you, it's going to be really bad. It's going to be bad for a lot of people. A lot of people who aren't thinking about how big your bills can be, they're going to be very big. They're going to be, some of them could double or triple. And if people struggle, I mean, I don't know what you're supposed to do. If you literally get to that state, I mean, I'm in a fortunate position. I'm in a very fortunate position that I can afford to pay my bills, but I'm still going to go careful just in case I get something unexpectedly coming in. So, Steve says, well, I was locked into the spike on this humid night. It was so hot yesterday, I didn't eat anything. That's probably in fact, normally during hot weather, you lose weight. Normally. And because I've not been eating as much either. I was going to get some salad yesterday and I didn't. So I just had some asparagus. I'd had the baked potato in Costco, and then I thought, what should I have later? So I bought some asparagus, and I just had that. Two packs of asparagus. I just popped it in some water, brought it to the boil, put it on simmer, added some butter to it, and that was it. It was fresh and light and healthy, and that's me. That's me all over, actually. Ash says, top of the morning, Steve. Good to hear you can spend your money freely again. Yeah, the funny thing is, it's made me sort of think about spending money. I mean, because I'm going to make sure that this time around, just in case we get this ever again, and it was only because we'd sort of forgotten to fill in the details. So it's the same company that I've got. It's just that you have to sort of fill in, you have to pay money to it, about, I forget what it was, 150 quid or something, just to reactivate the company. And then you have to sort of speak to the bank because you've got to let them know. And of course, they then sent a thing back saying, really thrilled, Steve. And I think they were as excited as I was, if that were possible. He says, I turn another year older today, 40. So if I send you my bank details, you can send me some money for a bottle of Costco Fizz. Have an amazing weekend. Yeah, I didn't buy any Fizz in Costco yesterday. I just bought the asparagus and some peaches, nectarines, and nuts. I bought some cashew nuts. My God, I get a lot of cashew nuts. So I've decided, I just had a few while I was waiting for the car this morning, and I've left the rest of them out there for them. So they'll all be very happy. Time 4:15.
LBC, Nick Ferrari. This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. So everything tickety-boo, everything good for the weekend. It's nice because I've got this thing which I haven't had ever before. I've only had it for about the past year. And it's a friend of mine who used to look after my accounts, and she put all of my bank accounts on the telephone. So I literally go on there and it's got, it ticks a box and it shows you all your accounts and how much money is in there. So I can see at a glance exactly what's sort of going on. I think it's brilliant. Brilliant. I mean, normally I wouldn't be touching anything like that. I've got no idea. No idea. Ajmal says, I'm an Uber driver who drives a Tesla with super strong air conditioning. You'd be surprised to know how many of my passengers ask me to turn it off. Some say they prefer fresh air. Oh, no, I'm a fan of the aircon, Ajmal, definitely. I mean, sometimes it's sort of, in the early hours of the morning, it's okay. I always have the window open in the car, but it dries me out. Air conditioning. And so I've always got a bottle of water on the front seat, always a bottle of chilled water. But when I was coming in this morning, in fact, actually, the driver the other day said, do you want the aircon on? I said, no, I'm quite happy with the window open. It didn't make any difference. And I sort of widened the window down. A nice breeze, ruffling my hair, my sort of tousled locks, a little bit Amazonian. And it was quite nice. I mean, I've had air conditioning before. Some people say you shouldn't have it because it drinks petrol. I always go, I couldn't care less. I really couldn't care less. But I know. See, Darren Adam is obsessed with aircon. Does he have aircon? Yeah, I love it. In his flat, yeah. I mean, I used to have it. I've got an air conditioning unit, but you've got to put the pipe out the window, and it's just such a faff. It really is. And mine was an old one. They do much smaller versions now. And I remember thinking, I don't know, is it worth getting air conditioning installed? Because really, we only get about 3 hot days a year normally, where it's sort of like, I can't breathe, can't do anything like that. It's expensive, actually. I mean, between about £250 and £600 for anything decent, which is about right. And you put it in there, and it's like starting up a fridge. And I thought mine was really good, actually, but I don't have any trouble sleeping. Isn't it funny? Normally, I would sort of lie there going, I can't cope with the heat. It's too much. But in fact, recently, because I've got these 2 little fans I bought from JML, little tiny things. They are small, but they're rechargeable, and they've got a clip on. So you can clip it on. I could put it in the car, but I've got air conditioning, so it's pointless. And I think I paid about 20 quid each for them, or 2 for whatever it was, with a sort of a discount. And they're quite nice. So you charge it up. I've got one of those what do they call those little boxes where you can plug in loads of things and then you can charge it up? It's a little box and it plugs into the mains, and then you can plug in about 6 different items, with these things that you normally plug into the back of your computer. And so it's that one anyway. Yeah, somebody know what they're called. And I've got one of those, and it's got about 8 outlets on it, which is brilliant. So I can charge up this fan, I can charge up everything. Also, I spilt drink on my CD player the other day, DVD player, and so it doesn't work. Luckily, in a moment of madness about 1,500 years ago, I bought 2 DVD players. So I've got a spare one. So all I've got to do today is take out the older. They're small now. They were really cheap, like 35 quid for a DVD player with a remote and all the rest of it. And so I've got to take out a spare DVD player. I'm sure it didn't cost me any more than 25, 30 quid. And they're tiny. They're really tiny. So what I'll do is when I get back today, I'll sort of take out the old DVD player, put in the new one, just plug it in, and then off we go again. Tickety-boo. I mean, life couldn't be better at the moment. This is fantastic. Fantastic. And I've just approved something for Make Some Noise. You'll have to wait. You'll have to wait and find out. I've just approved it. You're going to like it. I know you're going to like it because you like the programme. Mike says, I love my football, and I've been an Aberdeen supporter all my life. My lad's 14. We used to go to the match together regularly, but he's now told me he's switching teams and is starting to cheer on Rangers. I'm livid. What do you advise? Move, but don't tell him. Wait till he goes to school, clear everything out, and just put a sign on the door, house for rent. OK? It's much easier. Just don't tell him. I mean, how can you do that? Aberdeen supporters, and then he's going to cheer on Rangers. What have you done? Oh, well, I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, I would rather cheer on Aberdeen, but that's just me saying that because Mike wrote to me. But, no, I mean, you have to move. Definitely. I always wanted to do that for one of those spoof programmes on the television. I always thought it was a great idea. What you do is a family, go on holiday, and they go, bye, see you. Off they go on holiday. And you move in a removals van. You take all their furniture out, everything. You get a team of decorators in. You redecorate. And you put in all new furniture and a family with kids and a dog and a parrot or a budgie or whatever it is. When the family come back from holiday, you've changed all the locks. And they go, what are you doing in our house? You go, what are you talking about? We've lived here for years. This isn't your house. Come and have a look around. And, of course, they go in there and there's nothing of theirs at all. It's all been moved into a removal place just to see how quickly it would take to send them round the bend. And they go into the garden, the swings and a slide. It is a bit dark, but I thought it'd be quite interesting to see how far you could push somebody. Don't you think so? I mean, perhaps just me again. Yeah, it's sort of like a Jeremy Beadle thing. Beadle's about, and He was a very good presenter. On LBC. Very good. And he was also a magician as well. What did he do on LBC? Did a phone-in. Sunday night. He did pranks on the callers. He would sometimes pretend to be the next caller waiting. And then he would click onto their line and go, have you spoken to him before? And the person would go, no, it's my first time. And he'd go, oh, God, who's going to be all right? I get quite nervous when and he would get people to stand in a bucket. My neighbour did that the other day. I walked past her place and she's got her feet in a bucket. Well, because apparently if you've got a bucket of cold water, it makes the rest of you feel chilled, which is lovely, isn't it? One here, which says, Steve, we are just back from Bali, which is very nice. We like Bali. The honeymoon, it's a must visit on everybody's bucket list. We were away 17 days. Love the place. If anybody wants any info, I'm your lady, Kuoni. The travel agent sorted out, and Qatar, amazing. Yes, I mean, I know Kuoni because I used to work I used to work in a travel agency, and so I knew all the brochures and stuff like that. When I left school, yeah, I had a sort of a part-time job. I hated it. I can't begin to tell you. We used to sort out on this particular travel agent. They had the contract to supply Aldermaston. And they would sort out all the travelling for all of their executives and people like that, and all the scientists going abroad. So you would have to go through. Any travel agent will tell you this. There's a gazetteer, and so you would have to say, right, this plane you're taking off from here, it's going to land in Phoenix at 0100 hours. Your next connection is 2:15. You've got to get to another terminal, and you'd have to do these tickets, which sometimes had like 8 or 10 flights on. And I was just rubbish at it completely. I just couldn't handle it at all. So I used to say to somebody, "Oh, you do it," and I could book the package holidays. They were dead easy. You'd say, "Have you seen a brochure? Would you like a brochure?" And people would sort of take their brochures, and they were quite happy. And we used to get thousands of them, thousands and thousands. It's called a multi-USB charger, says Tony in Newark. Absolutely. You're so right. Lewis in Uxbridge says, we have air coolers. You fill it with cold water and ice packs. Sometimes it's too cold. We have to turn off sometimes at night. Have you seen the little ones that they do? Again, you pour cold water in and the fan blows through the cold water, which is okay. Mike says, talking of Christmas, when I worked for a newsagent's wholesalers, we had the Christmas annuals delivered at the back end of May every year. Yes, I mean, in fact, when I used to work in a department store, some of the other people working in there on the beauty counters, Estee Lauder would start working at the moment you finish Christmas, say, of last year, they would start working on Christmas this year. They worked a year in advance to get everything sorted out, so they know exactly what their target's going to be. They know everything. We've got some pictures from Angela from Bali, the honeymoon. Yes, we remember them. Look at that. Look at that. Woo! What are you eating? Wait a minute. What's he got to eat? Is that a croissant? With ham and egg by the look of it. And wait a minute. It's got the Steve Allen dreaded thing. The tomato. It's got the Steve Allen dreaded. And I'm not sure what that green thing is. Is that asparagus? Looks very nice. Very healthy. Angela. Woo! Look at that. Oh, that's nice. Do you know, that's what I like? Somewhere that's not too busy. And Kuoni are what's known as sort of, top of the range, because they do, proper holidays. I'm not saying the others don't do proper holidays, but put it this way, you're not going to get that for $399 all in. It's going to be a lot more expensive. And that's why you pick a good travel agency, and it's completely different. You just learn differently. So, look, a nice happy pic. What have you got? Oh, you would have a coddled egg on toast. Only you. How lovely. How lovely. It looks beautiful, doesn't it? Do you want to come back? Not after 17 nights, you wouldn't. Look, you've got mushrooms. It looks like a bit of bacon, but I'm not sure about the bacon. But that's one of those eggs where you cook it by putting it in hot water. You slide it into hot water. Very nice. And the toast as well. See, I'd have an extra round of toast. I'd have two rounds of toast. But thank you for the pictures. And glad that you were back from Bali. But I bet you're thinking, oh, it's so nice. It's like when you first go on holiday or honeymoon or whatever, and you see the hotel, then you go through and you go, oh, it's beautiful. It's really lovely. And then you see your room and you go, oh, it's lovely, isn't it? And so after 17 nights, you think you own the place. You know, I don't know what the flight to Bali is, actually. We shall don't worry, Angela, we shall find it in 1 second. Producer's having a go for it. Sometimes his hands don't work as quickly as his brain. Or was that the wrong way around? About 18-hour flight. Oh, it's a long way, isn't it? But mind you, can you imagine living out there and working out there? How lovely that must be. Oh, my goodness me, I can't even comprehend. And Warren says, I bet you love this hot weather. Like a hole in the head. More to come by Saturday. He says, thank God for my aircon. It's 16 degrees, he says, in my bedroom. 16 degrees. It's unbelievable, isn't it? 16 degrees. But, no, I absolutely hate it. I absolutely hate it. And he says, you've just called me he said this thing on Wednesday. You called me twice. My phone starts calling people. He said, you just called me 5 times over the past few days. He said, is this a pocket dial? I think so. He says, I wouldn't think for 1 minute you called me deliberately. It's just, I did that to a friend of mine. A friend of mine phoned me and he said, why do you keep calling me? I said, I'm not calling you. He said, you've just called me twice. I know. There must be something on the telephone. I don't know what it is. It's very complicated. I don't. Well, I.
850.
Morning. Nice to be company. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. Which is quite nice. So once I've changed over the DVD player, there's always something to do, isn't there? And life is never so simple. How I spilt wine over a DVD player, I've got no idea. Yes, I've probably had too many sherbets or something. Steve says, Kim, big beautiful moon out there this morning. How are you coping in the heat? Well, I'm actually doing better than I thought. And the reason being is that I go to bed early. I think yesterday I was in bed at about 4 o'clock, which is quite good because it means I get my thing in. And I was out there watering the plants because you've got to water them while you're still able to. We don't actually have the official notice that we're going into the hosepipe ban, so I'm out watering at the moment until the very last minute, and then I'll just let them slowly die. But that's okay. And of course, by the time I'm out there, it's quite cool. The temperature goes quite high, and then, rapidly as you get to 9, 10 o'clock at night, it sort of drops down, which is okay. She said it was bad enough here at 27 degrees. Yeah, I see. Strangely enough, I'm not good in the heat anyway. But as long as I don't rush around or do anything stupid, I'm fine. Absolutely fine. But it's a full moon, 2:38 this morning. And if you look towards the moon's top left, you will see a star. And it's actually, the producer is going outside now, it's actually Venus. It's a planet. It's a planet. Do you know that? You must get yourself a little telescope, mustn't you? I have to ask Father Christmas for one this year for you. I used to have one of those telescopes years ago. You looked in and you turned it and all the little coloured bits inside it made different patterns. Do you remember those? Like a kaleidoscope. Yeah, sort of like a kaleidoscope. Very nice. Steve, I was in Putney Library knitting group yesterday. Ladies were saying there's no wet fish shops anymore. 3 ladies said there was a very good one in Twickenham. I thought that must be the one Steve uses. Your friend will be very pleased. They said it's so popular that there are big queues at Christmas. Oh, big queues most of the time, but at Christmas especially. He must be the busiest shop, Stuart's shop, but he works every hour God sends. Seriously. He really does. You've got to put up with the smell of fish, I suppose. But at Christmas time, people order their turkeys there because he does the Norfolk bronzes. Plus, he's open Christmas Day for people to collect Christmas platters of, shellfish and mussels and prawns and everything else. And he does lobsters. It's all fresh. Every morning they go to market, and every day they come back with all these polystyrene boxes filled with ice and all the things. So he's a fresh fish shop. So, they go to Billingsgate, I think. Plus, they also get deliveries from other people. And it's a sign of how good the fish is, that the shop has been there for ages. And his father had it beforehand, and he works for it. So he's bought something out the back to put more freezers in. He bought a car park. And because lots of supermarkets are closing down the fish and deli counters, well, he goes from strength to strength. And he does stuff for barbecues. He also has a range of other sauces and jams and specialty foods. I mean, he's got everything, but people know it for the good quality, and that's why they go there. And at Christmas time, the queue can go half a mile. Half a mile. Yeah, it goes all the way up Heath Road, past Marks and Spencer's. Yes, goes to Heathrow, and then you get on a plane, and then you land somewhere. It goes all the way up, and then when you get to the Three Kings at the corner, it turns right and goes all the way round the back of the shops. It's huge. There's got to be a good few hundred people in the queue, and they're all waiting for the Norfolk turkeys, and you get a ticket that you sort of exchange for your turkey, and they check it. It's all done with military precision, let me tell you. And does very, very well. Does very, very well. Which is nice in this day and age. We've got Holland and Barrett opening up. We've already got one, but they're going to close that one down, and that's going to be an Amazon Prime or something. You know, the one where you go in and you don't pay for anything. It just goes on your telephone. Amazon Fresh. And so that's going in the old Holland and Barrett and the shop next door, which used to be Patisserie Valerie. They've started knocking down internally. So I haven't tried the one at Richmond. No, I've seen it, but I've never been in there. I don't like the idea of picking something up off a shelf and the next thing you paid for it. No, thank you. Steve, off to Mallorca today. From 35 degrees heat to 38 degrees. I'm just so looking forward to the aircon, says Pablo. Don't blame you. Don't blame you. Kevin in Luton says, so I was wondering how new electric cars cope in this continuous hot weather. With the aircon on in my existing car, the petrol consumption is terrible. So I dread to think how an electric car is affected. It must compromise the range. I don't know. You're asking the wrong person. I've got no idea how that works. I really haven't. I just remember that Ian Dale bought an electric car and he wasn't very happy with it. Didn't go as far. It must use up more, I should imagine, doesn't it? But I've never bothered about that. Isn't that funny? I've got, I mean, I don't smoke. I don't sort of waste money on expensive things. I mean, I can do if I want to. But, yes, more DVD players at £35 a time. And so I'm actually quite good. I'm quite sort of, I'm not frugal by any stretch of the imagination. But it's just that I sort of watch the spending. As you get a bit older, you tend to do that. Because you think to yourself, could I survive if I retired? And you go, yeah, I could. Yeah, I could. Because I've got no mortgage. So, and I don't know, the car might have to go. No, it wouldn't. Oh, hell. No, the car would stay. And, Steve, we used a travel agent for our trip to Japan, says Jane. They arranged everything from planes, hotels, train tickets, including the bullet train, and a personal tour in Tokyo. Oh, yes, I mean, if you get a really good travel agency, like John Warrington's got one, John of old. When I say of old, I don't mean he's old. Well, he is fairly old. And he organises tailor-made holidays. That's what he does. He's sort of a bit specialist. Because a lot of people, he used to have people going in there and he would work out all their holidays for them. Then they go and book it themselves online. So he has a system now, I think he's still operating it, which is you pay a deposit, and if you book with him after he's done all this work, because otherwise he's wasting hours, you do all this work on it. If you book, you get that back. It's as simple as that. So, a lot of travel agents have been hit by the pandemic and by also the fact that people are not sure if they can actually fly anywhere. Shane says, I watched the UK version of Queer as Folk last night. I still had the receipt. I bought it in 2016 because you couldn't buy it in Australia, and I bought it online from London. I enjoyed it. Yeah, it was very good. It must be the only programme about gay people that only featured one gay person in it. Everybody else, all the main characters, were all heterosexual. Mind you, talking of that, I don't know if you saw it last night. It was very interesting. Tom Daley discovering the Commonwealth countries that are rampantly homophobic. Worst one? Nigeria. In fact, in certain parts of Nigeria, it carries the death penalty. And they had people on there who were obviously disguised, saying that you wouldn't come out. People would beat you black and blue. In one particular country, it seemed fairly mild. You went to prison for 10 years. Hard labour. And it was very interesting. I think in half of the 54 countries that competed at the Commonwealth Games, it's illegal to be gay. And we welcomed them over here. I mean, I don't want to use rude language in front of you, ladies and gentlemen, but I mean, sod that for soldiers. That is just appalling. Illegal to be gay in more than half of the 54 countries that competed at the Commonwealth Games. Why would you want to live under a regime like that? And Tom was going around talking to people, and it was very interesting because he also said something which I found even more interesting. When he came out, which seemed all those years ago, his father died, and he went to see the grandparents, and I think it was his father's parents. They didn't take to it at all well. They really didn't take to it at all well. He said they were so anti, and the abuse that he got online from people. I mean, seriously, nowadays you'd have them, up in court for sending homophobia. People going, you should die, I couldn't believe it. I was amazed that people still think like that, and he said he was fairly surprised as well. Nobody shouted anything down the street because they can't, because they're basically cowards. And it was a case of people were writing stuff on the internet, you're disgusting, you're this and that. Yeah. Do the people shout in the street? Generally, people who've got a bit of a sickness, I think. They are, you do get people like that. They're not the full ticket, which is very interesting. But it was a very interesting programme to actually watch him and then talk to other people who are also sportsmen and women who are also gay, but they couldn't come out because if people discovered that they were gay, then they would be beaten up or, at worst, killed. One of them he was talking to, he said he saw somebody. He said the next thing, he said people had broken into his house and tried to knife him. They're that bad. These are obviously perverts. That's what I always call them. It makes it so much easier. So I'm glad you bought Queer as Folk. I thought the music was great. The British version. I haven't seen the other one. I've got it. Andy says, morning, I live in Rainham. Well, there you go. In Kent. We have a very good wet fish shop called Hales and More. Very good shop, like yours, always busy. People want fresh stuff. And Hales, I think Shane owns it, licensed to deal in game. And our one's bigger. Our one's much bigger than yours. And, wait a minute, show me. Oh, our one's way bigger. Our one's huge. And it's probably about, yes, it blooming well is. Size is very important. And they do fish and fresh fish daily, I'm assuming. And our one does lobsters, which he can dress for you. Although I think some of them look very silly in top hat and tails, but there you go. And he'll do crab, dressed crab, or you can have them live if you so want them live. And they do everything now. Smoked salmon. I mean, gone are the days of sort of being limited in what you could buy in a fish shop. To find a wet fish shop now, they're very good. You should go there. It's also healthy. I mean, I'm not particularly good at fish, as you know. Stuart's tried on numerous occasions to get me to do fish, and it just doesn't kind of work for me. I mean, I could eat fish fingers, but of course, what does he not sell? Fish fingers. I think that's seen as a bit naff, actually, but I like scampi. I can do scampi and chips. Yeah, breaded scampi. And Chris says Tom Daley seems a lovely guy. He was very young when he came out, but his father's parents were sort of saying, what would your father say and things like that. And I remember thinking, what a thing to say to a young man. I don't think you choose to be gay. I don't think you go, you get to sort of 17 and go, do you know, I think I should become gay. As if you'd want to do that. As if you'd want to do it. It seems ridiculous. But, and also, his mum was okay with it. It took them a bit of while to get it, into sort of focus because, the first thing they say is parents, I'm never going to have grandchildren. And you go, well, they can adopt. That's exactly what Tom Daley and Lance have done. The producer's friend came out to his mum and she said, oh, no. It's funny. It's one of those things, isn't it? Still in the year 2022. But people get a little bit funny about it. But if you get a chance to see the Tom Daley programme, you should see it. Because in some of it, he's visibly shocked at the way people are treated. People attacked you. Yes. Mums seem to struggle with it more than dads. It's because, what are we going to tell the relatives? Well, I don't know. I don't think you have to tell the relatives anything. What's it got to do with them? Goodness sake. My friend Ian says, have you had swordfish? No, I'm not a fish eater. Says you couldn't tempt me. He said, it's more like a steak. I love it with Brussels sprouts. Well, you won't turn my head against Brussels sprouts, let me tell you. 14 minutes to 5.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Heavy company, welcome to Friday, welcome to, oh goodness, it's another hot day. And tomorrow's going to be even hotter. But it doesn't really matter, actually. Steve says, Ajmal, when I use aircon on my electric vehicle, I lose 1% charge every 6 minutes. So keep in mind that the EV is still 70% cheaper. I don't like electric cars. You know, I mean, I know it sounds really peculiar because people say, oh, it's so much better for the environment. Ian Dale doesn't like them either. Not that I think that's somebody I should be aligning with on it. It's just that I like to hear a car. You know, I like when I start my car up, I hear it. You know, it's as simple as that. And when you're going down the motorway, it's good. I'm sure it's lovely, electric cars, but not for me, thank you. Mick in South Devon says, I work with rechargeable batteries in industry for 40 years. Here's the rule for the use of electric cars and bicycles in the real world. Take the manufacturer's best quoted range and halve it. Yes, I mean, I can well imagine. Obviously, I would never take that. I mean, I think Ian Dale wrote a piece about buying an electric car. He was writing in the Telegraph, doesn't he, in his column. And he was complaining about it because it didn't go half as far as he wanted to go. Mind you, he was complaining the other day about the 20-mile-an-hour speed limit, which is all over the place. And some people say, oh, it's only on certain roads. No, throughout the borough of Richmond and Twickenham, all the roads are 20 miles an hour. Some of them, if you go on the A316, then it's 40. And then magically, as you near the swimming pool, it goes to 30. I mean, 30, I might as well get out and push the bloody thing, which is ridiculous. But, yeah, 20 miles an hour all over the place, and he was complaining about it. And I can understand that, but at the same time, even at 20 miles an hour, you can still kill somebody. It's as simple as that. Simple as that. You've got to be very careful. Steve, looking forward to Pride in Margate Saturday. However, feel sorry for people who will not be able to attend now due to the train strike. And Josephine says, did you see the full moon last night? Stunning. I didn't actually. I do spend a lot of time watching it. But Margate Pride, which is at Dreamland, they've got the Sugar Babes. I'm going to know they're still going, are they? Oh, God in heaven. They've also got the Fabulous Lounge Swingers, Sadie Sinner, sounds like drag, doesn't it? Don One, definitely drag. Prince Silver, Daniel Molyneux, Nemo, Amy Zing, and Margate Pride Queens. Bit camp, isn't it, really? I mean, honestly, it's not the butchest thing I've ever heard of. But in fact, I mean, fancy why do they assume Sugar Babes? Why do they assume gay people want to say the Sugar Babes? Are they? So you say. Yeah, maybe they'll be able to get there. There's a train strike. You're screwed. You can't get there. I know you're not going. Yeah, even if you wanted to go, you can't. Because there's no blooming trains, because they've decided to do another train strike. I suppose they just want to go sunbathing, don't they? It's the kind of thing that people work for the RMT do. The Ryan Giggs story goes on forever. And I just keep seeing headlines. Giggs cheated with 12 women, not 8. According to what she said in court. I mean, so? I can't help feeling a bit sort of nonplussed by the whole thing. It's a case of, you know, so somebody goes out with somebody and then they're unfaithful. Big surprise there. Big surprise. I told you the other day when there was a picture of Maisie and Max on the aeroplane. She's used to be in EastEnders or something, and he was in The Wanted. And apparently, mustn't tell anybody. It's a secret that they're going out. So only tell their agent and the photographer who's with them. Okay, otherwise, mustn't say anything. They were spotted on a flight. Flying economy, I hasten to add. There's obviously no money there, which is a bit of a shame, really. He's about 33 and she's 21. And she's obviously trying to sell herself as that. She's wearing a silver bikini. She looks like an oven-ready turkey. Really very inappropriate. And so the holiday hots up. It's a publicity thing. They're obviously just trying to gain some interest in it. And to be honest with you, I thought it was a load of old rubbish first time round. This is the Sun have said they went on a holiday boat trip hours after we revealed their secret romance. Because he's 33 and should be married by now, otherwise they'll talk. A waiter in a taverna said they come to a beach every day at around 3 p.m. when it's not so busy. They always do some sort of water activity. What, like people on holiday? Imagine. So surprising, isn't it, really? Who's the waiter? Do you think he's really the photographer that they've taken out there with them? Yeah, a source said, apparently on Wednesday, Maisie posted an Instagram snap of her frolicking on a vessel. Last week, the couple were also together in Portugal and their secret nearly got out. Shh, don't tell anybody. It's a secret for a has-been actress and somebody who's in a group. Who cares? Who cares? Apparently, she's played Tiffany Butcher since she was 6. Wow. Because Max split for a second time from Ryan Giggs' ex-wife, Stacey. Are they all inextricably linked, all these people? It's hilarious. I've been out with nobody in this story. But you read about it and you think, honestly, do they really think people are that dumb they're going to be remotely interested in some silly little relationship between an old man and a 21-year-old? Steve, in Preston, on the River Ribble, there's a restaurant called the Tickled Trout. They were having big tanks of local caught trout, and you can pick up the one you want. They do tickled trout, don't they? I've heard of them doing that. I don't know why. I see it wouldn't interest me. I wouldn't be eating it. Ash says, what are you doing? Showing me a picture of trout or something? Oh, ghastly. How revolting. Oh, look, asparagus again. I tell you what I do like sautéed potatoes. They're quite... I wouldn't eat the trout which had a head on it. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Air conditioning's a godsend, Steve, whether it's in the car or at home. When I was a child, my dad had a Ford Granada Ghia. It felt fancy in the 80s. That had aircon, and he wouldn't let us put the window down as the aircon got up to speed. I'm not surprised I got card sick and mildly cooked as a child. Did you see somebody the other day? They put a dog in the car. They went off to do their shopping, and they left a little gap in the top so it could breathe. This thing was on its last legs when the police broke the windows to get it out again. These people should be prosecuted for cruelty to animals, because dogs' temperature, no matter what it is outside, it's double inside the car. I mean, if you leave a dog in a car and, God forbid, something happens to it, you should be taken to court and thrown into prison. You're quite clearly a pathetic waste of space. Monty Python comedian Terry Jones's adult children have secretly settled a court battle with their late dad's belly-dancing widow over his will. He died in 2020, 9 years after he married a Swedish second wife, Anna Soderstrom, 41 years his junior. Knitwear designer Anna, now 39, was left his entire estate, including his £2.8 million house, because that was his last will and testament. That's what he wanted. But, of course, people fight wills. His daughter and son from his first marriage claimed in the High Court that he had dementia when he signed his will. Both sides have agreed to a private settlement. All to do with money. All to do with money, isn't it awful? You do a last will, and I've done my will, and I'm quite happy with it, I've left, the producer said, I bet you won't mention me in your will. I thought, you're in for a surprise. I'll be going, hello, Joe. There you go. Yeah, that'll be it. I'm going to save you the broken DVD player. Nancy's efforts, and this is Nancy Delusional, but apparently it was very funny, actually, because they sort of described her as somebody who speaks lots of languages and she's an international barrister, as opposed to somebody who slept with Sven-Goran Eriksson. Never mentioned him at all, and that's the only thing she was ever famous for. So her efforts on MasterChef have now turned it into Wallace and Vomit. That's the way they've said it. Because you get Greg, what's his name? Greg Wallace? With the creepy smile. It's such a creepy smile. John Turode, fantastic. Very good series on Ireland at the moment. But anything you watch with sort of Greg Wallace in, it's this creepy smile. It's very frightening. I don't like it at all. Danny Jones, who is McFly's answer to George Formby and is a very good cook. He was very good. The bad news, of course, arrives when you've got the word comedian and Edinburgh Fringe. And they turn out not to be funny at all. And this was somebody called Kay Kurd, who clearly thinks he's hilarious, but wasn't actually as funny or likeable as Love Island tantrum thrower Faye Winter, whose lips seem to have developed a slow puncture since she left the ITV2 show, and nobody's ever heard of her. But Nancy, as I say, described by the show as a media personality who speaks 4 languages, often at the same time, as she demonstrated before the first round had begun. Seriously, can't we find anybody better? It's like the latest one to go into Strictly Come Dancing, Fleur East. Who? Fleur East. That's how bad it's got. And apparently, already, they've just done the first interview with her, and she's the favourite to win. Like yesterday, the favourite was Helen Skelton to win. How many more people to come? I don't know. How many more deadbeats are there out there? And she goes, I'm doing this for my father. I thought, well, he's not going to know about it, darling. He died. That's the trouble. But it's just a case of, can't they find any celebrities? Nice to see the radio industry represented, but mainly by people you've never heard of. One of them, excuse me for being a little bit bitchy about it, but the travel reporter on the breakfast show that keeps losing audience. But as I say, he's gay. So so they can put him with sort of same-sex dancers and all the rest of it. I mean, either way, they can't find anybody. It's just dreadful, isn't it? There you go. It's on YouTube. Nottinghamshire police had to rescue this dog, so they had to smash the window. But then they've got to get water into it and everything else and start, rehydrating it. I mean, the thing was barely alive. These people, I hope when they came back, somebody went, a tram worker had to call 999. This was a Shih Tzu, panting and looking about, it was about to die. And they sort of put it on the ground and then covered it with water and everything. I mean, seriously, these people should be prosecuted. I've got no sympathy for anybody with animal cruelty. I'm afraid it just drives me mad. Although talking of that, Brooklyn and Nicola are in the papers dragging out another torturously tedious story of Brooklyn who can't have a shave, never gets his hair cut properly. But the good news is he's going to open a pub in America. Who in God's name would ever give him a licence? And so he can serve up British food. Well, as Brooklyn took 69 people to help him make a sandwich, I don't hold out much hope for this one at all. Poor old Brooklyn, honestly, another failed business heading the way of the Beckham family. I mean, honestly, what have they got so far? Nothing. But the good news is that apparently the little one can sing. So that's good news, isn't it? We'll be buying that record soon.
On your radio.
Company, 3 minutes past 5. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. And so here they are, the boring Beckhams. I mean, honestly, they get more dreary by the day, don't they? But as I say, the funny thing is that Brooklyn says he would love to have his own pub in Los Angeles with a line of sauces, knives, pots and pans after teaching himself cooking. He made a sandwich. OK, he made a sandwich. Let's not sort of tell lies about it, Brooklyn. You couldn't even do that. It had to be made for you. It's more and more ridiculous. It's like there was another piece the other day. Where did I read it? Because now they've managed to sort of inflict boring old Matt Goss onto us. And he's selling everything in America. He's going to move here. And as I say, basically there's no work in America. No work. Nothing for him at all. That's why he's got to come here. Even though the papers are trying to overhype what it is. And he wants to make another documentary, which meant that we just all laughed at him because he was such a tantrum little I mean, seriously, I've never known anything. He was effing and blinding. Filthy language. Filthy language. But apparently he thinks that there's a funny side to him. He said, all my mates, I make all my mates laugh. I thought, what mates? What do you mean laughing? Laughing at you, dear. They're not laughing with you. Which is very embarrassing. Steve, I'm with you on that one, says Chris. Which stupid morons would even bring their dogs out on a very hot day anyway and leave them in a locked car? Well, it was a locked car and they had a little bit of air at the top. That's not enough for a dog. Dogs, you see them panting. Their tongue comes out and they pant. That's why, you've got to have water outside various places so that they can sort of rehydrate themselves. It's ridiculous. But as I say, these people, but they're such peasants, these people. Have you ever seen them when they come back? I can't believe you smashed the window of my car. Your dog was dying, for God's sake. Really, it's ridiculous. Really ridiculous. Interesting enough that Senegal Charlie, who is a pet parrot, has been reunited with his owner 7 years after going missing. Apparently, Senegal Charlie, who can say his own name, was rescued in June and an appeal put out to find out where he belonged. And the owner who reported him missing from Guernsey responded. Animal shelter manager Steve Burns said, it's unlikely Charlie has lived in the wild all this time. It's more likely somebody's looked after him. No, they've thieved him. That's what it is. They've thieved him. They haven't looked after him. Honestly, these people, honestly. And a man has been jailed after planting a secret tracker on his ex's car. What's the matter with everybody nowadays? So, to find out where she goes, she was puzzled to get a text from him about a night out at a specific street. And her daughter got AirTag notifications. Police used the tracker to arrest him in a car park. Christopher Trotman, 41, harassed her after they split before gluing this AirTag under a bumper. Anyway, he's been jailed for 9 weeks. Well, at least we're heading in the right direction. Should have been 9 years. Should have been 9 years. I mean, Apple have trackers called AirTags, apparently, which you can sort of get. They're very cheap. Very, very cheap. Very, very inexpensive. Which I quite like, actually. I don't know whether to buy them or not. It could be my treat, couldn't it? I think. Steve, you briefly mentioned the A316 Twickenham Road. Well, it's the bypass and the proximity of Richmond swimming pool. During the hot summer of 76, I was a PC at Richmond. A lot of the girls and boys came out of the pubs after kicking out time and climbed through the fence of the swimming pool, stripped naked and swam in the outside pool. Bit of a walk. Nearest pub is ages away from there. We PCs used to wait until there was all sorts of hijinks and then rush in with torches to chase them out. Well, they're closing swimming pools at the moment. They don't seem to last 5 minutes. You know, because people are sort of... I mean, I don't know why they're closing a swimming pool. They're not evaporating, are they, or something that I missed out? It's probably hygiene, because, I mean, most of the people look a bit grubby who go to swimming pools. You know, they sort of go, oh, I think I'm going to go swimming, and you go, I bet you're going to take your flannel and a bar of soap. And you're going to sort of, you know, have a little swim there. Yeah, bag scrub. After all these years, Steve, says Lloyd in Brighton, my wife has only just started listening to LBC. She only just released or something from police custody? How does this work? She likes waking up to the sound of your voice, apparently. He says, hallelujah, I don't have to say a word in the morning anymore. Well, that's good news, isn't it? There you go. You've solved all these problems, just by somebody discovering LBC, which is lovely. So Kat Deely, glamming up the other day. She's on a US show, So You Think You Can Dance. She's married to... Who's she married to? Patrick Kilty. Patrick Kilty. I remember him very well indeed. Grantchester's coming back, and Robson Green has said it gets better with age. I like Robson Green. And a little sister of a big brother, because, you know, they're bringing that dreary programme back again. Hope they're not going to bother wasting our time and doing a celebrity version, because there won't be any celebrities. They're what's commonly known as even more desperate on this one as they are to go on a cooking programme. I mean, if you really admit that you can't cook, what are you doing on there? Or if you can't dance, what are you doing on a dance programme? It's like going on a quiz show and going, I'm really sorry, I'm thick. And you go, what are you doing on it? And they go, I just wanted to be famous. I mean, some of them really are stupid. So it made household names, Big Brother, out of Dermot O'Dreary, Emma Willis and Russell Brand. And now the spin-off show may give the chance to another upstart to get noticed. Oh, God, honestly, how many more times do we need to produce another old has-been? I mean, it's getting desperate enough on some of the quiz shows. They can't even find enough people. You go, oh, not them again. Not Rob Beckett. God, can't they find somebody else? Goodness sake. I mean, there must be other people, mustn't there, that they can... Well, no, perhaps there isn't. Perhaps there isn't. It's either that or the weatherman on the BBC who, I mean, he plays drums, apparently. And he's good at playing the drums. It's not difficult. Bang, 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 bang. I did it when I was 6. It's not complicated. They have to make a big deal about it. But he plays the drums and he raised a lot of money for charity. So apparently that's the excuse nowadays. You have to sort of say, oh, somebody raised a lot of money for charity. But he tells the weather. But he's obviously desperate to be somebody as opposed to something. Because they put him on that programme with that Wim Jam bloke or whatever his name was, where they all dropped into the ice. Wim Hof. Well, I mean, I'd never heard of him. Wim Jam. And they put him on there, and he was about as boring as they come nowadays. Why do people automatically think that because somebody plays the drums and they're a bit fey when they do the weather, they're going to be a great personality? They're not. They're not. It doesn't work like that. Shakespeare's Globe Theatre are in trouble. Well, only with trouble with the woke community. They've been accused of violating history. They're doing Joan of Arc. They've made her non-binary. I mean, seriously, you just lose the will to live, don't you? You really do. One of the other latest Strictly stars, apart from Fleur Who East, somebody called Hamza Yassin. Anybody on that one? I mean, what are they doing? I mean, can the studio cat get a job, do you think, or something on this programme? Can't be that difficult. Very poor. Even the producer, and he's not particularly interested in show business. Well, he can't be. He works on this show. You know, it's a case of it's a very poor selection of celebrities. Well, they're not celebrities. She's a radio presenter. How does that make you a celebrity? It doesn't. And he's apparently, don't know. He was taking pictures the other day of a panda. And his name is Hamza Yassin, who's the 13th celebrity. It's a bit unlucky, isn't it? Well, at least I suppose he'll be getting exercise on a regular basis. Because looking at the people on there, it's a bit dreary. They cannot find celebrities of the calibre that they used to. I think they've even admitted that they can't find celebrities. And that I find... so they put these people on there, half of whom can't dance. I mean, there is nobody that you would say, God, that's a good booking. That's brilliant. There's nobody, because they're on a budget, and the BBC, as you know, love wasting your money. My God, don't they ever. You might as well put the cast of EastEnders on there. They'd get a bigger audience. No, perhaps not. Perhaps not. But it's embarrassing. Vicky Patterson says Russell Kane is good at everything except comedy. You know, he does his best. And Ian Hyland, the very good television critic, likes Josie Gibson. She's certainly interesting. What was the other one? A&E's Accident and Emergencies report one of their worst months ever. Every time I've been to A&E, I've been seen fairly quickly. Mind you, I've practically been on my knees on the floor. What else have we got? Energy bills, they say, could go to £5,000. And Matt Goss, God, we're dragging this career out, aren't we? Says Stevie Wonder taught him not to be superstitious. He'll be in such a bad mood when he's kicked out, won't he, because he can't dance. And some poor gadget girl, mocked by pals, has been allowed to change her name. She's called Alexa. So she's 6. She's been allowed to change her name. She was mocked by people. I don't know why. I mean, she's 6 years old. What did they do for the previous 5 years? She's called Alexa. We've had Alexa for ages and ages and ages. I don't know. Chaos at the airport is absolutely subsiding at the moment, which is very good. MPs are now declaring more freebie tickets. They're offered freebie tickets. Why would you send an MP there? What's the point of that? They're on everything, and some drunk buried alive in a coffin after passing out at a weird ceremony only managed to find out where he was when he woke up and wanted to go to the toilet. That's a bit frightening, isn't it? Very frightening. I think he got out, yes. Liz Truss says she's got a plan. Yeah, riveting, dear. Can we hear it? No, on second thoughts, let's not bother. Rupert and Jerry, we're divorced and friends. Yeah, it's cheaper that way, isn't it? She ends up with a house in Henley-on-Thames worth 11 million. It's amazing nowadays, it'd be cheaper to sort of pay for, going out with somebody. And she's ended up with a place in Saint-Tropez and she's got some money as well. But, I mean, he's rich as creases. So, it's ridiculous. Steve says, Kim, it can be a bit of a challenge at times growing up bi or gay. As it is, I went through the 70s and 80s hearing rude comments. Never to my face, though. Things rightfully have improved. Though there's still the odd rude bigot that feels they've got the right to interfere in folks' lives. They need to behave themselves. Pure and simple. Basic manners and common decency, says Kim. It is. That's all it is. But when you saw that Tom Daley documentary, I mean, it was just amazing that they've got the death penalty. We invite all these countries over. And might as well invite China over. And how about Kim Jong-un to open it? I mean, it wasn't even legal here for ages. Well, it was 21. Oh, no, it's all going on long before the 60s. Well, it might not have been legal, but Queen Victoria never admitted that lesbianism existed. She refused to accept the fact that there were such people as lesbians. I mean, seriously. But, I mean, look at her. I mean, seriously. This was the woman who was having a bit of a fling on the side. Wouldn't have trusted her as far as you could throw her, would you? And Lee says, lovely to be up with the spike. Are you? Sorry. Bit of an old joke. I caught a bit of you mentioning Peter Simon. I wasn't aware you knew him. He's a master of his craft. He'd win The Apprentice hands down. Did you two ever work together? No, never. Said it would be Radio Gold. I'm not sharing. I don't do sharing. I'm a standalone presenter. I'm Light Ent. And it is already Radio Gold. Thank you very much indeed. Goodness sake, honestly. They had that bloke on the television the other day on Ideal World demonstrating drones again. And you put your hand on here, and it's this, in fact, and that's all he does. His topic of conversation is slightly limited. And Pete the pool man's off today. No pools, no problems, no pre-party demands. Brilliant. It's what you call a result. At 5:15 in the morning, and the latest LBC travel with Joanne Webb.
Having a strong email password can help protect you from cybercrime. But there's an extra step you could take this festive season to make your email even harder to hack. Just set up two-step verification on your main email account to get double the protection. Go on, take your email security to another level the next time you log on. That should do it. Search Cyber Aware from the National Cyber Security Centre.
unrequited as Bridgerton, the musical, has been cancelled. Mind you, the worst musical of the other year, apparently, was the one about Princess Diana. It was a musical... Must have bypassed me. I don't know where that one went to. And half of kids nowadays do no exercise. Well, what's the point? You're a child. I don't know why you'd want to do exercise when you're a kid. Well, actually, when we were children, when we were young people... Well, they have PE at school, and also they run around in the playground. They do all sorts of bits. That's what we did. And then you got home and you couldn't wait to get out and play with your friends. Nobody ever walks anywhere nowadays. They're all sitting there on their telephones, aren't they? So anyway, Pete the Pool Man, he says, no annoying customers nagging, just a nice run in Windsor Great Park, to which I'm heading towards now in my fabulous Honda E electric car. Once you go electric, you'll never go back. Oh, a Honda E. Ooh, sounds quite nice. Sounds nice. Everybody's got these cars now, haven't they? I'm obviously missing out on these sort of things. Eventually, I will bring myself into the modern world. Eventually. At the moment, it's not going to be happening. What was the other one? Oh, Johnny Depp making his screen comeback as Louis XV, which means lots of dressing up and powdered wigs and hey nonny no and things like that. Set in the court of... Louis XV, I should imagine. I don't know where they filmed for that one. When you look at what they had, when you look at Versailles and you see it as a building and you look at the Hall of Mirrors and you look at this, I mean, I'm really surprised that the mob over there didn't set fire to it and raze it to the ground. You know, I mean, as it was, they executed Marie Antoinette. I mean, these people must have been frightened out of their lives. The mob there, you look at the Hall of Mirrors in Versailles and you go, blimey, they had so much money, and it's going to host raves with, I mean, I don't know why, perhaps they're sort of desperate for it. It must cost a fortune to keep this place going. It's beautiful. I mean, it really is stunningly beautiful. You can imagine what everybody looked like. And in fact, if you look at some of the films that they've made there, it's a glorious setting. But imagine Marie Antoinette. It was a case of... you're going to be executed today. You're going to the guillotine. And what's our best building inside? It's a bit difficult, actually, that one. The best building inside. I don't know. I mean, Rome's got all their sort of places which are beautifully decorated. We've got Buckingham Palace, which actually was never built for the royal family. It was a private house for the Duke of Buckingham. And the royal family sort of said, we'll have that. So they had that. And... St. Paul's, I don't know. I mean, it's got a few tombs in there worth seeing, and it's quite big. But the trouble is years ago, you could just go into all these places and have a wander about. Now you can't. You can go into St. Paul's Cathedral, but you don't get very far. You've got to pay to go in. They want your money. The church is very mean, I'm afraid, nowadays. It's a case of, would you like to join? You find out how much it is to go to St. Paul's Cathedral. You can go in there, but you don't get very far. So people are sort of faffing around, and then you sort of go, oh, can we go up to the... No, you pay. Give us your money. That's what they want. I remember years and years ago when I was a child, we were going, even when I was driving, a few friends, we'd go out to the countryside, and you could go into a little village, there'd be a church there, and you could go into it and have a look round and things like that. Nowadays, they have to keep them all locked up. People steal. If you want to go to St. Paul's Cathedral and you're an adult, 18 quid. 18. I believe if you're worshipping the Lord, you might get it a bit cheaper. Kids are £7.70. I mean, it is. I told you it was a lot of money. I think it's too much. I mean, I appreciate we have to keep these places going, but I think it's up to the governments to keep these places going. I mean, when you go to St. Peter's Square, I don't remember having to pay to go inside the basilica. You just go inside. It used to be free. Mind you, Kew Gardens used to be a penny. 1 penny to go to Kew Gardens. Then they put it up to 10p. Now you're looking at pounds to go to Kew Gardens. 1 penny. When I used to go to Kew Gardens, yeah, it was a penny. Unbelievable, isn't it? When you think you could wander around there, you could take a picnic in and everything else. Now they part you from your money. I mean, Kew Gardens now, about 16 quid, I would have thought. Something like that. £15. A penny it was. Went up to 10p and we all complained. That's £16.50 with a donation. A donation to what? They're growing plants. I understand how it works. If it's without the donation, but they make you feel a bit guilty. So would you like to do a donation? Otherwise it might go £15 or it's £16 something. Standard with donation, £21.45, because the £16.50, the 15 quid, is in advance. If you just turn up there, you're going to pay £21.45 to go around and look at a piece of dried up grass. Seriously, it's ludicrously expensive. Ludicrously expensive. And they wonder, because the trouble is, once people's bills are going to start coming in, people are going to have to start deciding where they're going to spend their money. And they certainly ain't going to be spending it going in St Paul's and Kew Gardens, because it's too expensive. So if there's 4 of you going to Kew Gardens, you're looking at, minimum 60 quid. 60 quid. They have, here you go, in advance, a family ticket, 1 adult, 2 children, £25.30. They must think we've all got money to burn. For example, a standard ticket without donation, 2 adults and up to 2 children, £44.50. With the donation, £48.95. Where do they think people are getting their money from? 50 quid to go around the garden. You can go in the greenhouses and stuff like that. But, to be honest with you, it's ludicrously expensive. Ludicrously. And I think that when people start getting all their bills in, they're going to start cutting back on this left, right and centre. Then all these places are going to be complaining that we're not there, because places like that will suffer. They suffered during the pandemic. They're going to suffer with the bills coming in. Really, they're going to. Years ago, Steve, York Minster used to be free. Now you have to pay. Yeah? Everything you have to pay for. You can't. There's no such thing as a free lunch. It's like the museums. I never pay to go in a museum. They have a turnstile there, and I just go. If I go to the Science Museum, I just say, I'm going to the shop. I wouldn't dream of pay to something that I own. I'm sorry, I'm not doing it. No, they're not all free. They try and get money out of you. And the tourists all stand there like dimbos and start paying. I understand how it works. I'm not stupid. But they're going to end up cutting off their nose to spite their face, because it's so expensive. I don't mind going in and buying the food in the canteens and going to the shop and stuff like that, but I'm bucket if I'm going to be paying for it. The V&A, they have another thing, pay here and all that. I'm not paying. I'll just go straight through. It's as simple as that. They can't make you pay. And it's a case of, let the tourists pay. Let the tourists pay. But I just don't feel it's right for us to have to pay for it. It's like Buckingham Palace. Have you seen the amount of money the Queen rakes in? And you have to pay to go around the Buckingham Palace. The cheapest place to go is to have a look at their cars in the garages out the back, which we did. But again, you've got to pay for all of these things. Couldn't the Queen pay for it? Oh, no, sorry, she just paid for Prince Andrew's little escapade. Do you know he still keeps his Royal Protection Officers? Can't imagine why. Can't imagine why. There you go. The state rooms here. And you can have a ticket to go and see the state rooms. Are you ready? OK, now your ticket, because Buckingham Palace is a working royal palace, sometimes opening times can change at short notice. And your ticket includes a multimedia guide, free readmission by asking to convert your ticket to a 1-year pass, terms and conditions apply, and an adult to go into Buckingham Palace. Your ticket includes a special display, Platinum Jubilee, the Queen's accession, £30. £30. Even if you're disabled, it's £16.50, so you'll be hobbling around for ages and ages. Families visiting can save up to £25 when booking with us direct. It's a lot of money. If you want to go, the state rooms are fully accessible, and they welcome visitors with different access requirements. We offer a step-free access route. However, these tickets have got to be pre-booked, because you tend to forget there are people in wheelchairs and stuff like that. They need access. And of course, Buckingham Palace wasn't built for people in wheelchairs. It really wasn't. But, £30. It's a lot of money, isn't it? A lot of money. To be honest with you, I think it's lovely, but, surely they must have paid for it by now. If you remember when Windsor Castle started burning, that was purely because the royal family had refused to have fire alarms installed. They wouldn't spend the money on fire alarms, so consequently it burnt down. And I remember Prince Andrew, sorry, makes me cringe every time I say his name, saying there, Her Majesty's very upset by it. I thought, yeah, of course they are. It's a wooden place. The place was, had been there since the 1200s, I think, or something like that. And it was just, that was 30 years ago, that fire. I can remember, I don't know why they asked Prince Andrew anything. He didn't seem to know what was going on, but at least you can borrow money from your mum later in life, which is always quite good, isn't it? Steve says Janice in Reigate, just going to bed as yet again fell asleep in the chair. With the best will in the world, this government can't even run the country. Well, no, they're doing their level best, Janice. Unfortunately, their level best is they've got a plan. Yeah, they've got a plan. Pete the Pool Man says Marie Antoinette's last words before the execution, think it was, sorry, sir, for treading on the executioner's foot. You know, they shaved her head. They shaved her head. The ultimate humiliation of being executed, but with your head shaved. Whereas, in fact, a lot of other people were allowed to put it into a cap, but with her, they shaved it. Churchill's last words were, I'm bored with all this now. I did a documentary on his house. I really did, which was very nice indeed. And my last word, says Pete the Pool Man, will be, on with the next adventure. No, my one would be that old one on my gravestone. Told you I was ill. Fairly, yes, here's Nick Ferrari. Yes, I could just have here's Nick Ferrari, I think. That'd be quite entertaining, wouldn't it, really? Definitely. Oh, Jimmy Tarbuck's in all the papers. He says he can still cut it at 82. He's lost loads of people. Scylla and Brucey and all the people that used to sort of hang around the gang. Because when he did the London Palladium, he was a new comedian and he was known for nicking people's jokes. Because the trouble was television was using up material quickly. So where did they get it from? They got it from the existing comedians. Because it was only years later, I remember sitting with a well-known comic and he was watching a television programme. And he's sitting there and he said to me, he's doing my material. Because this comic was on the television. The comic I was sitting with was not on the television. He said, that's my act. He's doing my act. It's amazing because nobody knew. Nobody knew. Steve, when I visited Buckingham Palace, they don't allow you to take photos inside. Only when you finish the tour can you take photographs in the rear gardens, says Sat from Gravesend. Really? Why could you not take pictures of inside? Because it's private. Producer's never been there either. But, I mean, I wouldn't mind it. But, you know, they all sort of make an absolute fortune, don't they? They don't do badly. It's not difficult. Well, it was for Harry, but there again.
Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's Friday, and Friday's good, even though it's going to be hot. But mind you, we've had hot for ages and ages, haven't we, really? James says, Steve, I wanted to take my children to Longleat Safari Park for the day. They wanted £93.35. Top that with the petrol to get there. It's a very expensive trip out. It is very expensive. But mind you, if you go to the seaside, hypothetical situation, and you go to, say, I don't know, Brighton or whatever else, or you go to Southend. I can only talk about the ones that are around here because I don't know anywhere else. By the time you've parked the car for the day, by the time you've done fish and chips, which people used to consider was cheap, but now we know fish and chips is not cheap, you know, and you've done that for the family, and they want ice creams, then they want to go on the rides on the fun fair, you know, you'd said farewell to £100 easy. That's the problem. Everything is so expensive nowadays. You know, things that we considered cheap. I think at all the playgrounds, you know, the Peter Pan playground, which is down at Southend. I think what you do is you buy a pass or a wristband for so much, and that gets you onto the ride, so you don't need to sort of part with money. But everybody puts things on credit cards now, which is unusual because I was always anti-credit cards, anti-charge cards. I hardly ever use them. I use one for my car coming in, but that, you know, we pay it off completely at the end of each month because it's the only way to do it. If you just leave it and pay off the minimum amount, you're going to get yourself into terrible financial straits. So what people are saying now is we're using cash. It's the only way that you can keep track of your spending, because if you put stuff on credit card or on a charge card, you've got no idea where you are. No idea, because you put it on there and you forget. So it comes to the end of the month and they go, you've spent £630. You go, on what? And the answer is on your cup of coffee every day, on your rail tickets, on the fare, all sorts of things. And if you smoke, even worse. So that's why people are now doing cash, so they can keep an eye on the spending. Because once they... I mean, I remember I used to do it. I was as guilty as the next person. You get your bill in from Barclaycard or Visa, whoever it was, and it would have down, you owe us, whatever it happened to be, £320, minimum payment £90, and you pay the minimum payment because you couldn't be bothered to pay the full amount off because you didn't have the money for it. You could only afford to pay the minimum payment. And, of course, if you paid minimum payment, you were paying nothing. Nothing at all. It's hugely expensive. So when somebody says, as James did, £92.35 for Longleat Safari Park for the kids and you, and then you look at how much you'd be spending if you went to the seaside, we want to go on the rides, we want fish and chips, or, we want ice creams and all that kind of stuff. And you've got to park the car. Have you seen how much parking is? Have you seen London parking? Good God. Do you have to pay to go on the piers? Most of them. Oh, yes. They're not stupid. You want to go on the pier and sit on a deck chair? You can't sit on a deck chair for free. Years ago, they were all there. Somebody come along. You on the deck chair? Ticket machine. Yeah, they'd sell you a ticket for going and sitting on a deck chair looking out to sea. Because it was quite nice. They all used to be free, isn't it? But people just want to sit there and then they go to sleep. I think they should be charged extra if they sleep. But that's what people do now. They want to go onto the pier. And on the pier, what is there? There'll be a place where you can get something to eat and a burger and some candy floss, and the rest of it, slot machines. And what do you not want to go anywhere near? Slot machines. Why? Because you'll lose all your money. There are thousands of them, but we're so tempted, aren't we? That's why Vegas is so popular. We've got a thing about ringing bells and this. You go in there, you go into any casino in Vegas, and all you hear is bing, 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 as money pours out of a machine, and then sort of they've got these giant machines, and then you've got little old ladies sitting there, little old ladies spending their pensions on fruit machines. The one-armed bandits. There was a woman, they did her on the television. I can't remember who did the interview. It was a very interesting one. And it was a case of she went to Vegas. She was a doctor's wife. He died, left her the money. She had a son. And where did she go every day? The casino. How much had she spent? 4 million. She said, they treat me really well here. Of course they do. They're taking your money. And her son had to, she got free drinks and sandwiches and everything else. Her son you used to sort of say, well, it's her money. She can do with it what she wants. And that's what she did. She spent it all. She would go in there gambling. And the man in charge of the casino, you have these floor walkers to make sure that you're sort of over age. He said, oh, she's a very good customer. We like her a lot. I thought, of course you do. Of course you do. She's spending all her money in your machines because it's addictive. Whereas me, I like to wander around and have a good look at a machine. And I do all the cheap machines. I don't do anything expensive at all. You don't know how to use one. You just put money in the slot and pull the handle. That's all you have to do. It's not complicated, Joe. Even you could manage it. I mean, he's only just learned how to vote. And it was only because they said just put an X in the box. And he went, oh, is that how you vote? And I went, yeah, that's how it works. Yeah, you don't have to... Of course, I mean, actually, very rarely in Vegas do you put money in machines now. You generally put a credit card in. Each machine takes a credit card. And believe you me, if you don't, they do that in all the betting shops here. If you go up to the counter and say, I want £100 in credit, you give them your card and they will give you £100 worth of credit on the machine. They can control it from behind the counter. Amazing, isn't it, really? Kevin the Milkman says, I imagine my last word, Steve, will be, what runaway bus? Thank you. And the epitaph on my gravestone, this ground is licensed for dancing. It was a Louis Theroux documentary, says John. I knew it was somebody. I couldn't remember who it was, actually. Andy Peters, I was watching him yesterday, honestly. He was with Adil Ray. It was very funny, very funny. He says, for your information, it's me and Rochelle on This Morning next week. Will you tune in with a cuppa and a Pret bacon roll? Listen, Andy, I can't get Pret bacon rolls. I can't get them. I cannot get... I thought you were looking extremely young yesterday. Have you been at the monkey glands again? I've said this before. Andy Peters refuses to age. He just doesn't age at all. But he was giving away, how much money was it? £93,000 or something? I often think I'd quite like that idea, £93,000. But we will tune in for you, Andy, with Rochelle on This Morning. He'll be naughty. I can tell you that now. He does get a bit carried away at times, and he will be very naughty. But I don't know how you're coping in this heat, because under the studio lights must be even worse. You've got all the heat, I remember Dale, when he had to do Supermarket Sweep, if they recorded in the summer, the whole studio was like sitting in a fridge. They brought in like 20 air conditioning units. And the audience for Supermarket Sweep was made up of the contestants. There was no audience as such. It was all sort of dubbed on. And it was the contestants who sat there in overcoats with scarves on because it was so cold, because Dale sweated so much under the lights. Seriously, it was just one of those. I remember going up there and I went, God, it's cold. And he said, I won't have it at a certain temperature, Steve. He said, I'm only going to work if it's freezing cold. So they brought in all these air conditioning units. And so the little group of contestants, there'd only be about sort of 8 or 10 of them. And they would sort of sit there freezing to death, not realising. But it was the most requested show on television, Supermarket Sweep. Not with Rylan, of course. Steve, it was Louis Theroux's documentary. I've been to Vegas 5 times. It's amazing. It's ginormous. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't disagree. I wouldn't disagree. And Ron says they never have clocks in casinos. No, exactly. Why would they want to put a clock there? So you look up and you go, we've been here half an hour. We've been here an hour. Been here 2 hours. But the only funny things that you will see in casinos in Las Vegas is you'll head back to your hotel after you've been out to see a show or, you know, whatever you've seen, and there'll be a little old lady, in fact, quite a few little old ladies and little old gentlemen sitting there with oxygen cylinders next to them. And they've got their mask on and the oxygen cylinder, which is wheeled in by the casino, and you will go upstairs to bed, you will sleep all night, and you will then come down in the morning, and the same people will still be there with their oxygen cylinders. They will sit there all night. Can you smoke in the casinos? Really? I know you can't go to them if you're under 21. They're very, very hot on it. And I mean very hot. So in other words, when you get people going over there, you go, oh, we're going to have a great time, and they're 18 and 19, you're thrown out of the casinos. They could lose their licenses. They ID everybody. If they think, and you can't even stand there and watch. It's a case of off the floor, and they go round there and they check them all the time. They have to. Because it's, you know, it's the way. And over there, you can't do anything under 21. You can only drink at 21. You know, whereas over here, they're drinking at 16 and 17. Even younger. But no clocks at all in casinos. But you're captivated in the casino with the noise of the machines. You know, people like listening to the machines because it's ringing bells and you look at them and you think, I wonder how much money they rake in. Millions in a day. It's as simple as that. That's what they're in the business of. That's why the food is so cheap in Vegas. They're not interested in the food. They're interested in you gambling. They want you to gamble. You'll lose far more money, so they practically give food away. Very, very cheap. Steve, a while back, says Pete the Poolman, I purchased a vintage one-arm bandit, 1930s, and had it restored. The Games Room Company, Weybridge, it sat in a Vegas casino for years. I've still not won the jackpot, but it's so beautiful, nickel-plated, one of my favourite possessions. A friend of mine had the one with the balls in, and you flicked the thing at the top, and a metal ball bearing went round and round and round, and then fell in either... It was a pinball, but it was an upright machine, and it went into either win or lose, not pinball machine. That's completely different. That's why you've got the flippers at the side and all the rest of it. No. But you can get some really nice... You could buy... If you go to eBay, you'll find restored one-arm bandits. But God help if it goes wrong, because you'll have to pay to get somebody round to sort of to look after it. But, I can imagine they're beautiful, really. Like the old tills, Pete. You used to go into some shops and the till would be all just beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And people save them. There you go. Here's a Miss America 1957 Bally Bingo pinball machine, for amusement only, obviously. And it's 500 quid. Find me a fruit machine. There you go. A one-arm bandit with stand, 455 quid. Look at that. That's nice, isn't it? And it comes with the stand. And you just you put your money in. It's a good way of saving money. A friend of mine used to have one in his house because his wife was addicted to gambling, and she would put money in so she could keep all her winnings. But he said, I was winning eventually. He said it wasn't her, and that's how it works. So you can get yourself a one-arm bandit. But the novelty wears off. That's why they change them on a regular basis. If it's a new machine, people want to play it. Because for some reason they think if you sort of put your hand over the reels as they're going round, it'll give you a jackpot, as if it's going to know. Very worrying. And Rochelle doing the programme next week. As I say, he'll love it, but he's very undisciplined. Seriously, I've had to reprimand him on numerous occasions. He's like, he gets carried away with it. He really gets carried away, which actually, I suppose you have to put up with, don't you? That's why it served him so well over the years. The Daily Star. This was the story about Annika Rice, who says she wanted to kill her father. I mean, it wasn't as bad as you thought it was. Well, I mean, it was bad, but it's a case of he had medical problems, and she said she felt it would have been kinder to put him out of his misery because he was suffering so badly. But you'll see that in all the papers today. It was some programme she's got on a radio station called Something the Matter with Annika or something like that. Annika's got issues or something. And I said to the producer at the time as we were sort of going through it, I said, but everybody's got issues. I've never known a time where everybody's got issues. You know, the woman the other day, she goes out driving. She's drunk. And she's got a 1 month, a year-old son next to her. And she's weaving in and out. She's seriously drunk. And they put it down to post-traumatic stress disorder. And I thought, but you just can't keep using these as excuses. People have got to, own themselves. Gemma Collins apparently is using a vitamin drip. I was tempted to say he's called Rami, but I didn't bother. She's fighting off a chest infection. And this is an old story. I read this weeks ago. Weeks ago I read this story. She said, good morning, everybody. Yes, it's early. I have to get up to get all my stuff done for the day, check on my vegetables. My tomatoes are growing. Bit late in the season for growing tomatoes, dear, aren't they? But there again, she thinks she's now a gardener. Poor soul, honestly. And UB40 are among those who paid tribute to the musical youth drummer Frederick Waite Jr. following his death at the age of 55. They're best known, in fact, they're only known for Pass the Duchy. They weren't known for anything else. That was the only one I remember. And that went to number 1 in 1982, for God's sake. I mean, there's a limit how long you can keep dragging stuff out, isn't it, really? But apparently young men would rather smell good than look good. Not sure about that. It says, being fragrant is way more important for 92% of 18 to 35-year-olds. Yeah, once you get past that, it's just carbolic soap and anything else you can use, which I think is quite nice. Apparently, what else we got here? Seagulls trying to steal your chips are what makes the British summer unique. I don't know where they've come up with this seagull thing. Just keep the box closed and don't sort of hold the chip in your hand. They'll hover over you and take it. You know, they're not more aggressive than they used to be. They're exactly the same. They haven't learnt anything. They've always done things like that. Ordering a Mr. Whippy with a flake, enjoying an ice cold beer in a pub garden, getting sunburnt and burning bangers on the barbecue. More than a third of people say eating fish and chips at the beach makes... Well, if you can afford it... Have you seen the price of fish and chips? I mean, you need to take out a third mortgage. And almost a fifth say it wouldn't be the same without seagulls trying to steal them in a poll by a restaurant chain. Oh, my God, honestly. How desperate are they? Stephen Mangan got tortured by football fans shouting Dan after his famous scene in I'm Alan Partridge. I don't even know what that is. What's that? I've heard of Stephen Mangan. The Split Star 54 appeared as Dan Moody in an episode. I'm still none the wiser, I'm afraid. Oh, you know who that is, yeah? Quite a famous character. Oh, right, well, there you go. Frank Skinner has blasted the BBC for not stopping him and David Baddiel poking fun at the football player Jason Lee. They mocked him for having a pineapple on his head. It was called bullying. Everything's bullying. Everything's bullying now. I mean, the producer has never had a pineapple on his head, as far as I know. Wouldn't like to remember. Oh, it's the weekend. Yeah, wait till 7 o'clock. Jane says, my husband has 5 pinball machines, some of which he's restored and some of which he's currently restoring. One of them is called the Theatre of Magic. Oh, that sounds nice. I like the sound of that, Jane. And Shane says, Steve, go to any club in Sydney and all you'll see is pensioners at the poker machines. Yes, they queue up, don't they? They'll all have their $2 or whatever, and they'll put them in, and at some point the machine might sort of pay out. Because that's what people are hoping for. Louis Theroux's hip-hop dreams. He's very... I've given up with Louis Theroux, I'm afraid. I've watched the interviewing technique, and it's... You know what it is. He's a bit sort of... So would that be... And you think, oh, come on. The act is a little bit samey now. It could be changed. It could be changed much. I was trying to find this thing, actually, about... Fleur East in Manchester yesterday revealed she signed up for Strictly in honour of her late father. Oh, that'll be good. What will you be doing? Wearing a picture of him or something like that? I don't quite understand why people say things like that. It's a gig. It's a gig. You earn money for it. You aren't. If they didn't pay any money for it, they wouldn't bother doing it. What would be the point of putting yourself out for it? And there's one here, the Countryfile cameraman. That's what he is, the Countryfile cameraman. You might as well have asked sort of a Groundhog Day or something, or a mole or something like that. It's stepping up in front of the lens. The wildlife star says, never in a million years did I think I'd be on such a cool show. No, we're fairly surprised too. He's the Countryfile cameraman. My dance schools are currently at the level of 1970s disco vibe. I mean, it just either is making a mockery of it, or they've really run out of people. They've got nobody at all. Very embarrassing, isn't it, really? Can't find anybody. Can't find anybody nowadays. A&E, the worst months. Ashley Roberts posing for a cheeky snap on the Greek island of Mykonos. Don't go to that ghastly place that ripped... No, go there. Go there. Go on. Enjoy yourself. Fill your boots. This is the place that rips you off selling oysters. They've just been fined about £30,000 because they're basically crooks. And also, we are told now, guess which paper? It's only a matter of time before an aircraft crashes into a UFO on Earth. Who has said so? A top politician. Apparently, the Republican, Burchett, claims the search for the truth is being hampered by a lack of transparency. He believes in UFOs. He's quite clearly mad as a brush. Mad as a brush, I'm afraid. But they think the world needs to step up to its probe into 143 unexplained close encounters between aerial phenomenon and military jets, according to US Congressman Tim Burchett, who's probably speaking to you from a home somewhere where he's manacled to the bed. And he said plenty of military pilots have reported encounters that have no logical explanation. No, they've all got explanations, dear. It's just terminally dim people like you haven't got the faintest idea. It's embarrassing, isn't it? That's what congressmen are like. Seriously, I mean, what about low-flying planes landing at the airport? Ooh, spooky. Spooky. Yeah, we remember that one. Yes. Oh, yes. Mr. Burchett has called on the US government to make public all records it holds on UFO sightings. I mean, it just, you can't believe it, can you? Where are they coming from, love? Would it be Venus or Pluto? Or that tiny thing in between your ears called a brain? Ridiculous. I've never heard anything like it. Ed Sheeran is awful at maths. Nothing the matter with that. Nothing. I wasn't particularly good at maths either. I never got to grips with a slide rule. I really didn't. I didn't. What was I best at in school? Metalwork. Metalwork. I was very good at metalwork, yes. I practically rebuilt my school. Yes, give me and a flamethrower and I'm there, I tell you. Yeah, anything in stainless steel. No, I was quite good at that. I was very good at English. Very good at English. I was the one that they singled out. In fact, throughout my entire school years, all one of them, I was the one singled out for reading out aloud in class, which everybody else was very grateful for. Stephen will do it, miss, you know, that kind of thing. So I used to be the one who actually had to read out loud. But I liked reading out loud. It suited me very, very well. Which is just as well, actually, considering, because I really wanted to be something in papier-mâché. Some years ago, I used to have this thing about papier-mâché. I used to make puppet heads, and I used to make them with old light bulbs. And what you do is you get, or a balloon, but an old light bulb, and you would cover it with papier-mâché. Wait till it hardened, smash the light bulb, empty all the piece out, and you've got a puppet's head. So you can put your fingers inside. And with the balloon as well, you just don't blow it up too big, and you thick paper all over with flour and water glue. Wait till it hardens, burst the balloon, puppet's head. See? This used to make what? Pigs. Pigs or pegs? Pigs. What, oink, oink? What do I make pigs for? What's the point of that? God, at least we were doing something educational, making pigs. Did you paint them as well? Oh, right. What sort of school was yours? Oh, right. Papier-mâché piggy bank. I used to like papier-mâché. It was quite good. You just got strips of old newspaper and then ripped it up and then stuck it on to whatever it was, your pig. And so they show you here how to make papier-mâché pigs, and the producer used to make them. One a week. By the end of the year, it was a whole farmyard he had going. Fantastic. I used to like Gardening Club best, actually. Ray and Vi, both MBEs, says, Steve, have you seen how much it is to have a go on the slide at the Olympic Park? Don't tell me. How much is it, Olympic Park? Come on, Joe. How much is it to have a go on the slide? Mind you, at our age, Ray and Vi, we're too old for that kind of thing. Here it is. So, ticket prices, It's an orbital Skyline, so it's $12.50. So Skyline views and riding the slide is $17.50 at the ticket office, $16.50 in advance. Bloody hell. Family ticket, £52 or £54 to go down a slide. God, I tell you, in my day, we had it easy, Ray and Vi, didn't we? We really had it easy. Ron says, I was near Bournemouth Sandbanks yesterday and a pizza was 25 quid, fish and chips 25.50 and an 8-ounce steak 35 quid. They sell steak down here at the very end of this road down here which leads to the Triangle. It's like £48 for a steak. I mean, I'm paying about, for fillet steak, if it's on its last day and it's practically crawling out the package, you can get it for about 6 or 7 quid. But a good London restaurant, that's a normal price, isn't it? Seems a lot, doesn't it? Well, it seems a lot to me. What are we going to do? We're going to take a short break for the news, which is very exciting. I see that Matt Goss, every time Matt Goss does something like sort of blows his nose, he sort of gets a 2-page spread in the paper. It was really, in fact, you know what he's like because you've seen him having a tantrum with his brother. But he's returned to London for good last week, so there's obviously no work in America. He says here, the people treat me in the UK with such kindness. They treat me like a friend or a family member. They don't know who you are, love. They don't know who you are. Only old people know who you are. And he says, I had to fall heavily on my faith and go, she'd want me to be back here. She'd want me to live my fullest life. So again, no work. He's got to be here for this thing. And if he turns out to have 2 left feet, he's in big... But he thinks he's very funny. Apparently he's very funny with his friends. Can't imagine what his friends are like, can you? So exciting, isn't it, when somebody sort of comes up with this stuff and he's saying, we didn't see anything like that on the documentary when the screaming stops. We didn't see any funny, laughing, you enjoying yourself. We just saw a very miserable young man who was deeply unhappy with his lot. I don't know, where will it end?
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Morning, lovely Davy company. This morning it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's Friday, August the 12th. Lovely Phil Vickery. He says, I best have my wits about me, Steve, when I cook for Mr. P next week. It's the trouble is, I mean, it's fine. I mean, I don't know how Andy is about his food. I mean, we know that he's very fit and very healthy. So I think you should do something like a steak and kidney pudding. I bet it's very regimented. Although I've seen him going into Pret-a-Manger a few times, so just by the station. But a bit difficult to know what to cook for him, isn't it? Mind you, a bit difficult to know what to cook for Phil Vickery. If you've got, Phil Vickery turns up in the restaurant and go, oh, God, what do we serve him? What do we serve him? Because that must make it very difficult. But mind you, if you can cook, it's okay. It's okay, but you better have your wits about... I bet you'll have to submit a list of all the things that he can eat and the things he can't eat. So good luck, Phil. Nice to hear from you. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, the only thing I was good at school was going home, says Dave in Tottenham. I like that idea. The only thing I was good at was going home. I didn't really mind school. I mean, I really didn't. I didn't mind it too much. I didn't see any point of staying there. I couldn't wait to actually get out and start working. Which, seems a little bit odd. Some people sort of say, why do you want to go out working? I said, I don't know, I just wanted to go out and work. So I worked from a very early age. From 15, I was working. Phil Vickery says, I'm very easily pleased, Steve. Thank goodness for that. Thank goodness for that. My friend Lynn has been away for weeks. Seriously, I mean, I thought she was away having surgery or something. But she's coming back today. She's been 3 weeks she's been away. Because she wants to avoid the weekend traffic. Also, it's one of our friend Heather's birthday, and she's booked an area outside at a pub just up the road for Saturday. And she says, you will be keeping me company on the way back, catching up on your latest podcasts. Because even though I've known Lynn for years, she listens to my podcast. She downloads and listens to the podcasts. Because on Global Player, for those people who are new to the business, I have at the moment, you can access on mine, just me. You can imagine how many more there are out there. 4,298 whole show podcasts, 2,468 little bit extra podcasts, and 586 in conversation podcasts. All of those are available for free. Just go to lbc.co.uk, download the Global Player app. You then get LBC on your telephone, just comes up as an app. It costs you nothing. And then you can download all of those programs. Imagine you can have a whole archive. But anyway, I have to say thank you to a friend of Lynn called Janie, because she was only going to be moving in for a week, and she stayed 3 weeks, which means, you've got some people who've got over the patience of a saint, but no, she's not house sitting. No, they were all there together. So she says she let me move in for 3 weeks instead of 1. She says, I think you met her when she stayed with me a few months back. Yes, I did. So, Janie, thank you very much indeed. And at the moment, I wonder what time Lynn's going to be. I don't know how long it takes to drive from Wales. I think she's in the Mumbles area. It's got to be about 4 or 5 hours, hasn't it? Oh, gosh. Long time. At least she's got aircon. And she's meeting 2 of my other neighbours, Lindy and Marta, at around 6:30 on the patio. That's in the evening. You know me, it's a bit late for me, even on a Friday when it's, I haven't got school the next day. But she said, if you're awake, come and join us. Do a catch-up. The chances are I probably won't be awake. 6:30. It depends. I might water the plants and then see how I go. I'm still trying to work out, actually, because if Ron was in Bournemouth, Bournemouth is known for being expensive, but a pizza, 25 quid, that seems an awful lot of money. Is that normal? That normal price? No, but, have to get up to it. Yeah. Kim says, growing up in the 60s, early 70s, when we went for days out, doon the coast, Mum would do a picnic, one of the aunties would do the ice creams, another aunt would get the bags of chips on the journey home. They'd all chip in for the old Austin Morris's petrol, and then they'd alternate the routine the following time round. Very simple, very beautiful times. Seems so much simpler, doesn't it, when you were younger? I've got pictures of us on a beach with my Auntie Ivy, who died many, many years ago now. And her and my mum, they just laughed. That's all they did. They laughed all the time. They were sisters, obviously. It was quite a big family. And if my Auntie Grace got involved, my God, I tell you, we were all up with it. My Auntie Betty and everybody, they just laughed. And I've got a picture of us on a beach. There's nobody else on this beach. And they've got a windbreak. The windbreak was the thing, and it was sort of a bit of material stretched out between what looked like 2 cricket stumps. And, you had them, and you'd put this thing up, and then you'd all sit behind it, sort of avoiding the wind and everything else. It was good. Steve, the Salt Bay Steak King charges £300 for a steak that he cuts up in front of you and sprinkles salt, says Jane. In the most odd way. Is that place still going? I wasn't aware it was still going. To be honest with you, most people sort of gave up on it. So they do at his new Texas restaurant. He got loads of publicity to start with, and people suddenly realised it was a gimmick for people who have too much money. Why on earth you would be sort of paying that sort of price, £300 for a steak? And I think, wasn't one of the first customers Gemma Collins? That kind of sets the bar a little bit too low as far as I'm concerned. But all of these so-called restaurants where they come up with a gimmick, people have suddenly realised they're not going to be wasting money on stuff like that now. They can't afford to. They've got bills coming. Even little Gemma Collins has got bills coming in. But as she's so rich, it'll be all right, won't it? Because she hasn't got anything else at the moment. I'm going to see My Fair Lady tomorrow with my girlfriend Lynn, says Nicholas in Chiswick. You'll love it. You'll love it. It's coming to a close very shortly. Coming to a close, My Fair Lady, at the Coliseum, isn't it? And lovely. I love the show. I love it. One of my favourites. Really, really nice. So you'll have a nice time. Although, yes, you're all right, actually, getting up from Chiswick. You've got a good bus service from there. And you've got trains, whereas the rest of the country don't have any trains. We're all right. We've got trains. Tomorrow, yeah. We've got the strike is tomorrow. But I'm all right for Southwestern. Am I Southwestern? Yeah. So I'll better get to the station, get on the train. I'll be sitting there all by myself, enjoying the air conditioning. And I can get into London and everything else. If the worst comes to the worst, I can always get a bus back from London to my place, but it just takes forever and a day. So I could also, the other thing I can do, I can get the Underground. I can get the Underground tomorrow if necessary. So keep track. 13th of August tomorrow, 24-hour walkout by members of the ASLEF Union, which affects, listen carefully, Arriva Rail London, Avanti West Coast, Cross Country, Greater Anglia, including Stansted Express, Great Western, Hull Trains, LNER, London Overground, South Eastern and West Midlands trains, and Unite members employed by DHL in Scotland and Northern Ireland will strike, hitting supplies to Sainsbury's stores. But they're not going to run out over a day, are they? Let's face it. So 24-hour walkout. So Arriva, Rail London, Avanti West Coast, Cross Country, Greater Anglia, including the Stansted Express. Think about this. You're going to need to, if you need to get out there for flights. Great Western, Hull Trains, LNER, London Overground, South Eastern and West Midlands trains. Okay, none of those running tomorrow. But the most important one, of course, the Gatwick thing, you know, because people need to get planes. And if you can't get your plane, you can't get your blooming holiday. And I think there's another tube strike, which is coming up next Friday in London. Doesn't affect me, actually. I mean, I don't use the tube I don't like the tube. I really don't like it. I don't feel safe. And it's also, I mean, loads of people not wearing masks, which is okay if they choose not to wear a mask. That's fine now. You don't seem to have to wear them, even though we've got COVID cases all over the place. Closure of swimming pools. Energy bills, I've said, I mentioned at the beginning. Now they think £5,000. £5,000, which is an awful lot of money. Awful lot of money. MPs and they're declaring of more freebie tickets. Why do people give them freebie tickets? I mean, like thousands and thousands of pounds worth for MPs. You know, they can well afford to pay for tickets. They're on about £85,000-90,000 a year. Good Lord. Thomas fans told they can't say the fat controller. But he is, and he's in the book, written as the fat. You can't start changing something around. You can. You can't change it. It's offensive. He's a character. He's not even real. Fat shaming him. God, what's he going to do? Write in and complain? Yeah, well, when he writes in and complains, we'll let you know about it. Have you seen the size of him? Gosh, truth, honestly. But also, it's a pretend... It's like saying Winnie the Pooh's slightly on the chubby side. You can't do that one either. That's a bit much now. Oh, dear. I mean, I'm a little bit worried about Pinocchio. He was a bit wooden, wasn't he, with his acting? Did you notice that? Yes. Chaos at the airport subsiding, because it was chaos. It was chaos. And the top female general makes history as the first woman to serve as deputy head of the army. So that's it's only taken a few years, hasn't it, really? Ian Hyland, definitely a fan of Josie Gibson. And Rob Brydon's children questioned his sexuality because they found something he did as a child where he was talking about sort of some particular actor, and they then sort of deemed that was a bit gay. I don't know why. I don't know what his children have been taught over the years. But, I don't think that was ever the case. Boris Johnson and the power bosses held a crunch energy crisis meeting the other day and came up with nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. The one here, the E.ON boss, £1 million a year for Michael Lewis. The Ofgem boss, Jonathan Brearley, $350,000 a year. The PM, worth 2.9 million. And the Chancellor, that's Nadim Zawi, worth 100 million. Why do they need to worry about poor little people like you? They don't. And this whole story, which is in all the papers today, and it's a Wizz Air jet, which swoops low over the heads of onlookers on this beach Skiathos in Greece. It's been going on for donkey's years, this. Then all of a sudden they've come up with it. I don't know why. And literally the people are standing underneath taking a picture of this plane, which is literally feet above their heads. Because the short runway means pilots have to approach as flat as possible. So it comes in over the beach and people stand there taking pictures. So if you stand at the end of a runway, the plane will be low. But it's been like this for years. I've seen these pictures and it's on YouTube. The producer said, have you seen it on YouTube? I said, I saw them years ago. You know, that's if you go to this place on holiday, that's what you get. How much were ticket? Oh, I'll have to tell you in a minute, actually. This is MPs snapping up tickets to big events, sporting events, summer concerts. 65 accepted VIP freebies. Seriously, why don't they do their job? That would make it. I was a terrible student, says Pete. After Mum and Dad divorced, it went downhill from there. However, in 2001, I passed my PPL, private pilot's licence, and achieved over 90%, 99%. Don't let anybody tell you you're stupid. Go out and be successful and prove them wrong. I know, but people give up nowadays, don't they? They go, I can't do it. I don't want to do it. Don't want to go out and work. Don't want to do this. These MPs... sporting events and summer concerts, they've snapped up tickets worth £82,000. Can somebody explain to me what in God's name sending an MP on a freebie does? 65 of them accepted VIP freebies for popular events like Ed Sheeran and Adele and Wimbledon and the British Grand Prix. 42 Tory MPs in June and July snapped up tickets worth £54,000. Freebies. 20 Labour MPs declared others worth £24,000. 8 Tories had hospitality worth £12,000. 8 for £12,000. This was at Glastonbury. Chancellor Nadim Zawi had £480 tickets for Billie Eilish. 7 MPs accepted a combined £6,200 worth of tickets for Sheeran's London gigs. Tom Brake says rather than being wined and dined, MPs should support those who are struggling. Yeah, why? Why when you're on a freebie? That's what they're on, a freebie. I mean, I wouldn't mind, but they can easily afford to buy tickets. You know, you see them sitting in the Royal Box at Wimbledon, and you think to yourself, why didn't you pay for that ticket? You can easily afford to pay for it. Ridiculous. Connie in Stockwell says, I've seen the pictures of the drought on TV. Never seen anything like it. Very unusual for this country. It's very worrying. Oh, it'll be better, I promise you. Steve, I went to Skiathos 9 years ago, and planes approach that low. It's a standard approach, and at the point people take pictures, they're 75 feet above them. But, I mean, and it sort of looks a bit as though it's a bit more dangerous. I mean, if that's their idea of fun, fine. You know, but, I mean, they're a bit thick, these people, aren't they? They're standing there. Because sometimes when it's taking off, the backdraft that comes from the plane can blow these people off sideways. I mean, the newest lower land... I mean, that's the way they come in, and so people take pictures. They're like train spotters, aren't they? Oh, look, it's a plane. It's went over our head, and it landed on the runway. Seriously, I've never met such stupid people in my entire life. Still trying to work out who Matt Goss's friends are and when he's funny. Because every interview I've ever seen is a bit dreary. Got a dreary voice. Dreary this, dreary that. He's hoping, if he makes it to the latter stages of the show... He's hoping his twin Luke will be in the audience. So obviously they haven't spoken because he doesn't know. He's hoping he might turn up. Oliver in Muswell Hill says, how low can these MPs go? Oh, a lot lower. Oh, a lot lower. Heavens above. I mean, some of them even watch pornography in the House of Commons. You know, that's how bad it gets. By accident, of course, because once you've got... Oh, good Lord, look at this. Amazing. How much money on the Euro Millions tonight? 45 million. I mean, it's not enough, is it? What are we going to do with that? That'll just about pay your electric bill, I should imagine, with the rate we're going at the moment. Also, a former aide to Jeremy Corbyn has lost an appeal against her libel damages payout to Rachel Riley. Laura Murray had been ordered to hand over 10,000 quid by the High Court over a tweet in which she branded the Countdown star dangerous. Didn't work, did it? Didn't work. And a graphic designer who started a vegan confectionery business in her spare bedroom has turned it into £1 million global firm. Vegan Sweeties. Laura Scott started selling vegan pick and mix style sweets in 2018. She bought in bulk to make selection bags to sell online and sold out on the first day. So she has now reached £1 million turnover at the end of 2020. She's got customers all over the world, and it's called Conscious Candy Company. I have bought a lot of things for Hillary, because she does vegan, and I always try and find something interesting for her. I bought chocolates last time. She said they were delicious, which is nice, isn't it, really? But she sells over 100 products. She said, I get to hire people with the same beliefs and values. We work with animal charities. To do that stuff means more than reaching the £1 million mark. Just shows how many sweeties people like, isn't it, really? The era of rock-bottom airfares is over. Who says so? Ryanair boss Michael O'Leary. He said the Irish airline is no longer able to offer flights for just €10, £8.50, because of soaring jet fuel prices. I can remember when it used to be Laker Skytrain, America, 99 quid. I remember that. Amazing, wasn't it? And... Laker Airways. Very famous for doing these £99 flights. Freddie Laker. Yeah, Freddie Laker. You get all these different people who used to be behind the companies. Like you get somebody from, different things. I was trying to think actually what companies off the top of my head. There used to be a bloke who did razors. Freddie Laker was knighted. He went bankrupt in 82. And it's always the way, isn't it? He was one of the first airline owners to adopt the low-cost, no-frills airline. I think basically he was standing up and sitting with the rear gunner. I think that was about as far as it went. But he was offering these sort of cheap deals. And then it snowballed on for Norwegian Air, Ryanair, EasyJet, AirAsia and WestJet, because people don't want to pay a lot of money for flying. But with the cost of fuel nowadays, they have to, because you can't do it any other way. And the SkyTrain was great. I remember seeing the planes all painted up, which was amazing. Carol says, we'll be celebrating another birthday on Saturday. I'm 3 years older than you. I still can't get used to being in my 7th decade, listening from New York City. Imagine celebrating another birthday. So you're 3 years older. 77. Yeah, you're only a little bit. It's your 8th decade, isn't it? Still got you. So you're in your 7th decade, but it's going to be your 8th decade. That is I think that's frightening too. Don't worry, I'm in the same boat. I can't believe how old I am. Well, no, the producer can't believe it either. I mean, but to be honest with you, it's a state of mind. And if you've seen the state of my mind, you would know how bad things were. And sometimes, sometimes I feel about mid-30s. I don't feel sort of ancient at all. I don't know. Perhaps it's the way I look. My daughter's English teacher, Steve, called her an idiot. She got a first in biochemistry and is now a research scientist. I never did have a lot of faith in teachers. If I read my school uniform, my school, whatever they call them, your report, I daydreamed. I daydreamed a lot. But I was very good at English and stuff like that. I didn't do particularly badly. I didn't do, staggeringly well, but I certainly didn't do badly. Gavin and Wayne said, we're listening in sunny Mallorca, where it's already 25 degrees. We're on a wine tasting tour today and we can't wait. So can you give a shout out to our very good friend Brian, who's stuck back at home in Newcastle upon Tyne? So there you go. So going on a wine tasting. Do you know, I don't know, does booze taste the same on a hot day? Can you drink booze on a hot day? I know you could drink it in restaurants if they've got air conditioning and stuff like that. But so if you're in sunny Mallorca and you're going on a wine tasting, the two people who are going to look well the worse for wear are going to be Gavin and Wayne, because they can't wait to actually get off on the wine tasting tour. And poor old Brian back home, God knows what Brian's going to do today. Nothing. I wonder why it is that Jimmy Tarbuck makes all the papers. And I can tell you now, he's because it's 60 years since he made his debut at the London Palladium, and a few of his celebrity friends from that era are still with us. Not many. He's 82. He's 82, and I used to watch all the show. You can buy them. They're Sunday night at the London Palladium, and he would come on and he would do a bit of singing, but he wasn't a great singer, and he would do a bit of sort of jokes, and he'd go, ha ha, ooh, ha ha, all this kind of stuff. It was all a little bit... I'm really going to hit you. It was a bit irritating, but that's what he did. He sort of, bounced backwards and forwards, swinging, dancing and all this kind of stuff. And but he's actually going out on the road again. And he knew everybody. He's best pals with Kenny Lynch and Scylla, of course. And in fact, I think it was Eric Morecambe who sort of said to him, you got to just go out there and get on with it. He said, give them 2 minutes to look at the suit. He said, isn't that a great line? People have paid a lot of money to come to the theatre and they don't want to see a comedian walk on in jeans. I know, I used to get really angry with sort of certain people who come on stage, and it was the Russell Brands. They turn up like they've just sort of fallen out of bed. Apparently somebody said he turned up at a gig, he'd walk onto the stage, somebody would hand him a microphone, he'd go straight into it. Didn't even bother doing, hair or anything else like that. I think that was, a little bit sad, really. But so I used to, when Dale started wearing jeans on program, I used to say to him, people want to see a bit of glamour on the television. You're being paid. Yeah, no. No, on some of the lottery shows, he put on a leather pair of trousers. I mean, I have to be honest, it was the campest pair of leather trousers you've ever seen. But it was a case of, he sort of put it on and said, people want to see a bit of glamour. It's show business. These people are being paid a lot of money. A lot of money. Apparently, is it Funchal Airport in Madeira is scary? Very short runway. Mountains one side, sea on the other, says Pat. Hope that's how you pronounce it. If not, I shall be in a dreadful... Oh, that looks nice. Food. And they've got... so this is landing at Madeira Airport, which is another one, isn't it? It is Funchal. Oh, good. And it's another one of these... It's a short runway, so here it comes in. Do they come in very... It always reminds me of coming... Oh, it's got to go round... And then... how's this going to work? Wait a minute. Cool, it's a very short runway, isn't it? Well, it looks very short to me. I mean, to be honest with you, it looks as though it could actually head for the sea. I mean, they're swinging from side to side at this airport, a Boeing 737, and then here we go, and we're going down, down, and you look at it and you think, any minute now they're going to fall off the end of it. They must brake immediately. They do the same in Hong Kong. Same in Hong Kong. But it's a very short runway. Wow. Steve, didn't hear my alarm this morning, says Rob, running late to the depot. Good job I've got you on the radio to cheer me up. It's not going to help. You're going to be in big trouble. You know that. You can't just sort of wake up late. All these excuses about, oh, don't worry, the alarm didn't wake me up. I've got 3 alarms at home, and yet I've never used one of them to wake up. And I stupidly, the other week, I don't know, I must have had a breakdown or something, I set the alarm for Saturday morning. I don't know why. I set the alarm and it went off and I bounced out of bed thinking, oh, God, I'm going to be really late. And I started, I haven't got as far as coming to the office, but I started getting ready, thinking I'll make myself a quick cup of tea and all the rest of it. And then I suddenly sat down and looked at first thing I do is look at my telephone. And it said Saturday. And I went, what happens on Saturday? Nothing. Nothing happens on Saturday. I did panic that I'd oversleep. Yeah, I panicked on the oversleeping bit, which is not very good, is it, really? And Lee says, I'm going on holiday to Tenby next week. I might just get up every morning.
With Steve Allen.
Morning. Interesting. Matty, who is a senior producer down at Loose Women, went into hospital the other day, and they then recommended him go private. Because they said, had he stayed with the NHS, the waiting list for his particular operation is 3 years. 3 years. I mean, 3 years. I mean, for goodness sake. Mind you, I don't know what operations Matty's having. He says he appears to have a plethora of different things going on. And you sort of worry about it a little bit. You sort of think, so they recommended he go private, which he did. And, but as I say, had he stayed with the NHS, it would have been 3-year waiting list. I mean, I was dead lucky. Steve, have a look at the airport for St. Barths in the Caribbean, which is quite nice. Yes, we're having a look at that one. Again, they're all coming in, all the planes, to it's a light aircraft, isn't it? Anyway, look at this. I mean, they literally come in over the top of a mountain, and then they sort of brake, everybody lean backwards, brake. It's the only way, isn't it? Because look how short that is. You've got to brake really fast. Yeah, of course it's very skilled, but I mean, look at it. Frightening. Steve, loving the show. Took my 3 nieces on their first flight to Barcelona. A very nervous passenger behind us, and as we were coming into land, it was quite a tight turn, and they all started shouting, it's tipping over, it's going over. The woman behind us was beside herself, says Pam in Scarborough, still recovering from a Mongolia adventure. I like the idea of having a Mongolia adventure. Have a look at St. Martin in the Caribbean. Crazy takeoff, says Mark. So having a look at this one, honestly, I'm spending my entire life looking at planes. That's all I'm doing now. Honestly, you'd never believe it, would you really? Comes in very low, but then, I don't know why people are surprised at this. That's how they get them down, and people take a picture of an aircraft landing. It would be easy to come back and just lift the YouTube video. You could save all your electricity, couldn't you? Half of Britain's 6-year-olds are not getting enough exercise. Apparently, kids aged 5 to 18 should get at least an hour of moderate to vigorous activity each day and sit as little as possible. Well, I should imagine the older ones will be doing walking, but when you're 6 years old, you just want to sit on your bottom and play in the sandpit and play with the toys and bounce your balls up against a wall. That's the most popular thing. We used to do that. I can remember there used to be a lovely thing years ago during the war. I don't remember it, I've heard it. And it was a lady who would come on the radio. Hello, boys and girls. You know, and she would teach you to do exercise. Take your balls in your hand and throw them against the wall, she'd go. And everybody would go, you having a laugh or something? And that's what it was. And it was all to do exercise. You know, I mean, I've got pictures of children who used to put on goggles and sit under these, like, sun ray lamp things to try and give them sunlight when there wasn't any sunlight, to try and get them sort of healthy, and people sort of doing exercises. We don't... Yeah, kids. Kids were outside. Well, people did go outside, but when it rained, I mean, we loved it when it rained because we did everything in the gymnasium. You know, you could start doing things in the gymnasium, especially you don't have to stand in a wet playground with a piece of sodden chalk in your hand. What was the point of that? I couldn't remember what I played. I think it was Kiss Chasers, I don't know. Might have been something like that. Yeah, Cops and Robbers, you know, beat teacher over the head, you know, nick a handbag or something. I don't know what we played, actually. Some people did hopscotch. Some people did sort of, I don't know what they did. Some people just formed little groups and they just sort of, I don't know what they did. I was a bit isolated. I used to stand in the corner. Billy no mates, nothing going on really. A little bit disappointing. Can I come and can I come and play? Okay, maybe next week would be fine. Thank you. You know, it was a bit like that. That's why I left school at 15. Couldn't bear the anonymity anymore. It was ghastly. Steve, Tom Swarbrick was asking earlier, why do people leave the UK? The state of things, from what I hear on LBC, there's no surprise. Because I'll be staying, says Cameron, here in Calgary. I must say I do miss the London Underground and pubs. Oh, no, you don't. No, you can't do. Seriously, Cameron. Actually, we had a programme on our television the other day about Calgary. You know what it was? It was a huge lap dancing club in Calgary, and it was women who worked as strippers in it and how much money they were making. And, you know, I thought of you straight away. I remember thinking, I wonder if Cameron's been there. And it was a show, and they were interviewing the girls, both, you know, away from the club and all the rest of it. And it was how much money they could make being strippers. It was basically you were on a pole. Now, I don't know about you, but I mean, I can't walk past scaffolding now without feeling a slight twinge. You know, you sort of think to yourself, could I lift my... probably not. I mean, I couldn't even climb a tree. There's no point. Age is just a number, somebody says. You're as old as you feel, and when you stop feeling, worry. Yeah, I mean, it is just a number. It is a number, and it's a fairly high number at the moment, but you can't go backwards, can you? I did try for ages and ages. I did try. Kim says, another quick week with you, Steve. Love chatting with you as always. We've got the boys this weekend. No hiking, too warm. Just out for their necessities. I've got their squeaky toys that'll burn up some of the energy. Fingers, toes and eyes crossed. They're young and a wee tad hyper at the moment. Enjoy your weekend. Stay hydrated and as cool as possible. Wear a hat. Sorry, Steve, I'm fussing, but thank you, and I'll talk to you on Monday. Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping by Monday we get some rain. Don't you think so? That'd be lovely. That would be nice. Do you know the UK population of venomous false widow spiders has doubled to more than 30 million? Did you know that? I knew you'd know that. Isn't it funny, actually? Because the warmer weather has led to the arachnids, which resemble the far more dangerous black widow, rocketing in numbers in just 3 years. Females have a bite similar to a wasp's sting. Well, I mean, that's quite something, you know, that's quite a lot. And lay up to 200 eggs a month. Well, they're only small, these spiders. I mean, how big are their eggs? Lord above, honestly, it must be painful. Pest control expert Paul Cooper said, no, not that one. The public should be on the lookout for these spiders so they can be removed. Here. Yeah, in this country. Yeah, the UK population of venomous... I didn't even know we had venomous spiders. I don't like spiders. I was clearing them off the patio the other day because they build their sort of webs underneath lights and things like that because it attracts all the little bugs who sort of fly into it. Then they get stuck and then the spider eats them and then the spider gets fat and then the spider attacks us and then we have to have the building condemned. It's as simple as that. It's a little merry-go-round. And I'd had a little brush with me and I was brushing them. Oh, God, they didn't like it. They didn't like it. I'm having a look at the most poisonous spider in the world, and I think it's a funnel web. I mean, I don't like spiders anyway. I really don't. I remember once I sat in the car in the morning ages and ages ago, and I felt something crawling up the back of my neck, and I nearly freaked out completely. And I put my hand there and I went, as you do, and it was a spider. It frightened the life out of me. God knows how much of my hair it had dragged out by the roots. Obviously, it could have been a funnel web. I don't know. I know, it's like boxed jellyfish, isn't it, really? Which you have to laugh about. So, the Heatwave and MasterChef and Celebrity MasterChef, and half of them we've never even heard of, which is a little embarrassing. And, as I say, Nancy Delusional, we've got to get rid of. And Ian Hyland talks about last Saturday night, Channel 4 announcer issued the warning, he's back, he's beardy, and he's up for a Barney. At first, he said, I assumed he was talking about Laurence Llewelyn-Bowen's impending return. Turned out he was just simply plugging that night's showing of John Wick, starring Keanu Reeves. We couldn't escape Laurence enough because Changing Rooms has made it back into the schedule, which we told you about the other day. And it's a case of, how did the Changing Rooms, brought to you by Dulux, get a second run? He said, right now, my best guesses are they're paying for everything, including Lawrence's leather jog pants. Channel 4 is using it as a kind of feeder club for its new show, Worst House on the Street. It's amazing, isn't it? I mean, I can't believe they're bringing it back, because now poor old Laurence Llewelyn-Bowen is looking somewhat ravaged, I'm afraid, with the beard and the grey and all the rest of it. Paul Cooper says, I know nothing about spiders, but plenty about fruit and vegetables. He had some big peaches in the other week. Big peaches. £1 each. They were big. I haven't seen them since. But Henry was sort of going mad for them. This morning it'll be all sorts of different bits and pieces. But, I mean, fruit, good for you. Good for you. Vegetables, good for you. You know, this weekend you have to sort of get everything in. And then, because once you've been out and bought everything in the morning, then you could sit back and just do nothing. And he's got loads of apples. All sorts of different apples. On sale, which you should. I like an apple. I never used to like apples, and then I got a bit better about the whole thing, and I thought I'll eat apples and pink ladies and anything. Not really particularly fussy, but got them today. Says Paul. There you go. They're open now. They open at 6 a.m. Seriously, I mean, you can't believe it, because they've got to open it up. They've got to open up the business and move everything out and all the rest of it, and then somebody goes off to market, which they would have done in the early hours of the morning, go to the market, then bring all the stuff in. So they'll have... It is hard work, yeah. It is hard work, very hard work. I mean, you've got to be a bit muscly like me, so I'm all right. I can lift, boxes of fruit, I mean, they wanted me for My Fair Lady when they did the bit of Covent Garden. I said, no, I'm not doing it. I'm really not doing it. I don't need to sing, it's rather dull in town. 4 days ago, and it's still painful. How do you get yourself into a situation where a spider bites you? I mean, when you see the baby spiders of all these sort of different arachnomots, they're tiny. They're tiny. Mum looks after loads of them. So you can be bitten by these things. Sunil says, we used to play Stuck in the Mud. I don't know that would. I mean, we didn't. I don't remember the games that we played at school. Mind you, my memory is terrible. I can't remember. Sometimes I remember things very quickly, and other times I can't. We did tag. But I hated being chased, so that was absolute rubbish. If somebody came at me down the corridor like that, I'm said, don't. You get very scared of things. Steve just had a great couple of days in Somerset. Had a look at the shortest pier in Burnham-on-Sea, a really lovely building and worth a trip, says Paul. I have heard of Burnham-on-Sea. Cheryl in Farnborough says, last year at the age of 92, our uncle passed away. He used to tell the story of going to Spain with Freddie Laker in the day for 15 quid all in, including flight and so many pesetas that you couldn't even spend them. Oh, listen, I can remember going on a holiday to Spain. It was under £10 for a weekend, including the flights and the hotel. It was a weekend break, and we stayed in a place called Calella. And it was just me and my friend Terry, and we had to share a room. It was just basic. I remember little bits about it, and it had a swimming pool and everything else. 10 quid, seriously. Because I remember when we actually came back, we hadn't really caught the sun, so we stood on Reading Station with this Duotan. And you shake this can up, and this foam comes out, and you rub it all over your arms and everything else. Of course, what nobody told... So we thought we looked good, put it all over our faces, over our bodies and everything else. The reason we didn't do sunbathing for some peculiar... I don't know why. And when we got back, people went, oh, did you have a nice holiday? We went, yeah. They said, why have we got fake tan on? We said, no, we haven't. And it turned out our hands were stained with this colouring, orange, this revolting orange. And you used to be able to take keratin tablets, which is like made out of carrots. And you would take it and your skin would dye itself this colour. But the trouble is it just looked peculiar. So Cheryl's uncle passing away. Steve, I live in Dubai. We've had to deal with camel spiders. They're terrifying. I tried to deal with one in the garden, ended up chasing me around the garden, says Louis. Changed my job, says Josiah, 2 weeks ago, so don't get up till 7 today instead of 5. But made sure I got up extra early today because you can't beat listening to the show live. Absolutely. There's no point in listening on catch-up, although, to be honest with you, I don't really mind either way. And Peter says, I think the false widow bite happened when I was in the garden whilst wearing shorts. Well, it climbed up your leg. Oh, God, that's even more frightening. And one that says, Steve, my husband got stung in the hand by a hornet and ended up in hospital for 2 days. Very infected, very nasty. Best apples you can buy, says James. English russets. They might not look pretty, but they're lovely to eat. Ask Paul Cooper if he can get you some. Oh, he's got everything in. He's got everything in. There are so many different apples out there, and people go, oh, they've got no taste. Believe you me, they have. They have. He's got also, I've had russets. I like pink ladies. I don't go particularly berserk on them. If I'm given the choice, I'd rather have peaches and things like that. And I tell you what I do like. I like little tomatoes. Cherry tomatoes, yeah. Tomatoes on the vine. I feel as I'm back to nature, actually. My husband, Steve, just removed a huge spider from above our bed, said Sarah. And my sister worked for Laker. I flew to New York for £5 as I was next of kin. Yeah, they used to offer really good deals. Really good deals. There's a picture of Captain Birdseye. But this is old Captain Birdseye, because the Captain Birdseye that we've got at the moment is a young Captain Birdseye, but this is the old one. And they've pictured him with his shirt off. A little bit unnecessary. Because he's wearing swimming trunks, which are made from recycled plastic. But this is the old Captain Birdseye. Wasn't Captain Birdseye a lady for a bit? No, I don't think so. No. You're still drinking, aren't you, in the morning? That's the trouble, Joe. I've said to you before, try and curb it a little bit, for goodness sake. I'm trying to keep up with you. I know it's not easy. Yeah, so there was a story that appeared in the papers that there was a woman who won a competition to be the face of... But she wasn't really Captain Birdseye, OK? She won a competition to be the face of Captain Birdseye, but she wasn't Captain Birdseye, OK? I'm not going to go into it anymore. So she gets her picture at the end, but she wasn't Captain Birdseye, right? She'd won a competition. Whereas this is the early Captain Birdseye. The one at the moment is sort of young and looks like he's wandered out of a Mars bar advert or something. I don't know why, They do these things. I see they've got this film and comic con. We had it in London a short while ago. It was so funny. I was looking through it, and they've got all sorts of people. It's where you go and you meet these stars. Very, very popular. Guess who a couple of them are on this one? First of all, you've got Charles Dance. You've got Chris Barry, Julian Glover, Keith Allen, slightly odd, and the one which is the oddest one, Vinnie Jones. What's he going to do? What does he do there? That was the last film. Also, you can meet Ricky Hatton, Frank Bruno, Harry Redknapp, Jeff Hurst and Ozzy Ardiles. I think I'm busy. I think I'm washing the cat that weekend. I don't think I can make it. Poor thing, honestly. I can't imagine what Vinnie Jones is going to be doing. You want an autograph? Poor soul. There's usually somebody from Gladiators there. They seem to like the Gladiator ones, don't they? They had a woman in the paper the other day, and she was recreating the role of when she was Gladiator, doing the same pose. Because it's coming back. Well, Gladiators, it's not. Why'd you wind me up? You do these things at the end of the programme, knowing damn well it's a total and utter fib. They're not bringing... Oh, they are. And it's... Oh, wait a minute. It's going back on the BBC. Oh, dear. So expect most of the people from BBC Breakfast Time to appear on it. They'll all be on there. And because if you look at the original ones, it did used to get 14 million viewers, but then it was later revived on Sky One. Didn't do very well. And so they're going to bring it back and put it back on the BBC. Expected to be shot in Sheffield. Best place for it, I should imagine. Unless they can leave everybody up there. Fancy bringing it back. They've got nothing original, have they? Nothing original on the BBC. I mean, do you think Wolf will still be... No, they can't. These people are geriatrics now. Jet and all those Hunter and all those sort of things. The only people who liked it were all the little kids who were waving these plastic hands or rubber hands or something, you know, like that kind of thing. I thought it was highly dangerous. It was just people fighting with giant cotton buds. I didn't really know why they were doing it. Fancy bringing it back on the BBC. Where in the schedule would they put that load of dross? Saturday night. God, blimey. You see, that's the trouble. That's why Ant and Dec do so well. Good mixture. You know, they wouldn't... And the BBC, let's bring back... I mean, who do you think they're going to get to host it? Who's the current favourite on the BBC at the moment? Is there anybody? Clive Myrie could do it. He seems to do everything at the moment. So Prince Andrew, in the papers, will continue having taxpayer-funded round-the-clock police protection. Can't imagine why. Nobody likes him. Nobody goes anywhere near him. Really not popular. And bone dry south and east, the hardest hit reservoir levels have plummeted, which is not good. And revealed who got what in the mega split. This is Rupert and Jerry. She gets an £11 million home in Henley. She gets a holiday home in Saint-Tropez. And she gets a cash deal. He keeps the rest of his £15 billion empire. He has a New York pad, which is on sale at the moment, actually, for $64 million. I can't imagine a flat costing that much. He's also got a Bel Air vineyard at $22 million, and he's got a £164 million Montana ranch. But it is 340,000 acres, so it's not exactly small. But she does well. She gets a house overlooking the Thames Valley and the holiday home in Saint-Tropez, which is quite nice, you know, if you like that kind of thing. I mean, if you look at Murdoch's ranch, it is jaw-droppingly huge. I can't even speak. I'm so excited with the whole thing. Just about it. Oh, and I was going to get round to a story which we didn't do at the beginning of the programme, and I so wanted to do it, actually, which was, do you mourn the death of the dining room? Most houses now don't have a dining room. They just have a sort of open plan. And the kitchen's at one end, so you get all the smells on everything, which is bad. And then there's a table. Whereas years ago, I can remember living in loads of our houses, and it had a dining room. You went into the dining room, you laid the table in the dining room, you put the hostess trolley in the corner. It was all lovely. Now you eat dinner on your lap watching the television. Nobody sits at a table. I'm going to try it this weekend. Listen.